Welcome, everybody. It's really great to see you all here today at the Project A Knowledge Conference 2023. And I want to start with the motto, beyond the obvious. What a stupid motto for a conference. That makes absolutely no sense. We know that if you want to be smart, well, you have to learn. If you want to be healthy, you have to eat your vegetables, you have to do sports. If somebody promised you something else, I would be very skeptic about that. If you want to earn a lot of money, if you want to get really rich, most likely you will have to work a lot and get your hands dirty. And that's just how it is. And still in 2022, we were silly enough to have as a conference motto, beyond the obvious. And I feel a little bit sorry for that. And we got a lot of comments on that from all the speakers last year. Rightfully so. This year, we spent a lot of money on a new motto and a new design to come up with something fundamentally new. This year, the motto is the obvious. And that is what we want to talk about today. Before we get into that, PACON23 is the hashtag, and you're kindly not only allowed but requested to take a lot of photos, videos, and post on the social media of your choice. And I hope you enjoy that. So what is it about the obvious, and why don't we more often do what's obvious? Well, if we look at companies that we work with, sometimes it feels as if we don't see the forest for the trees. The things are obvious, but something makes us not do stuff. Some couple of obvious things that we see a lot in our industry. Product market fit. Companies don't have product market fit, but somehow they still spend a lot of money on marketing, and they try to push it, and they wonder why the companies are, or why customers are not buying their product, but they don't fix that. They try to push it. Sales. A lot of companies come to the point where they see that their product just doesn't sell itself. You actually need somebody to do that. You might need a CRM, you might need actual people to do sales, you might need a process, might need revenue operations, etc. And I don't know, they don't want to do that because they just imagined it in a different way. Funding, big topic of the last years, like after the big party was over and when every company was getting funding easily all the time. But at some point, it became really crucial to make sure that you always have the money to run your operations. But then you have all your operations, and there's so much to do, and you probably here and there forget that you need funding. Diversity, very interesting topic in the context of the obvious, because I thought we had agreed that diversity is something that we need for a lot of reasons, but one aspect here is clearly that it makes companies more successful. And here we are in a crisis, and you would be surprised how often we see that companies say, oh, this is a luxury. This is something that we can do when we have the time, the money, blah, blah, blah. But when things get really rough, diversity comes second. It's not. It's an obvious aspect of making a company successful. Brand. Big aspect of, or a big part of what startups are in our times is B2B companies. So here you are, you're a startup, nobody knows you, your solution is not proven, you didn't sell it yet to I don't know how many companies, so you don't have all the legacy and all the reference cases and all that, and you try to convince companies to buy your solution, right? And the buyer is in a big risk, right? They buy something that nobody has bought before. And you might, you don't need to spend millions, but you need to think about your brand. How do you position yourselves? Seems obvious. Surprising how many companies are actually not doing that. Understand your data. Similar to diversity, seems that when things get rough, a lot of companies treat that as a luxury, but it's just not. You will need to understand your data in order to be successful. And AI, that's actually, in my opinion, the funniest of it all, is that in 2023, still a lot of people, a lot of companies, as obvious as it is, seem to believe they can do without it, sneak around. And an interesting, understandable, but interesting aspect here is that it's very often people who are the most affected by AI, who should actually embrace it and work with it, are the most pushing back on that. And it's probably out of a certain level of fear because they believe that, well, it might kill their job. But it probably will kill their job if they don't embrace it and start to work with it. There's a second aspect to why the obvious is not picked up easily, in my opinion. And that is, we have this idea that things sometimes have to be complicated. They have to be beyond the obvious in order to be really true and valuable. And the question is, isn't it more important for success to keep things really simple or simple stupid? The KISS principle. There's this saying that probably some of us have heard before. For every complex problem, there is a solution that is simple, neat, and wrong. And that puts a lot of skepticism to everything that is just too simple. But then there are those who just go for the very simple, for the very obvious. And they're very successful with that. Tabloids, right? And if you go for these very simple, in-the-face messages that everybody understands, as wrong as they might be, that can give you success. You might even be able to make people believe in werewolves. I'm not saying this is a positive example. What I'm saying is that might help with the success. Might be a bad thing. But I believe there are also positive examples. I don't know how many of you are old enough to know how search engines looked before Google came and just made it simple. But it was really like all over the place with complicated catalogs to drill down, and you had to search on the search engine in order to find what you were actually searching for. And then those folks came and just made it very simple and obvious. I mean, you're searching for something, here's your field, enter your, and there you go. And that doesn't mean that it's a super simple solution or that there's nothing in it and that there's no value. But for the customer, it's simple and obvious. So my recommendation here is if you build products, make them so obvious that my mom would understand. That is my mom. Her name is Gisela. She's 80-something years old. And she's really smart, but she's also very old. And she is not a digital native. So she's probably watching the session now on YouTube. So hi, Mom. But I very often do the test with her when I'm testing something, like this very presentation. I'm testing it with her. And that doesn't mean that you don't take your audience or your customers serious, that you don't solve a problem. I think the most complex problems can be made simple for your customer or for your audience, and then it should actually work. And if you struggle with that, that might be an indication that your solution is not yet where it could or should be. A third aspect why we are not going for the obvious might be that sometimes we just don't want to see it. We're sitting there and everything's just fine, right? And there are just certain beliefs that we just want to have. Dependency on Russian energy. I mean, for how long did we have that? And yeah, we'll be okay somehow. Obviously a bad idea. Dependency on Chinese supply chain. Bad idea. Dependency on semiconductors from outside Europe, from countries you don't know how stable, how long they will be, and no matter if you like them or not, but you know, it's not good to have such a dependency. Bad idea. Dependency on military protection by whoever in the world. Bad idea. Dependency on fossil fuels. Bad idea. All these ideas are obviously bad, but still we are sitting there. I mean, now it has a little bit started, but for a long time we're sitting there, just like living with it and just thought, we'll be fine. Because we always believe there will be some way out, there will be something, some magic solution, some silver bullet, we will just, you know, develop something that will get us easily out and then everything will be okay. But it's just not. We have to address these topics. That's why today we will talk about a few obvious things. We will talk a lot about ESG, about resilience tech, about automation, diversity, no-code, a lot about people and compensation, because without people and compensating them in a way that they come and work with us on the solutions for tomorrow, we will not have them. And I mean, we are usually not dealing with businesses and companies where it's all about like a big warehouse with a lot of raw materials or so, but it's more about people building something. And education as a path to the future and building up entrepreneurs of tomorrow. Obviously, AI will be one of the major topics of the day, and you will see a lot of talks on that particular topic. We will start now with the topic people and compensation. And for that, ESOP is a big, big topic. And the first talk here today, the first session, will be the initiative ESOP, ASAP. And that, for a change, is a really good idea. And that's why I'm very happy to welcome Christian Miele, General Partner from Headline Ventures, and also the head of the German Startup Association, together with Johannes Janning from WIPOC, one of the partners of Project A Knowledge Conference, partner there, who will together talk about ESOP ASAP. Welcome.
Wow, Christian, great to have you here. Great to be with you. Before we dive into the topic of ESOP ASAP, I want to start a bit more generally. In your position as president of the German Startup Association, you speak quite frequently with politicians about all matters pertaining to the startup community. How is that? Do they understand the startup community in Germany? Do they speak our language?
So first of all, thank you very much, Project A, for hosting this conference. It's great to be on stage here. And so to answer your question, I think that over the last years, the dialogue has changed to the positive, I would say, which is also due to the efforts of everyone probably in this room. I think for the first time as a startup scene, as the startup community, we have been standing together very closely and voicing our opinions, voicing our demands, and this has significantly improved. So when I look back on like my first weeks and months in this role as the chairman of the Startup Association, I would say it was still a different time. And then today, it's quite it's quite good. And of course it could be better, and we always want more. But for the moment, I do think that our voices got heard.
And would you say that unity of the community is key, sort of, getting together behind the Startup Association?
It's the number one ingredient, in my opinion, why our work has been successful. Because I think that if we would not stand together as a group, and if we would not join forces, it would be too easy for the politicians to say that these are like really individual requests that are being made here. And if you make the counter argument, by joining forces, by making sure that we tell the politicians the same things, no matter if Uwe Horstmann is sitting at the dinner with the politician, or if I am sitting at the dinner with the politician, or you, if we are saying the same things, then we get hurt. Because I think it creates a lot of authenticity in a way that, we are not asking for stupid things as you had on this chart. Like there was this like good idea. So we had good ideas and we were all saying the same things. And I think this has helped tremendously.
Great. Turning to ESOP ASAP, maybe starting with quite an obvious question or more general question. I mean, you are a partner at Headline, you do a lot of investments in startups. Why are employee incentive schemes so important for startups? And
I mean, as Rainer said during his introduction, and I think that it's great that we are talking about people and compensation first. At the core of everything we do in venture capital or startups, it is about the people. And if we are just making a very blunt and rational analysis of the attractiveness of the German startup ecosystem compared to other startup ecosystems in the world, it is not difficult to find out that Germany is behind other ecosystems in this regard when we are talking ESOP. So when we have identified this, it was crystal clear to us that we need to identify a very clear language and articulate very clearly why we need stock options to incentivize talent from all over the world, but also from Germany, to join a startup and to use ESOP as part of the compensation. So it was just so clear that with this tool, we would enable and unleash a totally different way of looking at talent in this country.
Interesting. So today you're not just in Berlin for the PACON, but you're also here to go to the Finance Caucus of the German Bundestag to speak as an expert in your role as president of the German Startup Association. You had a very successful campaign with ESOP ASAP. Walk us through how we got to today, to sitting in front of the Finance Caucus with legislation on the table. What were the steps you took as an...
So it was it is really like almost a 4-year process now. But if we go back to the beginnings, it was really like a small group of representatives of this startup ecosystem who were sitting together, including probably many people from this room, who argued about the most important things that we need to do. And we came up with this idea that, first of all, let's focus on stock options. Let's make this one of the major topics we want to fight for. And how do we best tackle it? And the idea that we had originally was, maybe we as the Startup Association, we're not important enough and not relevant enough, and maybe our voices are not being heard. So let's join forces with some people where we can certainly claim that we are working together with the best of the best, which is why we have joined forces with the Boston Consulting Group back in the days to work on a great report on the ESOP in the German startup ecosystem. And sorry for saying that, we also work together with Hengeler Müller as a fantastic law firm.
That's fine.
And together with Hengeler and BCG, we made sure that we would have the intellectual foundation of stock options available, so that if we approached politicians, nobody could tell us, hey guys, this is not really bulletproof, but we were bulletproof. And with this, we would start initiating a campaign, as you said, involving many people in this room, to post on social media, involve the press, and just increase the pressure. And I think really one of the key ingredients was that a lot of representatives from the startup ecosystem would sit at lunches or dinners or hearings, wherever, and they would say the same things and would really repeat the messages. And if you take this intellectual foundation from 2020 until today, this has led us to really create new laws and make proposals on how we should deal with stock options going forward. And this is why I will be at the hearing later today.
So you mentioned sort of putting pressure on the politics. Was that for you like a first thing, or did you sort of take from business context or experience from other areas? I mean, to me, that's a very interesting point, right? Putting pressure on a politician as a head of the Startup Association and as an ecosystem as a whole. It sounds pretty difficult.
I mean, look, I am not a politician. The only thing that I always, when I'm alone in a room, the only thing I care about is making progress as an ecosystem. That's the only thing that matters to me. And I think I'm in a great position in that regard, because I'm not dependent upon politicians liking me. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to be an asshole on purpose, but I think that over the years we have learned different styles. And I would say, and I've did this like 2 times now. It's like the terms at the Startup Association are 2 years and 2 years. So I'm in my 4th year now, and I would say that in the first half of my of me like running the Startup Association, we've been a lot more aggressive, and we've been proving that we can put pressure on politicians. And yes, the sad truth is a lot of that is related to media. I very well remember a few situations where it wasn't moving fast enough, and then we would call up the ministries and the ministers and said, hey, we need to be faster, this is too slow. And then they will always tell, yeah, we're working on this and we are figuring out the details, but we need to do this and we need to do that. And to be frank, like, I don't care. Like, make sure this gets done. And sometimes we had to create like really noisy and loud campaigns to put pressure on these guys to really execute. And in the second half of my term, I think we have changed the style a little bit because we proved that in case we want to be loud, we can. Like we can create pressure. So if we call you, let's talk. I mean, nobody's interested in creating noise just for the purpose of creating noise. But we want to make progress. So pick up the phone and let's work on this. And I think these two styles, they have advantages and disadvantages. But for now, I'm quite happy and looking forward to see what's going to happen with this Zukunftsfinanzierungsgesetz.
Yeah, you're mentioning the Future Financing Act, which is on the table right now, the government proposal, which is, I think, largely, we can agree on that, considered to be a vast improvement for employee incentive schemes in Germany, especially from a tax perspective. Do you think we're there? Or do you think there's still things to be changed? I mean, today there's a hearing, so there might still be room for change.
So I would say that, either you hit or you don't. And there's a slight risk that this reform is going to end nowhere if there are not like very small technical twists and changes being made. So in one regard, we are almost there, but there's still a risk that this is not going to be successful. So that is why we are putting a ton of pressure to explain to the ministries and to the responsible politicians why we need to make these changes. And I'm very happy to talk about this in a little bit more detail. But I think the overall summary is we've made great advancements, great progress. Like, the campaigns have been highly successful, but now, in order to really make this an amazing reform, there's still like one very small element that we need to fix.
Yeah, I mean, don't want to go too much into detail. What we currently have on the market is, as we all know, virtual employee incentive schemes, ESOPs, which are essentially nothing else than a bonus program, right? I mean, it's wage tax, it's not very tax attractive. What the Future Financing Act changes is actual shares or actual participation in the company can be achieved without dry taxation issues, which sort of was always the underlying problem. Now, if the Future Financing Act comes, what does that mean for cap table? Will we see hundreds of employees now as actual shareholders and exploding cap tables? Or are there other solutions how this will be dealt with?
No, we will not have hundreds of employees in the cap table. I think, and this is something, luckily, which also the ministries understood from the very beginning, that we are talking about compensation here. Mm-hmm. So how is this going to be fixed going forward? There will be one more line item on a cap table, which is going to be the employee entity, and all of the employees will be shareholders of this employee entity, if you wish. And that's as close as it can get to real ownership in these companies. And much more security, much more advantages towards virtual stock option programs, which are today still like 80% of all option programs in Germany.
So it's a pooling vehicle, which I find quite interesting, right? Because I mean, what we as WIPOC are seeing more and more in the market is growing cap tables, because there's more business angels investing in rounds. So new pooling vehicles started, coming in, trust vehicles. I mean, we've always had sort of voting pools, but I think it will be very interesting also for the cap table dynamic. and might even lead to cleaner cap tables in the future, which I think is sort of in the interest of everybody, because German corporate governance tends to be quite strenuous.
Yeah, no, I agree, absolutely.
So now that ESOP ASAP is hopefully close to an end, and everybody, I think, keeps their thumbs pressed for the hearing today, what's the next big thing? What's the next big thing we have to tackle as a startup community?
I think that there are a few things. I mean, first of all, we will actually now we're working on the succession in the Startup Association. So I'm not setting the agenda for the next term, but I think that there are a few things where everyone will agree that this is crucial for the success of the startup ecosystem long term. And this is all about like, how can we make sure that Germany is a really attractive place for talent to come here and to join the startup world. Secondly, it's still about financing options, like how can we make sure that there's enough capital available in all stages. In Germany, I would say that this capital crunch is still pretty much in the later stages as of today, and we are very dependent upon foreign forces of capital. Thirdly, it's for sure around competition. I mean, just yesterday, Thierry Breton has again like emphasized the importance of the Digital Services Act, and so there are elements of talent, financing, and competition that probably will still dominate the headlines within the startup scene. And then there are a lot of other important topics that Rainer also had on his chart that we as a startup ecosystem need to take care of long term. But I mean, my personal realization was that you have to focus, and you have to make sure that you don't work on too many things at the same time, but step by step.
Yeah. No, interesting. I mean, you mentioned that you will pass on the baton soon to Verena Pauster. Just very briefly to end the session, what was your highlight during your time?
My personal highlight, and this has never changed since the beginning, was that we as an ecosystem were standing together. I mean, the kind of support that I got from everyone and the honest intention to do something good for our ecosystem as a team, beyond the firms that we are working with, right? That was amazing, and I will be eternally grateful for that. It was just, I think it's very unique. If you think about it, which other industry has done something like that before, where everyone is joining forces and everyone is trying to do something good together? I've very rarely seen something like that, and that will always stay with me. And that was always my greatest motivation when I see that we are all doing this as a team, as friends, and trying to push it forward. So that was kind of flattering in many ways.
Sounds great. So I guess everybody in the audience who's not a member should become a member.
Absolutely.
To support you, right? Well, Christian, thanks a lot for stopping by on such an important day. I think, like I said before, everybody's thumbs are pressed, and I think this is your applause from PackOn 2023 for all that you've done for ESOP ASAP.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, both of you. I think you know Uwe, right? Uwe Horstmann. Now on stage with an iconic talk that he is having every year since 1982, I think.
I assume so, yeah.
The ugly, yeah.
All right. A very warm welcome also from my end to this year's Project A Knowledge Conference. I hope you're as excited as I am after this great opening talk and also the ESOP ASAP talk. My name is Ann. I'm part of the venture development team at Project A, and I will be guiding you through the next 3 sessions here in the Cinema 7. First of all, let's start with a question. So who of you have had touch points with a customer service team in the past? Please raise your hands quickly. Could be that you worked in that team, you managed one, or you were just using a tool. Okay, I actually saw quite a few hands open or raised. This is super important because your customer support team or service team is the one direct connection between your customers and your company. And it is very important at any stage of the company. Maybe not during ideation, but no matter at all other stages your company could be at. And here's why. First of all, your customer support team can provide you insights about the customer experience, which could be, for example, super important when you are about to find product market fit and you want to understand, okay, how's your product actually perceived by your customers? Second, it can also help you to retain your customers if they have a good experience with your customer support team. And thirdly, it could also be an effective marketing tool for introducing and promoting new products and services. And there are many more advantages and why a customer support team is so important. We will kick off here today in Cinema 7 with a panel discussion about delivering human and AI-powered customer service. And I'm very happy to now, in a short time, introduce our three panelists, which are Mirza Berzerovic, Hassan, and Tamer El-Havari. Mirza is Director Product Management at Dixar. Dixar is a B2B SaaS customer service platform with a GPT-powered AI chatbot. And then Hassan, who is founder and CEO at 11x. 11x is an early-stage company focused on AI and automation that builds autonomous digital workers. And then Tamer, who is CPO at Project A. So with that, please welcome with me Tamer, Hassan, and Mirza.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining our panel discussion about delivering human and AI-powered customer services. And I'm very excited to have Hassan and Mirza with me today. You probably also believe that AI might going to change the industry as we haven't seen it before, like since a couple of years now. And I have two guests with me who are actually at the forefront of it right now and building actually the technology that uses AI. And in today's discussion, we'd like to discuss more about how does this come into reality? How does this actually make a difference? And how can actually customer service and all the topics around that and can be improved? So welcome. But please tell us first of all what your company is doing in a way that my mom would understand it. So Mirza, maybe you're going to start.
Sure. First of all, thank you for that introduction and great to be here today. Explaining what we do in a way your mom can understand it, we're a customer service platform. We offer software for companies to help their customer service teams essentially become super agents. And a part of, especially what I'm focused on at Dixa, is making sure that we apply these new advances in AI and automation technology so that customer service agents can become much more effective at their jobs so that customers, like everyone in this audience, can help themselves, essentially, without having to talk to a customer service agent. And that the experience for everyone, including your mom, is much easier, nicer, and feels very human, regardless of whether you're interacting with AI or an agent, in a nutshell.
Thank you, Hassan. How about your company? I mean, like autonomous agents. Tell us what that actually is.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you for the introduction, Tamer. It's great to be here. To explain at a relatively high level, what is 11x with AI and, well, why do we exist in the world? What is it that what we do and what we build? So 11x is an automation company. We build and sell digital workers. You can think of them almost as virtual employees that you can hire, just like you can hire humans. These workers, they have a name, they have a face, they have jobs that they are trained to do. All very much propelled with how large language models enable a completely new paradigm to what we can automate and how we can essentially automate. One of the first workers that we built at 11x is, we are in different verticals. For example, sales is one, HR and talent acquisition is one, and customer care is another one. And these workers, essentially, they are designed in a way that is truly autonomous. So they have reasoning ability, decision-making ability, the ability to take actions, for example, issue refunds and returns and so forth. And to us, this is a big part of how we think of how the future of work will evolve. Really, our vision here is to create a world where digital workers are part of every team, and they help us in saving time on things that are repetitive, monotonous, and free up our time to focus on more creative, more strategic, and higher level activities in teams in general. So this is at a relatively high level what we do at 11x, and we're very excited to have this conversation.
Thank you very much. Mirza, can you share some examples on how actually the combination between humans and AI can actually increase the customer service and make this kind of things better? Like, how can we imagine that to be in real world?
Sure. There's a few sides to this. If you think about it from the perspective of a customer service agent, and I'll give you very concrete examples of what we're doing at Dixa to help CS agents become much more productive, much more effective. So first of all, we try to deflect as much as we can. There's a lot of repetitive customer support queries that come in. Where's my order? How do I change my subscription? Can I update my payment info? All this kind of stuff. Agents shouldn't have to do this. So what we do, similar to what Hassan's team is doing, we try to do this through automation and chatbots, AI-powered chatbots, so that customers can do this part for themselves. And this is generally a nicer experience for customers as well, because you don't really want to have to talk to a human just to check the status of your order, for example. On the flip side, for agents then get to deal with higher value, more complex problems. What this means is that we can deploy AI to help them. For example, if there was a long previous conversation with several agents, because maybe this is a real issue that you're solving for a customer, and a new agent steps in, well, we use something called smart summaries to give you a snapshot of what the actual problem was so that the agent doesn't have to waste time and go through an entire conversation history. In addition, we help agents construct replies. We give them hints and tips on how to answer a potential customer inquiry. Agents are also human. They have a bad day. Sometimes they don't have the patience and the time to write a really nice, helpful, beautiful answer. So the AI that we deploy also helps them improve the tone, make it friendlier, make it more informative, and provide whatever information they need. In addition to this, we give them all the necessary context. We try to help them identify who the customer is, what their problem was, what their need is, and we try to cut down the amount of time necessary for them to respond. This makes it easier for everyone, including the customer and the agent, the company, to get the work done much faster in a higher quality way that resolves a problem for a customer. So that's one of the ways we're trying to do this. Another way is we're trying to introduce various ways of automating the entire workflow. So one of the things we're building at Dixa is workflow builders that automate, that help companies design customer journeys, so that there's a lot of touch points that customers can reach out and talk to a company. We try to help you, automate as much of that as possible so that you can guide customers through what is essentially the happy path and help them get the answers to the questions that they have in the fastest, most highest quality way.
So the direction that you take at Dixa is about empowering the agents and augment actually the agents' work with the power of AI, right?
Absolutely. We're kind of banking on the idea that it's not the AI that's going to replace the job, it's people who know how to wield the AI that are going to replace the job. And when we think about customer service agents, we try to think of them as future value creators. So what we're doing is deploying AI and automation tech to help make your agent a super agent, so that that agent can then not just resolve a customer's problem, but also generate additional value for the business.
Thank you. I mean, this sounds very different to what you at 11x are doing right now. And when I hear you talking about the company, it's about replacing or having a virtual assistant, so like even humanifying AI. So, in your experience while building this one, like, what kind of a degree of automation can you actually put into this one? Can you really replace just people by putting a virtual agent somewhere and say like, okay, now it's done, hands off, and now it works on its own?
It's a great question. I think if there's one thing we can all agree on, the scope of how much we can automate right now is so much more than what the scope was a year ago, or 2 years ago, or 5 years ago. And thinking about how quickly AI is evolving, and essentially the next 2 to 5 years and so on, we're very much making a huge bet on how AI capabilities keep advancing. And the way we approach this is we very much map processes in depth of what's a top 5% or 10% agent, and how is outcome measured, and what do customers really care about at the end of the day. And because we're taking from the grounds up essentially approach to building these autonomous agents and training these models, we can cover the process in a more essentially thorough way, but very much with the belief that yes, these agents are essentially systems that are meant to reason and make decisions and so forth, instead of being very deterministic, step by step, sort of guided workflows. But ultimately, thinking about the future, for example, of teams in say CS departments and so on, of course there will be people, right? What's going to be different is how they spend their time. And in 11x, we very much come from a belief that we don't think there will be, for example, as a result of AI, huge unemployment waves and so on. We very much think, and what we see from customers that are deploying our agents, it's very much an opportunity that's a win-win for organizations to have a more productive workforce, and also for people to do work that's more important, that's more useful, and that's more creative and aligned with what they're really good at, whilst trying to take what's repetitive and monotonous and giving it to essentially some of our workers.
Can you frame a little bit where the limits are of this AI technology right now? I mean, like if you play around with that one, you're typically blown away by the capabilities on that one. But if you try to put it into real practice, into real processes with customers, where do you see the limits right now in this kind of technology?
Yeah, absolutely. There's some pragmatic limitations. For example, voice. It's an area that's moving very quickly in AI, but can we have AIs that have real-time, authentic, useful conversations to the level that a human can? I think the answer to that is not yet. Things are evolving quickly. So there's some on the modalities, and there is some as well on essentially the threshold levels. For example, would you trust the agent to make a refund? Right, to customers is an example, and where do you draw the boundaries? Is it, say, a monetary amount? Is it and then at what level do you pass things on to human? I think there's always talks about, people want to talk to people and so on, but ultimately this is driven by the fact that previous experiences, I say, on older technologies have not been as optimized. But once people see that their needs are met, their jobs to be done are in a good place, in terms of their queries being answered and so forth, they're happy to interact essentially with these humanized, essentially agents, as we can see, but very much also with the perspective of how to enable human-agent interaction, and where's the right step in the process to enable humans to be involved and to give their inputs. But of course, all of that to say is so much of how these agents operate is trained based on how humans operated and so forth.
It's a great topic. I mean, great technology can only have an impact if it's adopted by the people, right? Or adopted by the organizations. I would like to hear your view on how the customers that you're addressing right now, how does this kind of collaboration work? Because I think I can guess there's a little bit of emotion to this kind of space. It's not so easy to say, hey, I have a cool new tool, I'm implementing it, it's all going to be great. It's probably, some tensions in there that's coming into place. How do you experience currently the conversations with your customers?
Another great question. And there's a story to share here. One of our latest customers, it's a relatively large enterprise. They were deploying the SDR or the sales development rep agent that we built, which is Alice. It's the first AI autonomous SDR that we can confidently say can outperform human SDRs. The way that things panned out is they had a large SDR team, and they were like, okay, this seems like a very promising technology, but we need to think very carefully about how and when and the best method of implementing and rolling this out. And what we came to, which was a great essentially case study or signal of how things are likely to evolve over the coming years, is ultimately they were like, look, this team that we have is very talented. They're very capable. It's a waste of their time to spend all their time essentially doing this highly repetitive work. So what they ended up doing is all their SDR team got promoted essentially to operate as junior A's, or account executives, essentially. The SDR layer was automated essentially by using Alice at scale. And it was a win-win for the teams that were promoted. It's a happy outcome. They're spending their time on more valuable, more useful activities that they're learning from. For the company, it was a much more efficient, lean organization. And Alice filled in. And to us, we see this pattern more and more. So people realize the power and capabilities of this technology. And then you're like, how can we operate around this? And most companies want to grow. And we see this very much as a growth accelerant, not really as a cost reduction measure. And this has been one of the areas or the stories essentially where we've seen customers adopt this to a win-win benefit ultimately.
Very cool. I mean, when you go to your customers, of course, the topic of AI, you called her Alice, right, is at the forefront, so people know a little bit what they can expect. But you also mentioned that Alice is outperforming the SDR on some mundane task. Can you tell us a little bit more about like how efficient Alice is in comparison to the classical way of doing it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's few principles on how digital workers work, and then there's more granularly to Alice. And digital workers are meant to work 24/7 at scale. Ultimately, it's software. There's no limitations to how much it can operate. So from a raw activity levels, we're removing essentially the limiting factor, which is human time, because we train the system to operate at the scale that's required, say, by the end users. Now, to the point around how do we compare and benchmark performance, I mean, in many of the essentially workflows or roles that that the workers are trained on, there are clear KPIs. For example, activity levels, response rates, speed of research, personalization rates, and accuracy in responses, the quality of the messaging, and so on. And all of these things, with customers, we did a benchmark exercise of, okay, is Alice performing at the median 50 percentile level? Is it performing at the sort of top decile level? Where does it stand? And one thing we're saying in AI, and there's some really interesting research from, I was reading in the Harvard Business Review, around automation can really help essentially raise the bar. There's always going to be, say, teams that are in the top 5 to 10% in pure performance where AI cannot be as helpful. But in terms of raising the overall bar and standards and lifting people to a standard where it's as close to optimal as possible, this is one of the areas where we've seen some of the workers that we've built be helpful.
Mirza, in your case, it's probably a little bit different, right? I mean, like Dixa is an established company, right? I mean, you have clients, you have customers, bigger clients, customers, already a lot of them, right? And you have an established tool, and now you're introducing some kind of like AI technology. How is your view on how customers adopt these kind of technologies?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to the question you asked about limitations of the tech. Everyone in this room has probably played around with ChatGPT and seen it hallucinate. In a business context, that's not acceptable. So deploying, our Alice is called MIM. MIM is an AI knowledge bot that essentially works as a customer service agent that can resolve up to around 80% of, the usual kind of support inquiries that come in. The higher value stuff, again, is then left for humans. And it's incredibly important that the bot doesn't hallucinate, doesn't provide made-up answers. Because if we're talking about a customer support context, this can lead to a variety of very negative consequences for the business, lost business, churn, etc. So in our conversations with customers and in our own development and deployment of this technology, we had to ensure that and find ways to limit the output of the chatbot, to limit the output of the tech. So that in some ways makes it maybe less fun than ChatGPT, but it certainly makes it much more useful for a business, and it makes it much more useful for a customer that needs help. So that's number one. Number two is we're at a stage of not just awareness raising, but also becoming, let's say, a little more educated, generally speaking, about what AI is. So what we've been doing is we've been investing a lot, and I'm sure Hassan has some of this experience as well. We've been investing a lot of time and effort in educating our customers through webinars, through in-person events, et cetera, through materials that we're sharing. And I think this is crucially important because a lot of customers, they understand the hype, they understand, they're excited about it, but they need to see results. So if we're deploying AI chatbots, if we're deploying automation tooling in a customer service context, we need to show deflection rates, resolution rates, we need to reduce average handling time, we need to show an improvement on a variety of metrics that are relevant for a human agent and show how this tech is contributing to those.
Can you share some kind of like benchmarks as well? You probably also tested it out, I guess, right? How much more effective will AI do the agent compared to not using the AI technology?
Well, I mean, so I already kind of referenced it a little bit that our AI chatbot, and honestly, a lot of them out there, will help deflect and resolve almost 2/3, even up to 80%, depending of the usual incoming queries. So that means that we're talking about hours per day of extra time for human agents to handle high quality inquiries. And by high quality inquiries, we're talking about things that generate recurring business, that create upsell, create cross-sell opportunities, et cetera. So in terms of benchmarks, we're looking at reducing first contact resolution, we're looking at reducing average handling time, and we're looking at automating up to 80% of incoming conversations.
That sounds amazing. I mean, like this is the business capabilities of what you share is, of course, like mind-blowing, right? But of course, there will come challenges for the organizations. Like, how should an organization prepare for that one? I mean, you shared the example of the people who've just been upskilled, right? Or up-leveled into their role. How do you see, or what would you advise companies to prepare correctly for this kind of thing? Do you have an idea on that?
Yeah, for sure. I think two thoughts here. The first one is, it's a very strategic, important topic that need to be handled at the highest levels of any organization. I mean, AI and automation are going to be one of the defining themes of the next 5 to 10 years. Organizations need to be ready. Those that don't embrace AI and automation risk being left behind to others that are more efficient and more AI-powered, essentially end-to-end. And it touches a few different topics. It touches orgs, team building, how orgs are designed, and how work is distributed. It touches talent and what type of talent do we enable. It touches upskilling and a lot of people-related, essentially, topics of how do we equip and upskill the teams of the future to think with an AI and automation-first mentality and create a structure where whether you want to call them agents, workers, and so forth, where these are accepted as helpful assistants, essentially, that help us in essentially working in a much smarter and more effective way. So this is, in my mind, two of the key things, taking this topic at a very strategic and giving the importance that it deserves, given the opportunities and risks it enables, and then thinking about the future of how orgs are designed relative to the work that they can do versus what the agents essentially can do.
I actually like referring to them as interns. So no matter what you do, if you're an SDR or a customer service agent or whatever you do, think of the AI as your intern that can do a whole lot. So you can offload work, you can delegate work. And I think it's about getting into this mindset that you now have a personal assistant to do things for you. And there's certainly companies out there that are developing and trying to build on top of this tech to build your personal assistant. So.
Perfect. So last question from my side, because the time is nearly over now. How do you imagine the future is going to be like? I mean, it's highly speculative, but Where do you think is this leading us to?
I mean, for me, I think I imagine a future where software development, product development is going to radically change and evolve because of AI. We're seeing it with things like GitHub's Copilot helping developers. We're seeing it in the products we're building. What I imagine is that in the future, it will be the AI building the apps for us. So that will mean that my job, your job, our jobs will also have to evolve accordingly. And that everyone's going to have their little intern.
Hassan, what about you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we were to look into how quickly AI is evolving and the capabilities it unlocks for us, it is not hard to imagine a future of work where the very nature of work and how we spend our time is vastly different from how we do right now. Very much similar to how the Industrial Revolution enabled a complete transformation in how work is delivered. We see AI as this big wave that enables us to work in better, smarter, and more efficient ways, for sure.
Awesome. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to talk to you. And yeah, I think we're going to stay around for some questions afterwards.
All right. So thanks a lot, Tamer, Hassan, and Mirza, for the super interesting discussion. I will definitely pay attention in future if I will be communicating maybe with Alice or Mim, so who knows. But yeah, we will take a very short 2-minute break quickly just to change the setup, and then we will be right back.
Okay.
All right, so welcome back after our short break. We are now moving into our next session, which will be about the topic data products in practice. So if you always were interested in learning how to establish actually a data portfolio and or a portfolio of data products, manage their life cycle and align them with your business objectives, then this will be the right session for you. So please welcome with me now on the stage Nadiem, Clemens, Christine and Ole.
Noch 4 Schüler. Danke.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. Let's get started. First of all, I have to stand. I have insane back problems, a herniated disc, so sorry about that. But the ibuprofen, I think, will make for a fun session, that's for sure. I'm very happy to talk about data products in practice with you and with our 3 competent speakers today. I volunteered for this just to be able to shoot a lot of questions at you. So that's a bit of my plan for today. So we look at data products in practice. Why? Because at least in my work at Project A, data teams have still notoriously under-delivered when it comes to expectations from the business. There are still multiple shortcomings, frustrations, and data products might provide an interesting avenue to get out of this. Maybe it's a tech problem, maybe a cultural, maybe a process problem. We'll unpack this today with our 3 panelists, Nadiem von Heidebrand, CEO at Mindfuel, and also Christine and Clemens joining us from HelloFresh and from Bubble, leading data there. I'm very happy to get into this. And Clemens, if you don't mind, I'd like to start with you. Let's take a tiny look back. You've been doing this for quite some time, leading data at multiple companies. I would like to understand how expectations towards your teams have been changing. Was there different things expected 10 years ago, and how does that look like today? Be super curious to hear from you how that looks like.
Very much, yes. So when I actually look into the last decade of data technology, computing as well, then there's a large increase, of course, of data being captured due to this technology being available for everybody. So there's database systems being developed. There's more databases or database systems, data management systems as well. So which means that the amount of data that we capture today is just increasing by multiple. And this is a critical source now for the businesses, for governance, for individuals. And back in the days, we had a lot of more technical people working on let's say, the observations. And I say observations because today, I would say the change, and there's a shift from having data as an observation to using data as for great insights and to make decisions. And today we have just much more available data there, more tools that helps people to actually drive those insights. And this is a very big change, a very big shift.
Nice, an exciting one, that's for sure. Not just looking at what happened, but finally getting around to understanding maybe why or what will happen. Christine, what in terms of like changing expectations, what does that do with your team? How do you try to cope with that? Would you agree? Is it pretty similar to how it was in the past? How do you cope with this change?
In the last 10 years, of course, a lot of change that asks a lot from very different job families. As Clemens said, also job families that weren't part of the data ecosystem 10 years ago. But let's be real, the first recommender, so as close as you can get to value creation for the customer, was launched 25 years ago by Amazon. So when you asked us 10 years ago, this was live 15 years already. It wasn't as broad in the industry, so you didn't have a lot of companies who mastered that. So 10 years ago, any user experience that had some intelligence under the hood was considered a data product. And you had often data scientists embedded in these product development teams. the moment you try to do that at scale and you realize that the model itself, if you expose it via an API, can also be treated as a product, then you realize, maybe if we have a dedicated team, we should also have a dedicated function looking after value creation, asking the right questions, incremental value delivery. First time we talked about data product managers in that realm, so like a new function. But the definitions of data products are very, very different, and maybe we get to it later. So one example, just at eBay Classifieds, we developed a price prediction model for cars in our motors segment. And originally that was for price transparency for everyone who buys a car, because, I don't know, you need to do a lot of research to find out if that's a fair price or not. And very quickly became clear, this is actually very valuable also for private sellers. Like if you sell your car, what price do you list it at? Very, very hard job to do. That's what product does, getting the job done for you. So the same model, the same API even really fueled different use cases and different value creation. On the one hand, it was really user satisfaction. On the other hand, for private sellers, but also for smaller sellers, that was something we could monetize. So very interesting. And then once you build out stronger data science teams, you hear, if you listen very closely to your data scientists, they'll tell you the data is not there, data is too sparse, even if it's there, I can't access it. And then you start building platforms, you start building products to enable the experts in your company, and you start treating data as a product.
Yeah, 80% of the time data scientists end up modeling just data, and 20% of the time they complain about modeling it. That happens in our portfolio companies at least. But very interesting. Thanks for sharing these insights. Value creation by doing a bit more of a handshake, stepping out of just like the core data team and interacting more with product, with tech. Now, Nadim, you put all your chips on the table when it comes to this handshake. So maybe going with the keynote from my boss earlier, Rainer, maybe you could give us, just to kick us off and unpack the terminology here, what's like a Gisela-friendly, for Rainer's 93-year-old mom, what's like a Gisela-friendly definition of a data product, if that's even possible? But yeah.
Yeah, so for Rainer's mom, the definition is ChatGPT.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
This is a data product because I think it's the very first time where she can see and feel it by herself, having her phone or a device in hand. So to explain the term of data products, I mean, Christine said it nicely, we do a lot of research for data products and data product management, and when we asked 100 people to define a data product, we got 100 different answers. So it is still very fluffy in a kind of clear definition, but so in a simple sentence, you could say a data product is any kind of product or service which based on data and creates outcome for its consumer or customer. So or for its user or customer. And here I want to focus on the term outcome instead of output. But this is a principle from product management. I mean, both of you are absolutely familiar with product management, but to all product managers out there, we love you. We love you guys now in the data world, because we are really trying to adapt your principles in our world. And I think there's a major difference between a model creating an output, which we measure in a score, while an outcome which we have to prove for our consumers and customers. And this is a completely new mindset, and this is why whatever a data product then is, and we might come to the details, is a major mindset shift.
Yeah, I quite love this.
Yeah,
and did you want to add something to
this? I just want to say something about this 10 years topic. Just one minor thing. 10 years in data is comparable to 50 years in industry. So the speed and the transition time we had within the last 10 years is massive. And we've been called, 10 years ago, we've been called data scientists in a data lab, meaning our job was exploring data in a scientific way. And I think this has massively shifted now, because data science per se is not good enough anymore. We're not there to just analyze some data and give some insights and do this for the sake of data science, for the science part of it. Our job is to contribute value to the business, to transform the businesses and create massive added value for them.
I mean, the job doesn't end with like an accurate prediction, but it starts there, right? And then closing the gap and making sure it's used in planning or whatever.
I think this is the shift. When 10 years ago we were talking a lot about use cases and prototypes and pilots, and everyone had these tons of use cases and showcases all over the world. And now we have to deliver products. And products have to create outcome. This is, I think, one of the major key aspects in this definition.
Thank you. So, data, products. Christine, your title is Senior Product Director. So maybe you can help us understand this relationship even a bit more, contrasting it to like traditional product management, but then what does your team actually do?
It's a really good question.
Okay.
Yeah, I earn my living with that. Because it's a lot of explanation, and I talked about different job families earlier and how expectation changed for different job families. So when we say a product mindset or product management in the data world, very quickly it falls into we treat data as a product, a concept from the data mesh. It's a distributed ownership, and you treat your data, so the data you produce, so that everyone else can actually access it, that it's safe, secure. So very quickly it lands in that corner, which is right, but it's one part of product and data product management. Product management in general, it brings always two aspects. It brings the customer aspect and the business aspect, and it tries to, as you say, maximize value, either for the business or for the customer, ideally for both. And there are some really clear principles that sound trivial, but honestly, even in the team today, if you keep yourself honest, you lose sight of them very quickly. One is what your customers, external or internal customers, ask you is not necessarily what they need.
Could you, just for the audience, what's an external customer to your team? What's an internal
so
one?
in the case of HelloFresh, our external customer is anyone who gets that HelloFresh box or any other prepped meal, or we have pets table for your pet. You can even order pet food, and good shop. Good meat, if you dare to admit it in these times and days that you eat meat. This is our end customer, and internal customers, I like to also call them users, and I'll come to this in a second. Engineers, data scientists, analysts, and say you have a stakeholder who says, I need that dashboard now. The question is, so what you see often if you don't have a strong product function is execution. And then you have a lot of dashboards, you have a lot of base tables, and out of a sudden your setup is very, very messy. Data is hard to find, you slow yourself down. So really thinking about what is the need here, and coming back is one product principle. What do you need this for? What do you try to do? Maybe there's a dashboard already. Maybe there's another resource already. So you don't invest, you don't spend money for something that you can solve a different way. Second principle, the ask, and that's brilliant question from you, the ask of your customer, of your stakeholder, and of your user are different. These are different groups. And if you don't have a strong product function, you see this being used as synonyms very often.
Okay.
So your chief marketing officer may be a very strong stakeholder. It's likely not the user of the tool your marketeers use to run campaigns that are personalized. And then, I mean, this crowd, I'm pretty sure knows incremental value delivery is something that product holds up a lot. So if you don't have a product function in the data world, you often see long roadmaps before anything sees an internal user or an external customer, which bears the risk that you develop a lot of things that are not relevant, that are not sticking, and you actually sank a lot of money.
I would definitely agree. The value of an insight decreases so much over time, like the longer it takes from the question being asked to them being answered. So totally with you there. Clemens, I'm inviting you to be a bit of a devil's advocate here, if you don't mind. We seem to be pretty well aligned on data products and what they can bring to the table and what value they can create. Would you, first of all, agree with the definitions that have been mentioned so far, but also is there potentially another way to deliver data really well to a business?
When you say deliver data, then actually this is already implied a different definition, because when we say delivering data, we're delivering actually, yes, a product, an asset as well, and delivery is supply chain, right? So the supply chain alone, when we look at the supply chain definition, it says the delivery from information from A to B, or from goods. So if we start looking at data as a good for a greater purpose, then we all know this definition of value streams already, right? So in the end is applying supply chain thinking on data and deliver products, because if you look into the logistics supply chain of any product that we have, like this table, for example, on the supply chain there has been different products as well. For example, the paint maybe, or maybe also the metal or the wood. And there's different distributions from different partners on the supply chain who are actually using these different products for their purpose. It can be an asset for them, but at the same time a product itself, themselves as well. So I would say the definition is still quite innovative, because a lot of people still need to understand maybe like how data actually works on this value chain. And this is the biggest change also when we look into the last 10 years. How do we look at data? Data becomes more valuable, data becomes an asset, data now becomes a product. There's much more focus not on observation of data, but rather on driving the insights with people and with processes. Right? So also in supply chain, process at the moment is big. And the definition alone is not extremely new, because we know value stream. In AI, a lot of people are talking about flywheels, data flywheels. So for example, I mean, everybody who went to business school maybe knows the business flywheel from Amazon. Same thing would go for data flywheel. And data product in itself is also a flywheel, because it's a self-managed container, basically. It's a one product with different stages in the development phase, where at the end it serves then one internal customer or an external customer.
Understood. Thank you. Nadim, the first time we met, I asked you this question already, in terms of what a data product actually entails. I'm a bit less confused now. Yeah. Still, there's some confusion left. Am I, as sort of a head of data, running a modern data team that does reports, analysis, works with product on something, am I already running a suite of data products and I just don't know it? Do I need like the nightly accolade by Mindfuel here? Now you have data products, before you didn't, because you didn't think about it that way. So my question is it like an actual way, different way of like doing stuff, or just thinking like about another framework?
I mean, it's interesting when we listen to Clemens, how he actually defines a data product. A very technical definition, thinking about platforms, or you as well, having tech platforms providing microservices and in a kind of API way, and so on and so forth. And this is what you call a data product. What we've seen in the last 4 years since we're doing this research, and we really put a lot of effort in there to crack the nut here, we understood that the term data product itself is actually more a category. And within this category, we have different types of data products. It really depends on who do you talk to. And as I said, from our interviews and all that stuff, we gained that you either have data tech products, which are platforms where you provide microservices, APIs, and so on and so forth. So if you talk to technical people, they see their platform as the data product. Then we have the data mesh definition, where we say data as a product, which is actually the raw data, or the curated data, the cleansed data, which is managed and provided actively so that it can be reused and can be shared among the organization. But then when we talk to data leaders, VP data, head of data, CDOs, whatever, they say my use case, my analytical use case is the data product. So the dashboard or the machine learning algorithm or any kind of consumable product which I provide to my users, customers, internal, external, exactly. So we have these three types of data products, And we can compare this to the old world where we say use cases have become analytical products by applying product mindset to this topic. Data sets in our key terminology, you apply product mindset and you get data as a product, or what we call it data assets, as true assets in your organization. And you put product mindset on your platforms and you get data tech products. And these three major categories helped us a lot to classify the person when we are talking to them, what they actually mean by a data product. And
how does it, to make it tangible, how does it look like at HelloFresh or Bubble? Maybe you can name some examples for these different sort of like archetypes that Nadim talked about.
Sorry, do you want to? Okay, I start and I keep it quick. So along these definitions, absolutely, and you also really hire very different data support for these roles, right? So you have what you described as data as a product. Do you want to have a product manager that's really close to analytics, BI, understands what a data product is, what a pipeline is, and so on and so forth. You have platform products where you want to have product managers that have a B2B background or software as a service background that really understand that they build something that enables others. And then you have the actual algorithms very close to the user experience. And there you want to have product managers that understand how to create a brilliant user experience, how to do user research. Three very, very different profiles. So if you put out one job description for a data product manager, brace yourself, you may get someone who is not doing what you expect them to do or not able to do this.
I think it can be categorized in different areas, right? So, for example, if you're a CFO, then your goal is, of course, to have transparency on the numbers. Then what you see is a dashboard. Right? This dashboard is a product. However, who creates this dashboard? It's maybe somebody is a financial analyst, and they use maybe a data table. For them, this is a product for their creation. And maybe you have now a data scientist who say, I want to forecast my financial revenue. This is a machine learning model. This is a smart product as well, and this is then their product. So across the whole value chain of data, I would say we can categorize it into different types of products. And all of them, in the end, one most important thing is they are self-contained and they serve really this outcome and this purpose, this one purpose.
And I like the self-contained part, where you then have to think about the life cycle of this, how does it develop? You have to think about your portfolio of what do you have live for the different user groups, what do they expect, and so on. We're running out of time here, unfortunately, but I did learn a lot today. I want to get back to my intro. Data teams that I work with, they're still frustrated. They don't have a seat at the table a lot of times when big decisions are being made. They also don't get attributed a lot of the success when a company grows, because that's closer to marketing or sales, even though data probably plays a role in there. So I'd be super curious to understand from the three of you what it takes for me as a potential head of data to manage expectations maybe upwards. How should I work with the C-levels? How should I try to get a seat at the table and get the recognition that I, to some extent, definitely deserve?
You will see it. You see it more and more, honestly. And I think it comes down to a lot of power, comes a lot of responsibility, and we're still in a very nerdy corner. So making things Gisela ready. Not that your CFO is a Gisela necessarily, but getting out of that really expert corner into, let me explain this to you with the example of a table and supply chain is something that is one of the biggest levers I've seen working well.
Thank you.
I mean, like, what does a CFO do? He manages the money, right? So as soon as you can show visible value of that product, I think this is a big win. So. And when in data, we mostly talk about three different categories of value, which is either helping the revenue to increase in growth, it's either cost reduction or cost avoidance, or it's risk mitigation. So if we are able on this value chain to have this full transparency with the right processes and the standards that we are developing in-house, and we have this transparency how a asset turns into products for different teams, and that in the end drives an outcome, and this value is very transparent, then I think this is a really, really strong argument for data in the company, which we see or saw in the last years developing.
I'm happy that you see that developing. Well, over time, Nadim, but I leave the last word to you. You work with these companies and that exact problem all the time. So what's your one or two liner on how to overcome this?
So I think we as data people have now the responsibility to contribute value to the business, because the businesses typically invest in us. We are a support function in most of the cases. We are a cost line on anyone's either CFO, CIO, CEO, CPO, but business case. And our job is to contribute business impact and business value. And we have to be able to justify this and explain this. And I think use cases alone and any kind of R&D kind of data science work is literally not enough anymore. The hype is over. We have to build products. And for this, we need methodologies. And one good thing we found is product management. So we bring the principles from product management into the data world, build amazing data products, whatever you define them, and show and justify the investment, and that we truly create impact for the business. This is the way how we can explain our relevance and get the seat at the table. Yeah. This is very, very as simple as that. Very exciting.
Thanks to all three of you. I'm hoping that you can stick around for more detailed questions. But for now, we made it to an entire panel without talking about AI. I'm super proud of this. And I would like to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so thanks a lot again to the four of you. We will take a very short 2-minute break in the cinema just to change the setup, and we'll be right back with Benedikt Flöter talking about AI, the end to intellectual property.
Wollen wir es abschicken?
Also ich bin dafür. Okay.
Ja?
Ihre Druckidee jederzeit online bestellen. Online-Printers. Jetzt testen.
And here we are again. So this will actually be the last session before we will take a 30-minute break in the cinema and then continue at 12:30. But right now we will discuss the topic AI, the end to intellectual property. So in this session, Benedikt will explain us how AI's rapid advancement challenges traditional IP rights at the moment and the potential implications on creativity and innovation. Benedikt is associate partner at YPOC and is advising investors and startups from the venture capital ecosystem on IP or IT law. So in case you ever want to build a company and need advice on IP, he might be your guy. So I'm super excited about this one as well. So please welcome with me now, Benedikt.
Thanks for that very nice introduction. And good morning from my side, and welcome to my session. As we heard before, AI, the end of intellectual property. Don't worry, I'm not going to give you the doomsday talk. I just want to give you an idea about what we're debating in the legal space when it comes to AI. So to start with, actually, I want to take one step back and ask, why do we actually have IP? Why do we have intellectual property rights? There's an economic theory that is typically used to explain the reason for IP, and that is the tragedy of the commons. A commons can be imagined like a farmland in a rural area. And there's no access control to that farmland, so all the farmers of that area can send their sheep to the farmland to graze on it. And each farmer will have incentive to put as many sheep as possible on that farmland, so to extract as most value as possible for himself. But without access control, this farmland will be depleted sooner or later and turned into a desert. To avoid that, people thought it's a good idea to assign property rights to smaller allotments of that farmland, so that each individual farmer could actually take care of his small part of it and make the most use of it, so it won't get depleted. The same argument is always put forward when we talk about intellectual property. Just think that you're an author or a screenwriter or an inventor that invented medicine to cure cancer or write a famous book. If your competitors could have access to your IP, they could actually take it and put it on the market, and the market price would drop down to zero, basically. And you would have no incentive to create the work in the first place. So therefore, we assign intellectual property rights. And now we can start asking, do we actually have a tragedy of the commons? Do we need more incentives to create AI and AI-related products? Well, let's look at this. Do we have actually IP in AI? So what is AI from a lawyer's perspective? AI is typically described and mirrored to a neural network that is similar to the human brain. It consists of different neurons, and these neurons are connected with each other. These neurons can communicate, and the stronger the connection and the more communication there is, that's more relevant for the output of the AI. From a schematical point of view, it could look like this. It's a network made of different layers, and on each of these layers are neurons that are connected. These connections actually are built by a software engineer, so typically they are developed in the software source code. So this is protected by copyright. But that's not all that actually makes the AI work. What you actually need is to train the AI, and this is done by feeding training data into the AI. So in this case here, it can actually tell apart a dog from a cat. The more pictures of dogs you feed into it, the stronger the connections between the neurons get, and this is called the weights on the neurons. So the weights are mathematical numbers here between 0 and 1, can be more complex. So the more data you feed into it, the more relevant the connections become, and then at one day the AI can tell, hey, that's a cat and that's not a dog, and vice versa. And this actually, so the gist of it, and that what makes the AI work, is software and data. And the data creates the weights, and these weights are not developed by the software engineer. These weights are actually created by the AI system itself. So you can kind of think of it as a software that develops itself. And this actually brings copyright to some issues, because copyright would just protect the source code as such, as it has been developed by a human software engineer. These weights on it are not protected because they have been developed by the software itself. So that's something totally new for copyright law. And how do we handle that? Do we actually have an issue here? Can we actually have a tragedy of the commons because these weights are not protected and someone else could just steal it? You might have heard of a case of some Stanford researchers that managed to recreate ChatGPT by way of reverse engineering. So what did they do? They actually sent like 52,000 prompts to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT created some kind of output, whatever that is. Then they took these 52,000 prompts and the output, and these two pairs of input of output was then fed back into their own untrained neural network. And so thereby, actually, they managed to recreate the same weights in the neural network that ChatGPT needed like millions of dollars, basically, and a huge amount of data to create in the first place. So they could completely reverse engineer these weights and have a network that just shows the same features as ChatGPT. So is this a tragedy of the commons? Do we see that a market breaks down because we don't have IP rights that we can use to control access and build license schemes on top of that and have incentives for the markets to develop? Well, in this case, not quite. You know that there are like tons of networks out there that you can have access to. Some of them are even open sourced, so they're provided basically for free. But does this also hold true for your own AI network that you developed, like the network that can tell dogs apart from cats? Or any kind of other technical description? Well, not quite. If you have competitors in the market for your startup, you actually must make sure that you protect your own network. And how do you do that? Well, obviously, first, you need technical limitations on access, so you don't grant anyone access. Then you can actually use contracts to protect your access by not allowing reverse engineering of your network. And this actually is a way to get your network controlled and protected. And then you can actually build a license scheme on top of that. Now, having talked so much about all the training data that you need to feed into your system, you will wonder, what is actually about the data that is used to feed in it? Is this an issue about it? You will have read on the news somewhere that the training data that is used for ChatGPT and so on is basically taken from the entire internet. So they uploaded whatever data they could find in the AI. Is this an issue, actually? Well, it's under debate. We found an interesting tweet by Tim Davis, a software engineer, and he was quite surprised to find out that the GitHub Copilot, that's a software program provided by GitHub that actually suggests software developing routines to the software engineer. So you can ask a query, and he actually suggests software code that you then just don't have to develop yourself, but you can just copy-paste it into your source code. This Copilot was actually trained on all the software source code that has been uploaded to GitHub. GitHub being a repository where software developers put their software into store like a cloud storage space. So they scraped it off there and then trained the AI with it. So is this an issue? Well, Tim Davis obviously was very upset when he found out about a GitHub Copilot suggesting the very source code to him that he actually had developed a couple of months ago. Can you imagine his frustration? So do we have an issue with this? Well, we don't, but Stability actually and Copilot actually do have, because this is the first lawsuit in this case that we see. He's claiming copyright infringement. This actually takes us to the question where all the data that is used for training is actually ended up. Does it actually is stored in the AI, or is it just used for training? Some researchers from Maryland University tried to find out, is there actually the original training data still in the AI? So what they did is try to prompt famous paintings as exactly as possible to Stability AI and try to receive the original training data. So what you see here is on the left-hand side is a Van Gogh, then there's a Klimt, there's a Monet in the middle, and to the very right-hand side, there's a Basquiat. So what that's actually interesting is that you could like perfectly restore the Van Gogh and the Klimt. The Monet is kind of like medium copied. And on the right-hand side, the Basquiat is just like a similar painting. So this actually can be considered as a proof that the AI does not just use the data for training and for creating something similar, but the original data is actually still in there, and you can actually find ways to extract it. This has been just an academic study, but obviously other players wanted to find out if this actually holds true. So there is now one sued case by Getty Images. Getty Images went on and thought, well, we are like the main provider of licensed pictures on the internet, so let's see if my pictures are actually in there. And they started prompting, and what we heard, it took quite a while. But after a while, actually, they managed to get pictures back that showed the Getty Images watermark. So this might actually be a very good proof that the original data has been used from Getty and it's still in there. So that's another lawsuit that we are seeing these days. How to handle this? Well, copyright actually can't cover it right now, but there are new legislation being proposed that is called the EU AI Act that you might have heard of. Actually, I did a webinar on that. The AI Act is actually more a regulatory framework that would say you have to limit the data that you use by way of non-biased data. You have to make sure that the system is supervised, monitored, and controlled, and so on. So it's more regulatory thing like the GDPR. But it also actually is suggested to have a paragraph in there that would oblige the developers of foundation models to disclose what kind of data they used to train their model in the first place. So basically, they would have to provide long lists of training data where they got it from. It will be hell, to be honest. But this is kind of a way to get it perhaps controlled where all the data comes from. So not to create disincentives for photographs like Getty Images to publish their data and to actually have their data collected. When we now turn from the data that has been used for training the AI, you will wonder if I use AI in my business, in B2B especially, or like even in B2C situations, is there actually IP in the works created by use of AI? Because as the argument would go, you will need these rights to actually put a license scheme on top of it and to actually earn money. If it's not protected, you can't sell it. That's like the argument. Interesting case. This one, that's the portrait of Edmund de Balmy. This has been created by a neural network without any human interference. What humans did is actually just develop this kind of formula that you see in the bottom right corner. So this was created by an AI and then actually sold at Christie's for $430,000. So, apparently there's people willing to pay even if it's not protected and even if anyone can use it and put it up here in their presentation. But does it actually hold true in the long run? Well, we have to find out. And the good thing is, when we go to the US, we can actually see how copyright protection in AI-generated works could be justified. Because in the US, you always need to register copyright with a copyright office. And what you see here on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side as well, obviously, is the so-called opera, the theater spatial, so the opera in space. That has been created by an artist using Midjourney. On the left-hand side is the original that was reproduced by Midjourney after prompting. And the part on the right-hand side was then refined by the artist, using another 620 prompts to get all the details out, to make it more granular, to have more shading, and so on. So you actually see the difference between the original draft of Midjourney and then the final version. The final version was then put for copyright registration with the Copyright Office in the US. And the US handed down a decision saying, no, that can't be protected because there was no human innovation involved. What the artist did is just prompting to the machine, but the machine did the execution. But copyright always just protects the execution, so the expression of a work, but not the actual idea behind it. And prompts seem just to be ideas, so they can't be protected. Kind of frustrating because it apparently took a lot of work to create that painting. So other artists, Mrs. Kastanova, famous AI artist, actually came up with the idea, let's just have the AI do all the work. So what she did is create a sketch of a woman's face with a veil on top and some kind of roses. And she asked the AI to flesh it out, to give it all the rendering and the colors, and to make it look like a real painting. That was actually then done by the AI, and she put this painting then for registration with the office again. The case is still pending, but me personally would actually say that you can't get protection for that, because again, the AI did all the work and did all the kind of fleshing out. But you see there are like tons of loopholes in the system, and there's a lot of insecurity. Since there's so much insecurity, can we actually find a way to actually take an advantage of this? Is there a way to actually hack the IP system? Well, we found a very interesting Twitter post just like 2 weeks ago. This shows that one here. It's an original manga from a manga comic. And this was used by a way of reverse prompting. So the person that did this Twitter post actually uploaded the manga into ChatGPT and asked for a prompt that would then reproduce the same painting. And the prompt came out saying, that's a night scene with a detailed, melancholic female character smoking a cigarette, dark hair with stars and clouds and so on. So then the person actually took this prompt and reinserted it into DALL-E, so kind of reverse prompting. And what came out is this one here. Kind of similar, but when you just oppose both of them, it's like this. You see the theme of both comics are pretty much the same. It's a woman with dark hair smoking a cigarette with a clear blue night sky in the back. However, there are kind of differences. Like the original shows the person from the front. The AI-created one shows it in profile. On the left-hand side, there's some farmland in the background. On the right-hand side, there's a city, glowing lights of a city. So again here, the idea is such to create a painting of a woman smoking a cigarette against a clear blue night sky is not protected. It's just the idea. What is protected is the expression, so the actual work in its execution. So is this here now the place where actually the entire kind of creation will break down? Do we actually see a tragedy of the commons because you could just take any work of art that you like, feed it back into ChatGPT, get a prompt, and then recreate it? Because this here is no copyright violation. It's too far away. It's totally kind of, it's not totally disrelated, but it's totally different in its execution. I don't know if this is like the end of creativity because no one would want to create the original in the first place, but at least it's very difficult for the copyright system because here we see that the prompts get more important than the actual execution of the work because the costs of execution have gone so much down. And this actually turns copyright law on kind of top of its head. So if these prompts are so important these days, we can actually wonder, is there IP in prompts? Do we actually need that for a market to develop if it's so important? You have heard of prompt artists or prompt engineers earning like $300,000 a year apparently. And we hear from our clients, especially from the media agency, but also in software developing, that the prompts are like their trade secrets because they use it actually in their everyday work. So can we actually protect that? You at least see that there are markets developing, so you might not even need a protection. Like here we have gone to prompt-based, and there are lots of different of that, where you can purchase prompts, here like for software engineering, but there's also for Excel spreadsheets, for kind of financial tools, and so on and so on. But we stayed with the kind of generative AI creative stuff, and the thought since Christmas season is about to come, we will get a prompt for some sophisticated, graceful Christmas cards. So we went on the website and purchased that for $3.99, which is a good bargain, we thought, and what we got back is this draft prompt here. As you see, it is kind of complex. There's a command, there's a certain style, the sophistication and grace that you need for a Christmas card. There's some variable where you can insert what kind of motive you want to see, whether it's a cat or a dog again, or just Jingle Bells and Santa Claus. And that's actually what you can use for the creation in Midjourney, for example. So this could here be protected as copyright because it's rather complex. But as I said before, it's especially considered as a trade secret because when it gets more and more complex and you will use it as routines for your everyday business, we hear from our clients that it takes months, not quite, but at least a lot of work to develop one of these prompts. to have it exact as possible. So there should be a way to protect that. So we used this actually and wanted to find out more how it actually turns out. And so we decided to get some wonderful, loyally Christmas cards that you can all get if you sign up to my newsletter. So we will think about that. Is these prompts, how important are actually there? And now to finish that off, the session for today, I just want to ask, what do you get from your lawyer for Christmas? Right, it's some terms and conditions. So we look into AI licensing to sum that up. We had one interesting client that actually came up and actually had issues about his AI model that he had developed. He actually created a model that could simulate the airflow over car chassis. Apparently, this is a very cumbersome work. So if car manufacturers want to develop a new car chassis, they have to actually create a model in wood, then put it up in the wind tunnel, and then get these wind streams on top of it, and then take it out again, improve it, and so on and so on. And it's a long iterative process. And apparently, 1 hour in the wind tunnel costs like $50,000. So there's a lot of room for improvement. And so what this startup did is actually approach one car manufacturer and ask for the original kind of wind tunnel data that they had collected in the past to train his model with that. Then obviously, the car manufacturer thought, why should I disclose all my trade secret to you? I want to have a bargain in that as well. As I said at the beginning, the software as such is nothing. You always need the training data. It's so like 2 pieces to 1 part that you actually need. And so we had to come up with a solution and said, okay, let's do it this way. We use the software and get it trained with the manufacturer's data. And then we have a new improved AI model that is actually working. And both parties can actually use that for their own purposes, but not in competition. So that's where you see you always need to actually make sure that data and software is somehow regulated. Another case that you all might know is the one of robo-translators on the internet. Let's just call it DeepL. So DeepL is a website basically where you can upload any kind of data and get it translated. So we use it, for example, for client briefings. And you might also use it for technical descriptions and so on. And the translation is so accurate, it's really mind-blowing, I find. It's provided via a web app, and there's actually a version that you can use for free and one version that is paid. So how does this actually licensing-wise look in the back end? Well, first, you just have a software as a service license to access the AI model. Then there's terms that say it's a trade secret, because as I said in the beginning, you don't want to recreate the entire translator just by prompting at it, what could be possible. Then they always say that the output that you get out is actually a property of the customer, because we would want to use it for our client briefs or whatever. And they also always say we are not liable for any malfunction of the services. So you always have to double check your translations. So this is just an example, and what is actually the trick about the entire AI kind of software distribution is that you can provide, as I said, 2 versions, one paid version and a free version. So the free version actually is just fed on the data that the customer uploads to it. So the customer does not pay money, he pays with his data. And the more translation DeepL actually gets, the better the system becomes. So that's a brilliant way to actually improve your model by just using your customer's data when you want to provide it for free. So to actually sum that up, last minutes, I just want to give you home some action points that you should consider. First one, as we have seen, you should make sure that you always protect your AI, because the AI is your trade secret. So find technical ways or contractual ways to protect it from unallowed access. Then you should make sure that you always check your training data, so you don't end up like Getty Images or Stability AI in the Getty Images case, because you get sued for unallowed use of training data. So always double check that. Also, there's always GDPR issues involved, obviously. Then last, you should always think about who actually owns the AI, either the improved AI, as in the case of the startup with the wind tunnel data, or you should make sure that your customer actually has all the data so we could use this in B2B, for example. Then last, you should make sure that you always exclude any liability, like DeepL does, so you're not liable for the output that you provide. Otherwise, you might actually get into third-party claims, whatever kind of data might be violated. Well, thank you very much for today. Happy to discuss later on during lunch break.
So.
All right. Thank you so much, Benedict, for this very interesting talk. So this was actually the last session for now in the cinema. We will continue here at 12:30 with an interesting talk as well about the topic technology is broken. So thanks a lot for listening in and see you soon.
Wollen wir es abschicken?
Also ich bin dafür. Okay.
Ja?
Ihre Druckidee jederzeit online bestellen. Online-Printers. Jetzt testen.
40% Europe, globally, out of the global fund. We have one fund, and so we're looking for really kind of, I would say, blue chip growth, next generation technology companies, and wherever that might be, whether it's here, whether in the US. 90% what we do is US and Europe. We've kind of ventured abroad into Asia. We're investors in TikTok, for example, by ByteDance or Nubank in Brazil, but really more opportunistic in those markets. Really, our core is US and Europe.
Yeah, and one of your core German holdings is also Flix, right? So
yeah, I've done a lot in Germany.
Yeah.
Love this market. We can talk more about that, but actually had a board meeting yesterday with the Flix team. They're fantastic, really one of the best teams we've backed.
So your next IPO coming up?
Can't talk about that, but I would say, they're an example, I think, of just classic German management teams under promising, over delivering, time and time again. Huge fans. We're investors with you in Trade Republic. We're invested in a company here in Brandenburg called Brillende, one of our first investments in Germany. We've backed a company in a German founder who's now in Switzerland called Sport Radar, which is a NASDAQ-listed sport data aggregation company. We're in Spryker. Trying to think what else we might be missing. But yeah, 4 or 5 investments already in Europe, and large investments like $100 million tickets, pretty much across the board.
So definitely one of the go-to persons if you think you have a larger business and you want to grow and potentially IPO. So let's talk a little bit. I mean, especially from the US, you probably have there have been first IPOs in the US with like Klaviyo and ARM, and which one did I forget? Instacart. So what do you think? Is like the IPO window opening up again? Because probably also for your understanding, we need liquidity coming back in the venture business. That's right now the big problem. If you don't have distributions coming back to funds, that's not a great situation, neither for you guys nor for us.
Yeah.
And so that's really the key. So if the IPO window opens, do you see any signals that actually happens?
It's a hard one. So we actually were an anchor investor in the Instacart IPO, and I think there was a lot of optimism around those 3 companies, and there's been others. I think this morning, Birkenstock, for example.
Not really a tech company, but
yeah,
still.
but the IPO market in general.
Yeah.
And I think kind of a false start feels like. I think it's if companies break issue like they did so quickly afterwards, it's not really that healthy for the market. That being said, I read somewhere this week, I think it was one of the newsletters, that's something like 40 to 50,000 private companies in the United States today. Just giving it that are privately funded with growth investors, venture capital investors. And by comparison, 2004, 2005, you had about 4,000, 4,500, rough and tough. And so if you think about it, there's a wall of companies that need an exit, to your point. Now, I think IPOs are only one exit. There's obviously strategic exits, and if you just look across, I think most funds were no different. It's usually half, I would say, 50-50. But we do need a kind of an IPO window functioning, open to have a kind of functioning growth equity ecosystem, in my view, or venture capital ecosystem, ultimately.
But do you think we bottomed out on the valuation side? I mean, do you see the growth rounds that are happening now? Have we kind of hit the bottom there on the valuations? I mean, it's mainly also interest driven, yeah, and it looks like we've hit the ceiling on the interest rates. So that's, I think, pretty certain. But what's the TCV view on that?
I'll give you my view, and I think probably people aren't going to love what I'm going to say. I'd say there's a couple of things. One, the TCV actually somebody else quoted this much smarter than us many years ago. There are 2 types of people, 2 types of forecasters: those who know they don't know, and those who don't know they don't know. And I think we're kind of in the former, right? We just don't know. And I think if you just look back at, you could look at, say, any research report from late 2021. I don't think many of them were forecasting what happened in 22. Then if you look back at any of the commentary in late 2022, I don't think any of them were forecasting what's happened in the tech market in 2023. So I just think we're constantly being humbled with these forecasts. So it's very, very difficult. And so you say, well, what do you focus on? For us, it's really about the micro. Head down, build a business, have customers that are delight your customer base, whether that's B2C, B2B, and then options will appear, right, ultimately. In terms of the valuation side, I think it is challenging, especially, you've been doing this a long time. I've been in this almost as long. but both of us have really been in a kind of a zero interest rate environment, right? In terms of the meat of our career. And I think when interest rates are 5%, there's just it's the elephant in the room that it's just hard to ignore. If you're, not TCV, but if you're the investors in TCV, your alternatives are risk-free or almost risk-free at 5%, or investing in something where you're locked up for a long time. The return profile that's needed for that is just going to be different. And so I think that is still not really worked through, in my opinion. I still feel there's a way to go for that to kind of really flush through the private market. I think we saw the public markets respond much more quickly, not surprisingly. And we've seen that over and over again, by the way. The private markets tend to take some more time. The difference here is, I think, it's a little bit like, if you look at, as someone who doesn't own a house in the UK, I'm always like, well, when are the property prices going to come down, right? Well, interest rates are up, they must come down, but there needs to be a catalyst, right? And I think here, what you're seeing in our world is there was a wall of companies that raised in 21 at very high valuations and a wall of capital. And so they've been able to wait and kind of say, no, we're going to be disciplined around making sure we get the right valuation, or we think it's the right valuation. I think that's going to be challenging. I just think it's going to be hard to justify anything like the multiples that people thought was normal over the last even 5-10 years in a world where interest rates are zero. And obviously, what I'm going to say is very obvious, but losses out into the future don't cost nearly as much when interest rates are zero versus when they're 5%. And terminal value is very different 5 years, 10 years from now, interest is 0 versus 5%. So I think that's still working true in the private market. I think the very best companies are still getting funded, but I think proof will be in the pudding when those companies go to exit. Right? Who are the buyers? What are the multiples they're going to pay? Some will get lucky, I think, with trade buyers and who've not invested in their underlying product and tech. But if they're going to go in the public market, where a lot of these companies at the size and valuation that they're raising at, I think there's going to be some surprises, because I just don't think that we're going to get back to that.
And I think that's really important to understand for any founder out there, that the discount rate you have to apply on future cash flows in this kind of environment, I mean, you're just over proportionally hit if you're a non-profitable company. I mean, we had that yesterday with a guy from Goldman at our AGM. Goldman has a very interesting index. It's the public stocks that are non-profitable. Yeah? And that was hit by 90% basically during the beginning of the crisis, and it has just recovered to 75% down of the peak it had in February 2021. So unprofitable stocks in the US are still 75% down to the peak. And he basically also said, I mean, Goldman analyzed it like all ways and dimensions, and they basically said that's the single most important impact factor on, or influencer on the valuations is the interest rate.
I mean, I would actually change the discussion a little bit. Like I personally think, like the great founders we work on, if you look at the last presentation there, Charlotte was talking about being mission driven. I think the best founders that we work with, the best CEOs, are really not preoccupied with valuation. The valuation today versus 5 years versus 10 years, who knows what's going to be. They're really focused on building a great business. Like I said, delighting customers, creating a mission to get people to follow them and so forth. And I think that ultimately takes care of itself. Being overly focused on valuation, I think, can lead to really unintended consequences that are quite negative. What I would actually tip my hat to is some of the founders, CEOs, who raised in 22, some when they didn't have to. In fact, we're involved in one, right? And they didn't get an up round, but actually they raised a lot of capital and gave them a lot more flexibility. And you would be, I guess, unsurprised, but just how much pressure that relieves from an organization when you have just a lot more flexibility, a lot more capital to make long-term decisions versus short-term.
I mean, we also have like some aspiring founders here in the room, and the question is basically, what are the type of businesses they should be focusing on? What are the kind of areas that you perceive over the next few years there'll be some kind of tailwind? Yeah, because I think we both learned, that's at least one key learning for me. It's very hard to build a great business if you don't have, macro factor or macro factors kind of helping you Like with the Trade Republic, you had the meme stock craziness and the stock markets going up that helped them a lot. With Zalando, there was a special constellation how they became so big. So there's often external factors helping you at least to get to a certain stage. Which kind of areas do we expect from a TCV perspective to be good fields for investment over the next 3 to 5 years? Where should founders be in?
That's a really hard question. I'd say, first of all, we are really a growth equity firm.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the advantages of growth equity is we don't have to be on the front line around venture, which I think you're better at that, quite frankly, and we rely upon you for that. I'd say a couple of things, though, a couple of thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
One is most of the great founders that we've worked with have typically had either experience in an industry and saw pain points that need to be solved, or what they saw that's like massive inefficiency they can figure out, or they had some personal experience. I'm thinking of like a Nick from Revolut, where they were just so pissed off at getting gouged by the banks that they decided to make it kind of their life mission to do something about it. And I feel like that's first and foremost a prerequisite, right? I think trying to figure out, oh, this is an interesting industry, let me go into that. I think it's going to be very challenging unless you have a passion. I think a lot of times the passion is driven by some personal experience that you've had, either working there or being hurt by something. I think that's, for me, a prerequisite. That being said, for us as TCV, we focus on 4 categories: infrastructure software, application software, fintech remains really important for us, and then consumer as well, in the consumer/product-led growth companies. And I'd say we've been doing that for about 20 years, like that kind of breakout. And really, I don't see a lot of change in terms of the interesting companies that are bubbling up. It's still companies that are in, for example, enterprise software. If I think about, the global economy, there's just large swathes of the global economy that are still digitizing. If I think about some of our best investments, like Relax in Finland, the supply chain, right? The supply chains are, digitizing.
You guys did Relax?
Yeah, we're the largest shareholder. Okay. Yeah, we're the largest shareholder.
That's a great company that not a lot of people know.
Yeah, not a lot of people know.
A lot of our LPs are actually customers with Relax now.
Oh, really?
The large retail company.
Yeah. Fantastic company. Other one I would say is like Salonis. We're small investors there. Spryker together. So I think those enterprise software companies, I still think have decades to run. Things around efficiency and automation, just from a global GDP perspective. The other kind of big category that we've been successful with, and we still see a lot of opportunity, and probably easier for people in this room to kind of do, I would say, is anything around vertical SaaS. So if you have an experience in a category, whether it's in the hotel industry or Toast, for example, in hospitality, or in the legal space, LegalZoom, companies that we've invested in, those SME-focused companies that are really what we call full potential SaaS. So there's usually like a pivot point where they can get in, maybe it's payments, and they start adding other modules around that. You create real stickiness, real value to your customer base. So those kind of vertical SaaS companies remain really interesting to us. Fintech, I think, has been massively overfunded in one sense, but has a long way to go in another sense that might sound contradictory. But the companies we've been involved with are companies like Nubank, Trade Republic, Revolut, Zeps. They're really Quanto. They're really kind of platforms, I would say, that do a lot of different things for their customer base. I think that I think has a long way to go as well. If you just think about the percentage of the global economy that's financial services, and it was kind of 20 years late to the game relative to anybody else, or relative to other industries in terms of applying technology. Huge runway there as well, I would say.
So it doesn't have to be generative AI that you found your company in around.
Well, that is, yeah. I would say
that's good.
Obviously a very high, very popular sector. But again, we're growth equity. We spent a lot of time there. Yeah. It's been hard to figure out how we're going to play it, given where we play quite late stage.
So you haven't put 100 million into Mistral or Aleph Alpha or something?
We've not yet. We are looking at a lot of the space to make sure that we. And one of the things I'd say about our business is we dig a lot of dry holes. We just do. We spend a lot of time in categories that go nowhere. That's part of the business.
That's quite a frustrating job to be a VC.
Yeah, but I'd say, obviously generative AI feels. I think everyone's saying it feels somewhat different. We have made a number of investments where kind of AI is used to augment human decision making. So we're investors in companies like AI Doc, which is an image diagnostic business at helping doctors to identify issues, or helping with workflow, or helping with treatment plans. Eversort on the legal side, kind of pulling apart contracts and pulling out the key terms. Relax is another example. There's a company called Arise we invested in, which is really kind of around troubleshooting and identifying data issues around machine learning ops, so machine learning models. So we've kind of played a lot in the AI space there, but in the generative AI stuff, haven't done something just yet.
And a lot of people
Have you guys, by the way, did you get?
No.
No, not yet.
No,
Why not?
yet. Yeah, I mean, we done quite a lot in AI per se, but more basically in vertical AI, where
Kinda
certain
like
industries,
yeah.
you produce a certain data set on certain functions. Where basically we have invested in one company like Pactum that tries to optimize basically the purchasing processes by introducing automated negotiations to purchasing.
Yeah.
But that's a very specific data set just in retail purchasing, basically, which is a huge category. The largest customer is Walmart, and the second largest customer is Target. So, but they built basically a very specific data set and expertise in one specific sector.
Yeah.
Gen AI, we're also a little skeptical whether
Really?
that's not so much as that it will be basically very relevant, but more what's investable in that space. Because we have to invest. I mean, you are lucky in the sense that you can look at things and basically say, okay, do these guys have traction? Do they have revenue? Do kind of the lifetime values and customer acquisition costs, do they somehow stick together or make sense? I mean, we have to work with hypotheses there, and we find it difficult to find a model in the Gen AI space where you say that has on a 5 to 10 year time horizon is defendable by basically the own kind of capabilities of that startup. So Casper, like Jasper, for example, Jasper AI unicorn in the US. I would say it's almost. I would bet. Yeah.
What are you going to bet?
Well, I'm just saying. My hypothesis would be. Sounds nicer. That this will basically turn into a tech-enabled agency quite soon and be an okay company, but not a VC case. That fits our kind of requirements of a power law kind of idea.
Do you think it's going to do with? I just think you're mostly European-based, right? And I think a lot of VCs, I would say today, it's generative AI is kind of the first word that you hear about, the kind of most interesting topic they're looking at. Do you think there's any difference between Europe versus US versus just the kind of clustering effect that's happened there? Or,
and that's the next thing.
You've got Mistral here, but
but I think the only company that I think would have made sense is something like Mistral or something like Aleph Alpha for us. But obviously not now, because we're an early stage investor. We would have had to pick it 3 years ago, then it would have made sense, I guess, for somebody like us, because there, obviously, if it works, you have an outlier outcome. But you see, I mean, Mistral, the fundraising now worked well, but let's see on Aleph Alpha, because, I mean, you see that, obviously, these guys are really smart, they do a great job, but still, I mean, it's a funding race in the end, even if, the guys are 3 times smarter than somebody at OpenAI. If you have, 500 million versus 60, that's just very difficult to beat. And I think that's why I would also say, if I invest in a company in the Gen AI space, it would have to be something on the infrastructure layer or on the model layer. And obviously, the funding for those kind of companies is significantly easier in the US. One has to say that, especially in a climate like we have today.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's why we're a little reluctant. That's not great, obviously. It would be great if it would be different. But I think if you want to be realistic, that's the case. A lot of people here are driven by the mission to make the world a better place, and that's obviously a great thing. But let's probably talk about climate tech a little bit, because a lot of money flowing into that right now. Have you done things in climate tech? Do you see, because you're also not doing hardware, I think that's also a big problem in climate tech right now, that a lot of the very interesting stuff is either very research incentive, like Marvel Fusion, that will probably still take 6, 7, 8 years until you can really see the product. I mean, hopefully it's sooner, for all of us. But the interesting stuff is often hardware, and if it's software, it often will take quite a long time. Have you done anything on climate tech so far? What's your view there?
Yeah, we haven't actually done anything in climate tech for the reasons you mentioned. I think partly or mostly because it was typically very big hardware component. We have looked at a couple of things which are in the solar space. that we thought were really interesting in the last 2 years, and we're starting to see a lot more. I think, it's funny, I had a conversation on the way in here in the lobby with Fabrice from ETF Partners, an old buddy of mine from school, and he's been in climate tech since 2008. He's like, he feels like he joined, I think he said like 8 to 10 years too early, but now's the time. It feels like there's a lot more happening. And so I would echo that. It does feel like it's much more on top of, and maybe I'm ignorant of the category because the investment's gone in 3 or 4 years ago or 5 years ago. We're starting to see the kind of benefits of that, or the fruits of that today. But it does feel like there's a lot more actionable opportunities, even for us.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how that evolves. But I think one open question is really, what's the most efficient way to invest in that, or what's the most suitable way? What I'm not sure about, and I think that's basically also my problem here a little bit. My feeling is that a lot of the very interesting stuff in climate tech just requires longer time horizons. Yeah, so it's more like a medtech, biotech type fund that takes 15 to 20 years, and not the typical 10 to 12.
Yeah, and capital intensity.
And the capital intensity is so high that you probably also require larger funds, and you
because a fund with a different structure to what we kind of have as well.
Yeah, and because I think that's what we see right now is a lot of the climate tech focused funds mimic kind of the structure that we have, like a 10 plus 12, 10 plus 2, and also maybe also for you guys to understand. I mean, how we work is we lead one round, and then somebody like John ideally comes and leads the next round based on the progress that the company has made over 18 to 24 months. And what I'm not sure about, and I think we'll see that in the next few years, whether 18 months and 24 is that enough, or whether you shouldn't be able to, and that's I think why people like the Strungmans or the Hops are so, because they don't care. Like something like BioNTech, if you have to finance it for 7 years, as long. But I think the climate tech challenge is just too big to leave it to like some private individuals. But I think we maybe have to rethink what kind of private investment vehicles are able to fund those kind of startups, because it may not be a smart idea to put it in the same vehicles as that we are currently running. Apart from the fact that it probably also requires different people.
Expertise. I mean, I totally, that's kind of key, by the way. I mean, one of the things that we pride ourselves on is, given our scale, we are incredibly narrowly focused. I mentioned the 4 categories, and so to go into climate tech in a big way, I think you'd need to have someone that has expertise there, or a team expertise there. And so that's kind of one of the other challenges for us.
Because I think that also for the audience, I mean, even the best top funds, like a Sequoia early stage investment, they lose on 50% of the investments, they lose money. So I think that's often, that's not a German problem because we're so stupid and they are so smart. That's like, a problem that in Excel or on their early stage investments, on 50% they lose money. And if you don't even have a clue of what you're investing in, that ratio probably doesn't get better. So I think that's a fair assumption. So I think that's why we really have to think about what's the best way to do this. Let's probably talk about the people that are kind of in mode, and because you guys start to invest at like a Series B typically, minimum check 25 million, 10 million. You sometimes, if you really like a company. So if right now we don't see a lot of, less growth rounds than we've seen in 2020, 2021 anyway. But also the market is still quite slow. So what do you expect from companies to see? I mean, what kind of growth rate do you need to have? Because that's, I think, an open question. Because people want to become more capital efficient. So they reduce growth. That's good, obviously, but you can always, you still need to be a growth company. And I think what people need orientation is, in a Series B, C, what kind of growth rate do you need to still be considered a growth company?
So let me just put some framework on this. So I mentioned at the beginning, probably the North Star for us as a firm is we want to only invest in what we think is the category leader, right? The company that has great management team, best product driven by the DNA from the team, and then has tailwinds. Below that, there's kind of 2 personas that we look at, just to give you a flavor. So persona, we call it like a TCV barbell strategy. And so I'd say half is probably not as relevant for this question. On one half of what we do, the companies are profitable before we invest, right? They're kind of, we call them, they're not mature companies by any stretch. They're still growing. They've kind of won the category. They're kind of bumping along, I would say, break even. And they either want growth capital to scale, but really we're trying to convince the CEO, the founder, that we can be helpful because there's no need for capital. And I'd say companies like the Sport Radar, or companies like Relax, companies like ETQ, companies like Believe Digital would fit in that mold. The other end of the barbell is what we kind of call hyper-grower companies, right? And these are companies that do need capital, and they're typically companies that are structurally, by the time a growth investor like us comes along, really important that they're structurally profitable. What do I mean? So the unit economics, we're not making a bet that the unit economics are going to get better, right? If that's the bet you're going to make, I think it's unlikely that growth equity investors are going to invest. They're typically companies that are growing very fast.
So on a unit economics basis, that's important. Not overall profitable, but unit economics.
Burning cash burning, but structurally, exactly. And it's really about scaling up. And the companies in that category would be our original investment in Netflix, or our original investment in Spotify, our original investment in Revolut. All those companies have gone from being not profitable to being very, very profitable. And the scale is a little different. So that end of the barbell, the scale is like companies that are somewhere between, let's say, 30 million to 50 million and growing very, very fast. And the typical check size we want to invest in is, I've got one caveat at the end actually, is on one end of the barbell, kind of, I would say somewhere between 50 million to say 150, and the other end is probably 100 million to 250 million. So really kind of late stage type investing. And the dollar split for us is about 50-50 over the last 30 years, roughly. We do have an earlier stage fund. We have a second fund called the Velocity Fund, which is like a 450 million or so type fund. And that's really focused on what you described, which is if something's kind of 10 to 15, 20 type check. And obviously the revenue scale is probably somewhere between, say 5 to 25. So not really venture per se, in the sense that you'd be doing, but like kind of really, really early stage growth. That's a dedicated effort. We have a dedicated team for that. Obviously, we're one team. We talk all the time, but there's a group of 6 people that are really focused on that.
And can you give us a little bit of flavor of the growth rate that you would expect in the various stages? So structurally profitable?
The structurally profitable, I would say, I would say before this year, I would have said 75% plus. I think these are guidelines. They're not not guide rules. So really, we try to say like rough and tough, 75% plus, and then the other side, companies that are like if you're already kind of break even, you're at scale, let's say 100 million of revenue, which is obviously very substantial company, kind of 20-ish plus or minus, right? 20-ish% growth, and there's obviously other levers you can pull to drive growth. And the reason we can do that, by the way, is there's 3 areas we try to help people or help companies, and we try to partner with companies. One is really around, and I think Charlotte talked about this earlier, but like at the end of the day, our company, your company, but tech companies in general, it's really about talent, right? So can we be helpful on the talent side, both with our network? We've dedicated talent people internally, both from a talent advisory, but then also actually doing the nuts and bolts of the search. That's really important. The second piece, which is probably most relevant for here, is to go to market. Most of the companies we invest in, like the companies we've worked with together, they've figured out some growth engine that really works for them. But you're not going to get from 50 to 500 million with the same growth engine. You're just not, right? So if it's like your direct sales force, have you figured out the channel partnership? Have you figured out how to work with system integrators? Have you figured out how to do indirect sales? Whatever it might be, or even just industrializing that go-to-market process. We have a dedicated team that helps with that. And then the last piece, because we're investing in companies that have typically gone through a transition from, I would say, venture world to kind of scale-up world, there's often not so much on the hyper growers, because they're still, but on the more what we call durable compounders companies, we're often helping companies with their tech infrastructure, because typically they're going from either a monolithic tech stack to, which totally makes sense when you're getting started, right? It's the cheapest way to get done, to something that's more more scalable.
But I think coming quickly back to the BC-ish rounds that we currently see, also in the portfolio, I think that mimics basically what you basically said.
That's this end, yeah, absolutely.
So you don't need like the 100 plus anymore, which you probably were expected to have, which then really became capital inefficient, but rather go down to, I would say like minimum 50, 75 is probably there. So, but that's still what expected of you, So, and I think that's probably a good insight.
Yeah, I mean, we might disagree on this actually, because I got to say, I never bought into the, and I actually don't think TCV did either. Like we never bought into the growth at all costs mantra. And I feel like there has been some folks did, and I feel this kind of tarring the industry. We're saying everyone bought into the growth at all costs. Just not the case. Like I feel like there was always a sense of, is this efficient growth? Can this growth be sustained? And I think the commentary I made earlier around structurally profitable growth, I think is really important. I think that's still the same today. So I don't see it being, oh, like this growth now makes sense versus if you're doing it in an unsustainable way. I think most growth equity investors, as they unpack and they have enough customer data, they have enough customer cohorts, they're going to figure it out. I feel like that is really the key point.
Okay.
Is it sustainable, efficient growth?
Yeah. We have to come
to an end. So you try to maximize the growth, taking that into account.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So keep that in mind when you try to raise capital for B rounds or C rounds or later. Capital efficiency has become a lot more important, and I think that's probably not basically just the flavor of the day. So thanks a lot for listening in, and
Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Miele, and I will be your moderator for the next few hours. We will start with a panel which is called Technology is Broken, and we will learn if it is or not. And this panel is about the ever-changing landscape of software development and the dilemma between evolution and hype versus core principles. So can I please welcome to the stage Tim Niemeyer, co-founder of Rock Technology, Richard Illig, head of product at Flightright, Stefan Schulze, who is the CTO at Project A, and the moderator, who is Tamer, CPO at Project A. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ich muss da links sitzen. Okay, Entschuldigung, die haben... Where's the right, left, right? Great to have you here. Technology is broken. It's a very bold statement, definitely. And I actually came to this kind of thing by having a look a little bit into the current trends that we have right now. And I think you're perfect partners to discuss today, and I'm very honored that you're here, the entire topic. So when we look at what's currently happening, right? I mean, like we have definitely some external factors, business factors that are currently having an impact, right? I mean, rising interest rates lead to the fact that the investment into also software is going to be challenged a little bit more. We have seen recently all big tech companies with many layoffs in companies. I mean, like I think the New York Times mentioned that Twitter had 7,500 people now down to 2,000 people. Of course, not all developers or coders, but many of the teams. And on the other side, we see a little bit more of trends that are coming from the innovational part of technology itself, right? I mean, we have a rising area where we have more thoughts on no-code, low-code, which are terms that hasn't been around a couple of years ago. Like when we see companies, the typical question of do we make company or do we buy the software? Do we make software or do we buy the software? Gets often into the buy decision, at least from my experience here. And then we see, of course, the recent development in AI, which also seems to be like a little bit of giving some hope that software can be achieved or created easier, right? And to discuss this topic, I would like to introduce you a little bit to my guests today. So on the left, we have Stefan, who is our managing director and CTO of Project A. He's a coder, and he did like full stack from the early days on actually, and developed himself from being a hands-on developer into a manager and leader, CTO, and now the managing director. So a little bit between the business side and the technology side. Then I'm happy that I have Richard Illig with me. We've been also knowing each other for quite some years now. He's head of product at Flightright, and currently investing a lot into no-code and low-code solutions to make sure that the company can achieve what they want to achieve. And last but not least, we have Tim Niemeyer here as well, who is co-founder and co-CTO, can I say that, of Rock. And also, like very much into the technical space, being developer and CTO in many areas, and also co-founder positions. So knows a little bit probably the challenge or the tension space that they have between the technological side and the business side. So Yeah, maybe let's start with Richard. I mean, I've said you've started to go into no code and low code and actually promoting this kind of like approach on getting somewhere. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you've actually started with? Why no code and low code? I mean, like, you have a developer team, right?
Absolutely, we have a developer team. Yeah, maybe it was me because I was frustrated writing tickets, which I just don't like. But actually, the main issue was that over the course of the years, I've always been confronted with engineers saying, "Okay, that's legacy code. I can't change it. It's so hard. It's so old. It's so outdated." And it was impossible to do experiments for us. And just quickly what we do, so a customer comes to us, checks their flight details, and we can tell the customer, that's a good case, you can get up to 600 euros, or not. And there's simple questions for this, multiple choice and so on. There are some APIs for database to connect to. But in the end, it's something manageable for as well product managers, as we have seen. So that the testing cycle was broken of test, learn, adapt. And we needed a solution to do an experiment again. So then we said, okay, with a hackathon, let's do it and build the foundation to using new technology to replace this legacy tech stack. And we found it out in 2 days, yes, it's possible. And then we continued in product with product management and design, very little engineering resources. And we had been independent with a product playground to do an experiment. And the first experiment that we did had an uplift of 26% more cases, and this means more revenue, and this means millions of euros. And I was really astonished that this is possible for a product 10 years after release, because nobody had doing experiments since then.
And do you now want to continue with no code, low code, or do you think like, okay, it had its time, I want to stop with this one now and build the real tech part, or is it something where I say like, no, it's going to stay there?
It's an interesting one. So I said it's a product playground, and we are using it as a product playground for new and innovative topics where the engineers are not that quick. But at the same time, we are building a proper technology we call successor technology, because we don't trust our own capabilities yet so much. Mm-hmm. But there is another team within our organizations that tries to completely, or it is experimenting with completely replacing it. We don't know the outcome yet. Maybe next year we know more.
Let's see. Stefan, you, of course, I mean, when you're working together with so many portfolio companies, you're definitely also an advisor for technological questions, right? And when you advise companies, like how does this currently work, right? Is it more that you advise them to build own software or take off-the-shelf software? I mean, like if you look around, there's software solution for everything, right? So what is your take? When do you select the one or the other? Like, what are your thought principles behind it?
I mean, I think I typically provide like a very general answer, and that's like, I mean, other sides hate to hear that. It's like, it depends. I think what is important is to, at least from my perspective, to think about what is kind of the core of my business, right? And what is the context, right? So what are things that I should actually own, develop myself, or at least have fully under my control? What are things that help me to operate my business, make it better, and so on and so forth, but they're not necessarily creating immediate customer value. Based on that, I would actually take the decision to say, look, that could be one factor. If it's not part of your proprietary platform, then you probably can buy it. If it's your own platform, then you should build it. But, and I think that's also related to what you said, it depends a bit on how fast you would like to be, right? Because spinning up some kind of stack, doing experiments, and building things fast, that can definitely make a lot of sense. I mean, we have examples in the ecosystem that build their whole business model just based on low-code, no-code, but they also at a certain point reach kind of the limits of what's possible, right? And that's my guess, at least, that at a certain point, you will shift, right? So ideally, you find a way that still allows you to do your experiments, right? Be fast, do iterations. I think that the cycle that you mentioned is exactly the right one. But on the other hand, you also need to make sure that, speaking about startups, that there is someone who potentially will give or provide the next funding. And the question then there will be as well, okay, do your own stuff, right? Or are you, don't get it wrong, just running on low-code, no-code, and it's relatively easy to rebuild that. That would be my take. And I think there are a lot of considerations to take that into account and then take like a good decision. But I would rather say, start quick and fast, right? Learn, and then you probably go into more detailed stack.
Tim, I mean, you're at the center of where code is actually being written at the forefront of technology, also with Rock as a company. Like from your past experience, and of course, I know you're in the field for some years already. Do you think that building software got easier and faster than years ago?
For sure, it got faster and better and easier. First, depending upon the product which you want to build. So it's easier to build prototypes, for example, with low code, no code. But it also got a lot easier to build traditional software, like having developers code things. And there's been a lot of trends, mega trends actually in the past years, and all of them had a major impact and made building stuff easier. So for example, everyone is running on the cloud now. The cloud was a trend 10 years ago. Everyone is going towards serverless right now. What's possible there is just really amazing. I mean, just recently I tried out NeonDB, and like literally just on the command line, you run an instant, like you type in, spin up a new database, and you have a serverless scalable database right there, which basically 10 years ago when we launched startups, it took like a DevOps, it took like Puppet scripts and all that. So basically what now is one line, back in the days was like a long scripts. The interesting question is, how do you combine, like the tool belt increase? And the question is now, at what point do you take which tool to build software? So for example, as you said, it's a perfect example for low code, no code. So you basically take it to iterate quickly, to build prototypes. A second example, which I see quite frequently, is using tools in the backend, like behind the scenes, where it's not so important how the user interface looks like, but you really want to expose data and offer opportunities to enter data in the backend to internal stuff. I think that is the second area where low code, no code really is making a difference. And if you want to build software yourself, I think you said that earlier also, the barrier is shifting from starting from scratch, building yourself, towards like purchasing software. And the way to outperform today is probably to make the right decision, what do you make, what do you buy, how do you stitch it together. And that then requires new knowledge and architectural views on how you manage that, because your software becomes more flexible and you have to adjust what tools you use at what stage of a startup or company along the way.
Now, maybe let me add to that, because I think it's a very interesting fact, right? Because you also ask, is it now easier to build software? And I would say it's not, right? So the tooling is better, but you mentioned it part of running multiple tools, stitching things together, and that actually evolves in a very complex architecture, because you have distributed data sets everywhere, potentially, right? You need to somehow integrate them. You run potentially in the future in some kind of compliance, data privacy topics, and so on and so forth. And as you said, like you need to get that under control. And I think it's very easy to start with something still, right? But building like a sustainable product at the end that is not just hacked together. I mean, we all did that, right, in the past. But building something sustainable in the future, that may then become very, very complex, because you need to migrate and move things from one side to the other. And that's, we all know, or at least the tech people know, that's not super easy, right? It's nothing that they do with a finger snip, but it requires a lot of work. So I'm not really sure whether it's really easy.
This is a very, very good segue into the next question. I mean, like if on the one side we're going to have technology that has become easier and better to build, on the other side, the software stack has increased a lot, adding a lot more complexities. But on the other side, we can use no code. I mean, we can just get started with that one. I mean, why do you think teams are really seeking for this? Is this just like the speed of development, or is there, I mean, shouldn't be just like the development part being the one that brings speed into that one? I mean, why do people look like alternative like that?
May I answer?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very good question, because I think you said it, you suddenly became independent. And I think that's like the main driver, right? Because you suddenly can own things by yourself with all of the disadvantages as well, right? But this is, you don't need to go to an engineer who explains you sometimes, oh, it's complex, takes time, because the person is then already thinking like 5 steps ahead. You can just do things fast. And I think this is why people go in that direction. And the second part is you don't need to be an expert, right? So it's kind of citizen development. People like a product manager, don't get me wrong, and please, product managers, right? But suddenly you can put stuff together, you can do things that you weren't able to do before. And that is, at least from my perception, kind of the main driver for going that direction. And it's not wrong, right? But it's a driver.
to set that in context, I think it only qualifies for certain businesses or areas of businesses. So if you want to build a multi-tenant B2B SaaS application, you can get started with very early prototype and spin up basically one instance of this tool which you're using per customer. But obviously, you said it earlier, there is very clear boundaries and limits where you cannot go further. So basically, it really depends upon the use case which you have. And it's not like basically you can just use whatever low-code tool and build your business. And I think for you, it's also the case, right? For you, it's like you use it for the front end to iterate on it, but probably behind the scenes, you also have some kind of data warehouse infrastructure, some business like process tools and so on.
So of course, we needed the engineers as well to provide us with the APIs that we would need in the end to consume in the front end. We do have some backend part as well with low code. I just on the question, why is it? For me, it's totally fascinating because it's suddenly a product manager and the designer that sit together and build the complete product. And when the mobile view doesn't look good, then the designer just changes it, and so it looks good. So there's no need to discuss about pixel perfect with an engineer, which is totally empowering for the team. That's fascinating, and as I said, it's very quick. But yeah, I totally agree that later on we will need to work with the engineers. So for me, it's more like with websites, 10 or 15 years ago, maybe you needed to hire an engineering team to build a website. But today, marketeers are doing this because they optimize them constantly. And this is what I'm expecting for many of the user-facing applications to happen as well. Not all of them, but at least for me, for funnel, and many of us have funnels, like in shops, in configurators, and so on. I think this should be democratized and be managed by those that work on the content.
I would add to that, if it's okay, because I think it's, I agree, right? And I think what you mentioned at the moment are relatively simple problems, right? Yeah. And I think this is, again, like, what is the right tool for the problem? And I think low-code, no-code can be like the right tool for these problems. What I would bet, and this is what I saw as well quite a lot already, is at the moment that you, and we speak about kind of user-facing stuff right now, right? But we can also speak about integrations happening in the background, where you connect multiple things together, and then suddenly you are in the same problems that software engineers are solving for years already, right? Because you have that, I would like to access another API, but I still have stuff running on the old version. How do you do version management of that, right? How do you deploy a new version without breaking things? So all of these are solved problems, but they will also appear for people who are not as experienced as technical, like the people who deal with that like for decades already.
And that's very interesting because then there is this fine line between no code, then becoming low code, and then low code becoming pretty much code if you start then having a branching system, if you start having a staging system, which some of those low code tools already provide, but then it's getting like, then a product manager that is experienced in UX and user-facing questions is not capable of managing them again.
So, what we see right now here is, at least from the discussion, is that you can see no code, low code, or you call it, I think, stitching it together, right? So using certain APIs and platforms to bring something together as being complementary instead of just like being an alternative to the classical software development, right? How would you then, I would like to refer a little bit to the term that you mentioned, the question about what is core, what is the essence of your business, and what is context? And I mean, it's a very open question now, but where does it stop? I mean, like, isn't that in the end the core itself just like also stitched together software, and the value is in the stitching together and into having a great playground and all these kind of things? How do you see that one? Like, where is the asset of the company when software development is an asset located?
Yeah, I mean, by book, I would say it's the core is what your customers are paying you to do for, right? This is like the business. Maybe, I mean, let's take an example, maybe it's not the best one, right? But Zalando built their own ERP system. I think you can argue whether that made sense, right? But the point is obviously, or we assume that it helps them to serve their customers better than standard software. And so it's something that creates a lot of value for them. And that is then core of the tech, so to say, or of the business. That would be my take.
Yeah. Basically, when you want to take it, like I would say it's part of the core when it really helps you to differentiate. And that can be either from a from a customer side of view because you just make things better than your competitors can. Like Zalando is a good example. Second one would be Amazon couldn't do same-day delivery with a standard ERP system. They need to be in charge of that and adjust it to fit their customers. The second one is if you're in a very competitive space, like it's easy to acquire customers and you differentiate from the technology you have. So take, for example, OpenAI as one. Obviously the technology is so complex, nobody else could do it in a short period of time. And there basically it's the competitive differentiation which makes it core of the software.
Now, I mean, talking about this composability, stitching together no code, however you want to call it, right? I mean, they're the new kids in the block, right? But there probably also comes some organizational challenges, right? I mean, like if you see how software development has evolved over the years, right? In the beginning, I'm not sure if you've ever did that, Stefan, but if I was writing code, I was sometimes writing it directly on the server, right? Without any deployment, without any...
Never.
Yeah, of course. And of course, the entire software development industry has professionalized in this kind of terms. More tools, more professionalism, more structure, more processes has been established. What do you see currently in this development of this new recent kind of thing is going to be the biggest challenges for organizations to make sure that they still not get some software, but also high quality software?
Yeah, I mean, on the software part, it's really hard. For me, it's an organizational change as well when we think about the resources that you will need then in product management. Because actually, I want product managers to be really upfront with the customers and talking with them at least 2 hours per week to understand their problems and how we can build products for them, because this is what can distinguish us from the competitors. But instead, I'm now hiring more people that have a tech knowledge, even if it's working students that can do this. But then some of the capabilities that we actually wanted in product management gets replaced with the tech ones, which might distract us.
But Richard, like how does your, and maybe you can give me some examples, how does your development flow look like when you are having the possibilities to sit together with your designer and just like change things radically? I mean, do you establish the process to make sure that you don't create any fuck-ups, or what did you do there?
Yeah, we just built like a tiny Java version with having documents for QA, for example, and then you have like immediately items there that we prioritize in the same document, and then they become features, for example, if necessary. And then you build up something like in Trello to, okay, what are the things we need to do, and so on. So it is, in fact, a copy of what you would do in large scale with Java and so on. It's still less overhead.
May I add to that point of the organizational change? I think my assumption would be that there will still be software engineers, obviously, right? But they will also have the time to focus on solving the real problems, the complex things, right? Things that you can't do with low code, no code, and not, like you said, moving pixels around on a website to just make it look better, right?
Exactly. So actually, they like the idea that they can work on the hard things instead of making 1,000 tiny iterations on customer-facing stuff.
Because there's always like a lot of back and forth between product and IT, and like it's not about solving the real problems. Yeah.
I mean, last topic that I would like to touch upon, right? I mean, of course, not all decision makers are techies, sadly, of course, right? Can't there be a little bit of a risk if they start to, like understand, hey, you know what? Instead of building let's say, the proper software, I can do it with no code, low code, right? I mean, do you see that this might gonna come? I mean, if we look a little bit into the future?
I'm happy to answer, provide a short answer. I would say this will come, and I think people will try it, and then they will fail eventually, right? So they may get like first learnings, but at the point when they reach the complex problems, this is not going to help. That would be my take.
I also don't see that low code, no code, like a founder coming, basically stitching together their first product is going to be the prototype. So it's going to be good for the very first version for a market test. It's brilliant for that. But once you want to go deeper, once you want to scale either the organization, the processes, one thing is also security. We didn't touch upon security, obviously. Then you still need proper development, proper like developers and engineers. I think the impact is on which resources you need to deliver a certain solution. As you said, you need less engineers, but they also are a rare resource anyway. So, and they also are happy to work on somewhere else. So,
I'm a bit more relaxed here, maybe because I haven't seen so many companies as you have seen, guys. Because whenever there's a new first software from a company built by the founder and the CTO, it will become legacy 2 years later. So the same will be true for low code probably, because it will be hard to maintain at some point in time, for sure. So you will need to replace it. So the question stays the same, but the speed that you have in the start is just so high that it's worth it, I think.
Great. Thank you very much. Maybe a last statement. Technology is broken was the bold statement. We falsified it, right?
I think it's not broken. It's just evolving like in steps, like we all do. I think it goes faster, right? So speeding up, but it's not broken.
It's evolving. I would love to have marketers building websites, product managers building products, and the real hard problem should be solved by tech.
I think we are in a better shape than ever before. So for whatever your problem you have in front of you, the available tooling is better than ever before. So for every certain use case, there's tooling available you can build upon. The very interesting, and I see a very bright future, because what we see right now with Copilot and those AI trends, I think what AI will do for software development, we didn't touch upon that unfortunately yet, in the next couple of years, I think that's going to be amazing.
Thank you very much. I think we learned that actually technology is in very good shape right now. I guess that the bigger challenges will be more on the organizational side to ensure that this new technology is being integrated well into the current landscape. And during the time, the competitive advantage of technology is still going to be the core. And this is where you actually need to have real software engineering power in your company. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad to hear technology is not broken. We will have a half an hour break now and be back at 1:30 p.m. Please come back then and listen to my partner Philip, who will be moderating the panel about angel investing and how to become an angel investor if you're an operator. See you then.
Hello, hello. Quick change of plans. So the session for Become Pitch Perfect will be in Cinema 6 instead of this cinema, which is Cinema 7.
Welcome back, everyone. So this next panel, where everyone was very keen to get on stage, is when and how to start angel investing as an operator. So we have, starting here with ladies first, Eva Spanagal. Yes? Yes.
Hello.
Founder in stealth mode in the climate space and a Sequoia Scout. Then we have Mr. Chris North, slightly easier to pronounce name. And he's the managing director of L. Catterton and has done quite a few investments himself as well. And then we have Michi Vax, founder and CEO of the freight forwarding unicorn Forto, and my partner Philip here. So the team here has together done over 110 angel investments. So I look forward to this panel.
Cool, Malin, thank you so much, and thanks to the three of you for coming. Quick context, so I'm a former operator myself, and I'm being asked quite often, how do I actually get into angel investing? So what I envisioned for this panel is that I gathered all of your questions, and I'm just going to address them to the three of them. Because in total, we have, I think, 110 angel investments that you have done collectively here. So you should know a little bit about this topic.
Chris's portfolio makes up more than half of that. So
yeah. All right, then maybe starting with you, Chris. I'm curious, like, how did you get into writing your first angel check to begin with?
Yeah, so when I was still an operator, I co-led Amazon in Europe for a decade and then became CEO of a Silicon Valley public company. I had no time whatsoever, but I was curious about this thing called investing. So I started in a way I actually really don't recommend. I started writing $2,000 checks into syndicates, which was a good way to get started in the sense that I got started. It was a bad way. I really don't recommend investing in syndicates because you're missing the two most important things, which is a feedback loop. You're basically handing your money to somebody else. You're not personally making judgment on the founder. You're not personally learning along the way. And nor are you building your name or your reputation as an angel investor. Somebody else will get all the credit. So that's how I got started. I don't do that anymore, but that was my first 10 or 20 investments.
Got it. And then if you're like not as long in the angel investing game, how did you get to do your first check? And why did you figure it was the right time to do that now? I mean, you being an operator yourself and now a founder, why would you do that on the side and how did you get into it?
Yeah, so I started around like 3 years ago. And for me, I was before already often an advisor for startups. So I worked with founders as an advisor. And at some point I thought, maybe it's great to have a little bit more skin in the game. And then I talked to founders. I was like, hey, I'm also doing angel investments. And this is also one tip for how to start doing angel investments. Just tell everyone you're doing angel investments, because then you get more deal flow and people are like, she's doing angel investments. And then kind of, this is how I did my first check. And I actually invested in a very good friend of mine. I never told him that this is my first angel check, but I just thought, okay, now I'm going to be an angel, and then it worked out.
Got it. And then, Michi, for you, I guess it's a bit different. Like, next question I would ask is like, how do you even get this deal flow to begin with? And you probably have very different stories, the three of you, of how you built that up. I would assume in your case, it's mostly deal flow that's coming because of the vertical that you are very knowledgeable about, you being the founder of Forto. Is that a correct assumption, or is it more horizontal and generally you're just somebody that people trust to know a little bit about this?
I mean, maybe before, I would like to briefly understand, like, who is the founder himself in the audience? Okay. Who has done an angel investment already?
Wow.
Oh, quite many.
More angel investors than founders.
Who would like to do one in the future? Okay, well, super. So the first deal I was shown was coming from a VC that was invested in us and said, hey, it's a first-time founder. We would love to have someone on board who can help with some operating experience on how to build a sales team, how to develop a go-to-market strategy, how to help with future fundraisers. And now looking back, I was probably a bit naive in just saying, oh yeah, I mean, other people are doing it, so why am I not doing it as well? There must be something to it. I looked at the deal, it looked compelling. This is, I think, 4 or 5 years ago. Then a few years later, I actually realized, or a little while later, then I realized if you get started, you need to keep doing it, or it makes sense doing it. And so I helped Andre from Graphy, UK-based company, over the years, and it was a great experience because I also learned a lot from that.
Got it. And would you say the majority of the deal flow for the angel investing you get today is still via VC network that you have, or where's the majority coming from?
I think there's three main channels. Number one is VCs that you know that basically show you deals that they are doing, where they would like to have operator experience to be added. Second is founders that I know, and this channel is getting a little bit smaller, that I know through like university or that I've worked with in the past with photo alumni. Those are actually becoming a bit more now. And the third channel is basically just people that are writing me cold emails. This one became quite large over the last 2 years, but yeah, so that's pretty much the three.
So, Mickey, when you say it's become large as a percentage of inbound, but what about percentage of investments made?
Yeah, so probably I made one investment out of probably 500 deals that I was sent this year cold.
Yeah.
Got it. And then I'm wondering a bit about what's your edge and how do you like build that? In your case, I think it's probably a bit obvious because a unicorn founder, who doesn't want them on the cap table? Eva, you come more from the operational background. I think, Chris, you bring a lot of experience. But can you maybe, Eva, first elaborate a bit on how important it is to have a value proposition towards the founders such that they would get you as opposed to someone else on the cap table?
Yeah, happy to talk about that. So that's also why what I often tell new people who want to invest. I always say it's very important exactly that you think about what is the value proposition that I bring and clearly state it in the first intro call that you have with the founder. And the good news is that I'm sure every one of you has a great value proposition. You don't have to be a serial unicorn founder to be an angel investor. This is very, very important. And for me, I literally sat down and I wrote down like what are the key competences, the key kind of value add that I can bring for the startups. And I have three that I always pitch. So firstly, I say I have operational experience from building the commercial functions at Moss and more, where I really go into depth with the founders and help them setting up sales, partnerships and stuff like that. So that's the first one. The second one is doing intros to customers, doing intros to VCs or other angels or something like that I bring that. And the third one, and I think this is a little bit more special for me, so I help a lot with female hiring because I have a pro bono female network, I founded it, and this is why I often help companies who are, honestly speaking, mostly male founders and say, hey, I help you bring female talent in your talent pool. And this is what I came up with after like sitting down for a few hours, thinking about what can I bring to the table. And honestly, I state this so clear in every first call. And in the beginning, I even wrote a follow-up mail afterwards and say, hey, this is what I'm coming up with. And this is how I kind of, as an operator, got into like also super competitive deals.
Got it. Chris, what does it look like for you? Is there also a component where you would probably be the introductory person to open, like, to help in fundraising going on? Is that also, because you bring a lot of experience in the industry, a lot of network, is that also a very important component, or what would you say for you makes the difference?
Look, I think Eva's framework is pretty comprehensive. You know, you said first was there's going to be some other functional or vertical expertise. The second is be networks, whether that's talent or fundraising or commercial introductions. I think, you know, if we're honest with ourselves, and I'm pretty sure this would be true for the three of us and probably many other people out there, what people really want, and they often don't say, is signaling, right? So I was lucky enough to work for a company called Amazon. A lot of people would just like to stick the name Amazon in their pitch deck. And if that gives me access to an interesting company, they can, you know, flatter me and say it's really because I'm very handsome and charming. But if that's what they want, and if it gets me into an exciting opportunity, that's okay too. I also think you have to be very realistic about not only what you can offer, but what you're able to offer. I have a very, very full-time job and young family, so I cannot be a full-time advisor to anyone except for, of course, Forto. That's different.
I was just going to say the real reason why you should have Chris on your cap table, and this is not why I want to hand over flowers. And he's been one of my closest advisors the last 2 or 3 years, and just is probably second none in intellectual capability to also think through complex challenges, and also has been through a couple of, let's say, executive periods where, like building a strong executive team, hiring, and setting up a management cadence that I certainly lacked 3 or 4 years ago, also in my own journey, and that's where
we could spend the rest of the time complimenting each other, but that won't be very interesting. I also get a lot of my deal flow from Mickey, actually.
One topic I think I would like to add here is, if you think about the 2 reasons that most companies fail, is number one, they run out of money. Yeah, so I think everyone who has a certain track record in building a company itself, has built up a network of other investors where you can help with introductions. But I think the second point is even more interesting. A lot of companies fail because of co-founder struggles. And over the past 10 years of my entrepreneurial journey, I've been through enough of them, let's say, to know that they can be really the most difficult period that you go through as a founder. Yeah, I think there's three difficult periods. If you get a lot of no's from other investors, if you have to let go of people, or if you have family issues. Yeah? So if you and your co-founders are not getting along. And this is stuff that you don't want to share with your VCs, because you are depending on their next round's pro rata. Yeah? And if they basically get the wrong signaling that there's potentially the roof is burning and whatever, the 2, 3, 4 of you are not getting along that well with each other anymore, that can be really, really straining. Yeah? So having someone that you can lean on and share those family issues in terms of managing how you can realign your mission again, or also how to part ways in a peaceful way. I think that's really where a lot of angels can really be super, super helpful, because that's the one thing I think you won't necessarily share with another VC.
Maybe just I mean, I didn't quite finish answering the question, but I think I'll just say this is specific to me, but as you think about what not only you have to give, but what you're able to give, I think you have to be very realistic. Forto is a very special case. I did come in as an advisor a couple of years ago. It's not, unfortunately, an angel investment. I wasn't there early enough, but proud to be part of that journey. I'm very clear. I will always return founders' calls and try to help, but I cannot be a full-time advisor to anyone. So I asked the question, like, what are the places I can have maximum leverage in impacting a company beneficially? And it tends to be strategic advice at kind of really critical junctures. Secondly, access to networks, and that could be talent networks, fundraising networks, commercial networks. Really, those are the two main ones.
Sorry, maybe just one thing to add, because we're talking about like operators getting angels. I think one thing that is really important to mention here is that I see more and more startups who are proactively looking for business angels for specific functions. So I have a call with a founder. He's saying, I'm asking like, do you need access or like interest to other angels? And he's saying like, yeah, I want someone who has an expertise in marketing, who has an expertise in sales, who has an expertise in HR or communications. And I want to highlight that because maybe some of you have this like very deep expertise and just can go out and say, hey, I'm an expert in that. I invest a small ticket, and then I'm kind of like a sparing person for the CMO or something like that.
I'd like to move on to probably the elephant in the room, which is, what are the financial resources that I need as an operator to reasonably get into angel investing? And you can probably start at the very low end with small tickets, and it can go up quite a bit. But and Chris and I had a brief conversation before this. I think there's probably an angle also, like, does it make sense to do 1 to 3 angel investments, or do you have to deal with it from a portfolio building perspective, like VCs do from day one? So would love to hear some thoughts on that. Like, do you angel invest with the purpose of doing that for like 20, 30 angel tickets? And is that the only way to go about? Or could it also make sense as an operator to even get going, to just, like you mentioned, Eva, to just invest in a bunch of friends that you value, and then you write your first check? Can you share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, happy to talk quickly about it. So exactly, I think the first thing that you need to do is think about, why are you doing an angel investment? What is the purpose? So is it exactly, as I said, financial returns? Then you need to invest a certain size, otherwise the costs, or like what you invested, is probably not going to be worth it. Or is it something like learning, right? Learning, how can I be a good investor? Or I can say it for me. So for me, it's when I did my first ticket, I knew that I was probably never going to see the money again. Yeah, sorry to say that. But I knew that I wanted to learn to be a good investor. I wanted to support the founders. I wanted to give something back from my expertise. I just wanted to get kind of like closer to the network overall. And this can be very different, like, reasons to invest versus financial return. And what you just said is exactly, I think you at first need to understand or define for yourself why you're doing it, and then the other things follow, because then you can do 5 small tickets of 3K, and if you don't get the money back, it doesn't matter, but you've achieved your goals with it, right? If you want to have financial return, you need to invest in at least probably 10 to 20 companies, otherwise you don't have the diversification that it will work out. And maybe to add here as a last point in terms of financial means, and I'm glad to hear kind of like how you think about it. But I think you can already start with like small private money to invest, and then do more and more later. It's not like you start now and you need to do 10 tickets. No, you can do 1 ticket in year 1, 2 tickets in year 2, and really kind of like build that up. And for that, you can already start now, and then it's not that big of a thing.
I'm in such violent agreement with all of those points. You said them much better than I would. Probably the one, I'm going to try to be a little provocative on the point of financial return, because I think the point of like asking why everybody starts by financial return, but nobody, I've never met anybody who only angel invests for financial motives. There's always something else: network connectivity, my reputation, learning, giving back, some set of other goals, and just be very self-aware of those. To the extent your goals include financial goals, I would just say I have a very strong point of view on this. This is super risky. You're probably going to lose your money on most of your investments. I actually think the minimum portfolio for this to start to become a more predictable asset class is between 50 and 100. The conventional wisdom is 40. My modeling says that's wrong. I think up to 100, you are significantly reducing your risk by spreading it out. And then it starts to become diminishing marginal returns. So I just say like this should be money that you're okay never seeing again, unless you're going to start professionalizing it. And I'm at 71 now. I'd like to get to 100 and then recycle within that portfolio, because I think at that point it's very de-risking. But at even 10 or 20, I think it's still very, very risky.
And speaking about the financial returns, when would you typically exit? Maybe Michi.
Yeah. So does it make sense? Yes, it makes sense. It's just super risky if you start with like one investment. But I know a couple of founders that have done 1 or 2 angel investments and they just massively popped. And I know a couple of angel investors that did 25 investments and let's say they returned 1x their money, but not 100x. So it's just, it's just crazy odds. So there's a lot of math behind it. If you want to do it professionally, Chris's way of like building a portfolio, diversifying over certain vintages, or not investing everything within 1 year, but over, let's say, a period of 8 to 10 years, so that you probably are touching different cycles. That's probably the professional way of looking at it. But then there are outliers of people that just have great access to like super experienced, successful founders, and then maybe the first deal will be the best investment you ever made. So I think that's very difficult to predict. In terms of exiting, I didn't have my first exit yet, but what I've seen left, right, and center is that the companies where you want to stay in is probably difficult, because that's where the angels are being sold out in secondaries, like let's say early on. So there you need to push to stay in. And the companies where you'd like to get out, it's probably difficult. So in the end, I think there's only a few situations where you probably have the choice, and then you really need to fight really hard. Other than that, like you sign up for a long ride, which can take 8, 10, 12 years, and you need to live with that.
Yeah, I think that's right, because it is modular a little bit your own goals. I mean, in a broader portfolio, and I really recommend Taleb's book Anti-Fragile on this, and the Anti-Fragile and the concept of a barbell strategy and convex returns. I'm not going to try to explain it now without PowerPoint slides, but the broader your portfolio and the longer you're able to stay on the horizon, the more you should probably never sell. Because you should expect, if you're doing early stage investing and build a large portfolio, all the data says that you'll have power law distributions. That is to say, your best return will be greater than the sum of all of your other returns, but you only get those if you stick with it for a while. And selling out your best investments at Series B in that strategy is a mistake, but you may have very different goals or different liquidity needs, which could change that.
And maybe add to that, sorry, just quickly. I think that's also very important what you just said. So with angel investments, you're probably going to see the money back in 5 to 15 years earliest. And I think this is what many people underestimate. They think, oh, cool, and then I'm going to do secondaries in like 3 years. No. So probably it takes a long, long time until you see any money back. And this is always something that has to be definitely taken into consideration.
I'd like to, so we covered the financial returns. I'd like to better understand how much work you actually have to put in that. Not really like post-investment, because we touched a bit on that, how you work with the founders, but prior to the investment. Do you actually do you come up with hypotheses? Do you do like a sort of due diligence for yourself? Or do you rely on, as Michi said, a lot of the deal flow is coming from VCs. Do you rely on that? What does your process prior to the investment look like? Maybe starting with you, Chris.
I want to say that this is a place where operators' experience can actually be a very negative. I think operators are really used to getting into details. And if you're investing at early stage, none of the details matter. There's only three things you can think about. You think about the founding team, you can think about the category or the sort of problem space they're building in, and you can think about the specific idea. When I speak to the people I regard as the best early stage investors in the world who've made hundreds and hundreds of bets, and we can look at their fully realized returns, all of them will say the same thing. Founder and the space they're building matter a lot. The specific idea probably doesn't matter much because a good team will pivot along the way. So I think there's going to be a lot of false precision that operators bring. I focus all my attention on just the founding team and the problem space they're building in. I limit myself to a maximum of 2 calls. If I can't make a decision after 2 calls, I don't have the time to go do the diligence. I might do a reference call. And certainly, if your network is helping you curate, maybe it's because you're working with an early stage VC and helping them out, maybe because it's founder referrals, I think are the other, for me, great source, then you can count a little bit on people having done some filtering and diligence for you.
Got it.
Similar for me, probably. So I yes, honestly, I have kind of my areas where I invest in. This is how I try to focus myself a little bit, that I say, hey, mostly like B2B SaaS, fintech, like sustainability, because otherwise I would spend too much time in figuring out ideas that I just probably don't understand. So I try to have a focus and kind of do that. And then definitely, so DD, I mostly do like you with other VCs, with other investors, with other founders. And then if I can't decide after like the second call, then usually I'm out. Or if I have a bad feeling in the first call, I'm also out or something like that.
Very, very clear. So we covered time investment, prior to investment. We covered where the deal flow is supposed to be coming from. And we covered the financial resources that are required. What are we missing? What else for the people listening to us thinking about doing their first angel checks? What else should they have? Do they need a vehicle to do it? Is there anything else that we're missing that was vital to you that you learned after maybe the first investments that you should have known that earlier? Maybe whoever has a spontaneous thought on that.
Yeah, so I think what would have helped me is to kind of like a little bit think about what are common like misconceptions. So for example, I always thought, okay, my first ticket has to be 50K. Because most of the people that I kind of usually saw on tap tables do big tickets. So then someone told me, you can also do a 5K investment. I was like, okay, cool, that I can do right now. So I think like the first thing that I would definitely think about exactly, you can also do small investments. You will also get into the cap table because you bring a value add, and then it's not so much about the ticket size. That's the first one. And I think the second one what would help is exactly going through the process once. So yes, having an investment vehicle, I would usually suggest an UG here in Germany, at least, that you can kind of, it's tax-wise a lot easier and stuff like that, the UG, and then also just ask a friend who has done an angel investment, ask him, hey, how was the process? How did it work? And then just go through the process once and then just learn from it.
My big learnings are keep your decision process as simple as possible. I used to size my checks. I only write 1 ticket now because if I can't decide to write that ticket, then I shouldn't make the investment. I'm just trying to reduce the variables. It's false precision otherwise. Secondly, you can always say no. There's always going to be more opportunities. So, like, if you don't, never suffer from FOMO, right? There will always be more opportunities. And third is, you're trying to compound your capital, but you're also trying to compound your reputation, and that compounds your access. So it's if you can start this maybe a little younger than I did and think on 20, 30, 40-year horizons, then if you're thinking on those horizons, and just think about compounding.
And then maybe coming towards the end already, unfortunately, but I think the 3 of you will probably be around. So if you're lucky, you can still grab them for 1 or 2 questions. I wanted to cover a little bit, because we have the pleasure of having Eva here, the scouting mechanisms that we see in the industry. So for those who don't know, there's actually a lot of the big VCs have scouting programs where they basically give oftentimes successful founders or successful operators access to money such that they go and do angel investments, which then will build the deal flow later on for the VCs. And Eva is a Sequoia scout, and I'd love to briefly touch on that. So first of all, how did you become that? Because probably a lot of people would want to be in that position. And is it net positive, or is there also a negative signaling to it that founders might fear because of potentially Sequoia then later on not investing, and then other VCs will be asking, hey, but why did Sequoia not do the deal?
Yes, I get these questions very often. So firstly, you get a Sequoia Scout by being selected by one of the partners. So for me, I got to know George, Luciana, and Cornelius in the last years. And at some point, they asked me and said, hey, Eva, you're already doing angel investments. Do you want to be a scout for us? And this is how it usually works. Is there a negative signaling? So actually, I never had this discussion with a founder. And I get it, but usually I rather see the opposite. So I rather see founders who say, it's really cool, I have a Sequoia angel here and I use this for marketing. Or I tell other angels, say, hey, I have someone from Sequoia on board. That's the first one. And the second one is also that I can give a much easier access to the Sequoia partners or to the ARC program and stuff like that. So I would rather see it as a big upside for them to have a scout on the program than the risk of not having a Sequoia invested afterwards, which doesn't happen that often. So, yeah.
Michi, you having done a couple of fundraising rounds already, would you agree with that, or did you have this negative signaling in not necessarily with Forto, but with founders that you know? Do you think that's a topic, or is it rather on the really positive side that you get someone like this in your cap table early on?
So I don't know, but your entity is probably not called Eva Sequoia Scout. Yeah, so you won't see it in the first place. Yeah? Which probably is a benefit because there can be the connotation, Sequoia is already invested if they don't do the next round. Yeah, I mean, it's a market of imperfect information, so every signal counts. So if there's already, let's say, an additional indication of who a top fund already looked at it and said no, yeah, maybe some people would just turn around. But in that case, I think you don't run into that risk. You just have the benefit of a better access. Yeah, so maybe just one sentence to add on that. There's also other programs. Also, if you don't have the means to invest yet, I'm sure Project A has something similar in place, where if you as founders do recommend deals, you basically get a certain share of the carry. So I think that's certainly worthwhile to build and start building a reputation if this is something you want to do long term. To engage also in a period where you don't have the means yet to do 10, 15K checks left right and center.
Maybe to add to that, actually, many of the Scouts program, not only the one from Sequoia, but also Atomico, I think Picos has one, many different ones, they are often especially for operators because founders might have already had an exit and then they can use the money to invest it. But one of the main goals, for example, from the Sequoia Scout program is actually to enable operators to do tickets. Exactly.
We're already running over time. I think that I would have had another 20 questions, but really enjoyed this. Thanks for that. Hopefully we're able to address the majority of what you also think about. If we didn't cover something, feel free to grab us. And thanks for coming.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Audrey from Project A, and I'd like to welcome you to the next session in Cinema 7 on the no-code revolution is powering innovation without limits by Fabian Veit, CEO of Make. For those of you who don't know what Make is yet, it is a no-code automation platform and is also one of the main partners of the Project A Knowledge Conference. So in today's session, Fabian will be sharing his insights on the no-code revolution, how we need to learn creativity. Yeah, I'm very, very excited to welcome him on stage. So please give him a warm welcome to Fabian.
Hi, my name is Fabian, and I'm the CEO at Make. Audrey already introduced us, so no much more from me for that. But I spent the last 8 years scaling companies. First at Celonis, where I was working on a journey from 20 to several thousand people. And now, again, on this journey with Make, where we've been going probably from 50 to 300 by now. And I want to share a few observations from these scaling journeys, and also how it relates to technology and many things around it. So looking forward to that. Think about this. How many messages have you typed today? How many messages have you typed the last week? There's hundreds of people here, there's probably 100 of people in the room, maybe a little less, but there's thousands at this conference. There's millions in Germany, billions around the globe, all spending time typing, messaging each other, being busy. And technology made us more efficient in doing that than we've ever been before. But still, it feels like it's not getting the job done. Yes, we feel very productive whenever we do things, when we meet, when we write messages, but is it actually always making a difference? And is technology already where it needs to be to really solve the challenges we have? And if I say that, I think there's a lot of challenges around us, whether you think about healthcare, whether you think about aging societies, whether you think about sustainability, not to mention a lot of the war that's going on around us as well. So we need to think about how can we actually solve for all of these problems, and how can technology make us better in doing that? And I think we've come a long way already. If I just think about automation, then this is something that has been going on for many, many decades. I mean, you can go back to the steam engine or the manufacturing lines or introduction of personal computers, then the first robotic process automation, and the more recent things around generative AI, more and more things getting automated. But how do you really get it productive, and how do you really solve for the things that you need to solve for society or for your customers, for your ecosystem around you? And this is where we believe there is something that is empowering people. So that's why we are building a no-code technology that allows more and more people to participate in building new solutions and coming up with new ideas. Today, there's less than 1% of people on this globe that can write code. But if you have technologies that allow you to build new solutions, new products, without the need to write code, you can really empower a lot more people. And I think that's how you can start to make a difference, at least. And I mentioned I wanted to share a few observations, and I will be touching on 3 things here. The first one being technology. There's a constant rise of technology that we have around us that we can use and that we can leverage to build our businesses and companies. Then about operating a business and how you're making decisions in an organization as you grow and scale. And lastly, about people and how you really empower them in the organization. Many of you might know this. There's probably in every company right now 20, 30, sometimes 100 different applications that are being used. And it's exciting because it allows you to leverage exactly the technology that you want to have for your business function. But it also creates a very rigid structure sometimes where it gets harder and harder to collaborate. So you have all these exciting technologies at your fingertips, but every team maybe wants a little bit of a different flavor. And the market is growing and growing. There's more and more out there that you can use. And the question is, how do you really make it work for you and your organization? And the big problem is it's easy to optimize locally. Like in this picture where if you've seen our team, I can guarantee you, I think this is the best color you can paint the floor in. But in any case, this person is boxed in right now, cannot get out of the room, cannot connect to other rooms, cannot connect to other people here, right? And that's what happens often in organizations. You build the perfect CRM or the perfect ITSM product, or you build systems that really solve for the needs of your business function. But then the next team does the same, and you optimize locally. And now, how do you make it happen that you get the best out of it? You need these systems to be connected. You need to help people to collaborate while getting the most out of their technology. And that's what we try to help a lot with. Today, we're offering a platform that basically allows you to integrate and connect between systems. It allows you to iterate over it and allows teams to use the technologies that they want to have for what's best for their use cases. But it also allows others to access the information, collaborate, and automate across systems. A lot of the work is actually seam work, basically, the connecting tissue between systems where things are actually happening and where you're creating value for your customers and for businesses. And I've brought one of our customers as an example here. This is Finn. Meet Andreas. He's the CTO over there. Some of you might know them. They are a car subscription company. Today, they operate in Germany and also in the US, and they've been scaling massively. What's exciting is Andreas has perfected the way how you empower people in the organization by allowing them to use whatever technology they want to use every day. But people need to learn a few important no-code technologies on top to be able to collaborate, to share information, to surface data, and do data-driven work. And this really helps them to be excited about what they're doing and helps them to understand what's best for their function, but also giving the information to other teams. And these are exactly the stories we need. This is a new mindset, basically, of really leveraging these technologies to the best of their abilities. And it will get even more exciting as AI comes into play. While we've spent a lot of time today thinking about how do you connect to a system via an API, this will be more and more commoditized as we continue to evolve. Like APIs are standardized interfaces where you can access data and information from systems. And generative AI is great at writing or generating code snippets that would allow you to use exactly the structure it generates to connect the systems. So if you just want to get information A from system A into system B, it will be super easy. But if you want to put on top some logic around how this should affect your customers, and you want to bring in some business logic, and you also want to be able to iterate over it and modify and react to what's happening around you, you still need an interface. So what we also believe is that, yes, you can probably generate more and more code, but how are you sure whatever is generated is actually what you want the technology that's coded to do? So you need some visual interface. So our belief really is that AI and a visual interface on top of that are really complementary and only can work together. Let's move on. Many of you might know this. When you grow a company, when you build a company, at the beginning the team is small, decisions are made super fast, and it's easy to align, everybody knows what's going on. But then you grow the organization, and it gets more complex, you have managers of managers, and alignment breaks down. And I have observed that a lot, that the more you grow, it gets harder. And the problem is, if you don't find a way around this, you become slower and slower, because decisions trickle down, it takes time, and you lose a lot of time on aligning and just making sure you're on the same page. And I think the solution to that is actually empowering the organization, but also holding people accountable for their scope. But if you really perfectionize this, then you're in a situation where you really devolve decision-making more and more, and you give power to the teams. You allow them to decide what technologies to use, how to design their processes, how to collaborate, and you get to something where they are more acting like a network. And I think this is super exciting because it really allows you to move fast and stay agile as you grow and as you accelerate with your startup or scale up. I've brought 2 examples here from customers. The first one is Tutoro. So this one is an edtech platform from Australia. And they've started to give no-code technologies to all their team members. And it allowed them to move so much faster. And now they're serving thousands of tutoring lessons. And I think just the sheer power of leveraging no-code technologies across the teams, not only for engineers or product managers, but in every function, whether it's marketing, sales, customer support, really allows them to move a lot faster. And one other example here, meet Florian. He's at JellySmack. JellySmack is a social media platform that allows you to manage and administer your social media accounts. And they have had this challenge that they've accelerated massively, hiring hundreds of people in weeks. And this really came to a situation where it was almost impossible to handle things manually. Florian, by background, actually, is someone who organized, before joining JellySmack, a lot of hackathons. The biggest one he ever organized was 3,000 people in Dubai. And he's not the coder or something, so he needed to build a platform, and he only leveraged no-code technologies to do so, fully automated the process of organizing a hackathon for 3,000 people. He came into JellySmack, into the HR department, and he automated all the onboarding, all the flows around contract signatures, HR onboarding, everything. But they were so excited about this that they said, okay, can we do this in other areas of the business as well? And they started to go into marketing, sales, etc. And it didn't take long until they started to hire more people that knew some no-code technologies, and they built a center of excellence basically around it. And a small team of no-code engineers, as they call them, that really solve challenges in all the different business functions. And it helps them to move so much faster. And now to the third point here. This is around people. So it's really interesting how much there's a skill gap today. Many people are looking for people that can work somewhere in IT roles. And there's thousands, hundreds of thousands of job openings everywhere, even after all the laydowns that you see. But how do you solve that? You need to bring new technology into play to solve it. And this is actually happening right now already. And I found a really interesting statistic here from IBM that shows how much this changes over the last few years only. This is only from 2016 to 2023. And proficiency in more technical elements. So here you have the proficiency in STEM, basically. So science, technology, and engineering and mathematics. But what becomes more and more important as you bring in technologies that many more people can use in the organization is actually how do you prioritize, how do you really do the right things in your business and in your organization. And more employers are actually exactly looking for that. I think this is super interesting to see, and I observed it a little bit in our customers, but only when I saw these stats I realized how fast this trend actually is, and that got me really excited. And this is why there's an interesting other angle around this. When you look into how people think about their abilities. So I was recently reading a study from BBC, published in the BBC article, that was saying that 93% of people in the US, adults in the US, would say they are not good in mathematics. 93%. If you look into people in high school, you have around 30% of people saying that. So as people grow older, they learn that they are not good in mathematics, and they stop to think about percentages. They use their calculator on the phone. They don't think about how to do these things. And everybody thinks they are not good at this anymore. And there's actually a term for that. It's called learned helplessness. You can also observe it in business. You have a certain role, a title, a function. What's in your scope, that's what you focus on. But somehow, there are things where you need to go beyond what's defined as the scope. And maybe you get stuck a couple of times, and then instead you stop doing these things because you think, I just tell my manager instead of finding the solution. And it's interesting. So there's this phenomenon, learned helplessness, happens a lot. But I think what we need to achieve in our organizations is how do we empower people in the organization and really bring them to a situation where they can be creative, create new ideas, and really create new solutions. And it's interesting because I said this learned helplessness, and people not saying they are not good in math. People would also say probably, I'm not creative, a lot. But creativity has so many different shapes and forms. And it's really about combining new ideas together, building new solutions. And that's what you want to achieve in your organization, really empowering them to leverage creativity, creating new solutions. And if you make this work, then you can really move from learned helplessness to really empowering your teams, making them more excited, and bringing them to learned creativity. So I touched on 3 different elements. One is the technologies we have at our fingertips today. More and more technology that really serves your business function. And also more and more no-code technologies that allow you to leverage them for things that before were impossible for people in the business, outside of IT or engineering departments, and creating new solutions. The second is around how you're organizing, really getting your teams empowered and evolve decision-making. And last but not least, encouraging them to look beyond the scope of responsibility and find new ideas, collaborate in the organization. And this is how you can hopefully then really embrace creativity and drive your organization forward. So whether you are an investor or whether you are actually operating a startup, the question for me is, how do you think about this? Will you embrace in your organization technology that allows people to get more done more effectively, but also empowers them to collaborate as good as possible? So I'll encourage all of you to think about that and really stay on top of that. And yeah, concluding with become a maker. So thank you.
Thanks a lot for this presentation.
Do we have
maybe we have a bit of time for 2 questions. Is there anybody in the public who would have a question to Fabian?
Yeah, thanks, Fabian. Maybe one question. Can you elaborate a bit what people build with Make currently? Like, what are your customers building with Make exactly?
So with Make, you build workflows that you automate. So it's really about thinking, okay, how do I solve topics that are not covered in certain systems or that are cross-system, and really allow you then to automate these things. So a solution can be designing a new way how you support your customers. When a ticket comes in, how you interact, typical example. Creating new ways of how you go to market or how you do marketing. Finding new ways of collecting information, processing it, also enhancing information about your customers, and reaching out to customers. It can be in HR, as I said in the example. You think about the processes that you have. It's a highly non-automated area of the organization usually. They haven't been leveraging a lot of technology in the past. I think now you still see a lot of success for companies like Personio that are still coming into a lot of companies today that don't even have digitized information around HR. There's so much more you can do around optimizing your processes, automating them, etc. So it really goes across the organization. So anywhere where you operate and where you have a lot of tasks that are happening and where you really want to be able to also iterate over the outcomes of what you've built. It can even enhance your product. So one example, I think we will have Philip here as well from Teleclinic. They've actually built something around their product where they are basically doing digital treatment. So you have a medical appointment with a doctor. You do it in an online meeting. You get your prescription. You go to the pharmacy. But getting the prescription, there's a lot of regulation around it. So you have to always change like what's exactly on the prescription, etc. Hard coding that into your product would be terrible because you always have to re-engineer. So then you take it outside of your product and you have no-code technologies, and the operations team instead of your engineering team can actually handle it. Just an example there.
Additional question here.
Yep.
That sounds too good to be true. Cyril Tushy of Syncreality. How do you, I mean, companies want to keep their own ecosystem and usually don't want to allow others to kind of combine three softwares. How do you build bridges between closed ecosystems of other software? I mean, how do you enable exactly what you just described?
Yeah, so there's a couple of points. So I think we've seen a phase where people wanted to have everything in one system. Like 10 years ago, people wanted this one monolith, all my customer information in one place, maybe even all my support processes in the same place. But more and more I see again that people actually want best of breed solutions for what they want to achieve. And the only challenge you have is, okay, now you have information in different systems, but most modern technologies have very good API interfaces already. So it's easy to access the information. We make it even easier because it's drag and drop with us. But ultimately, you just connect via API. Very recently, there's a new trend that some of the players start to restrict the API and make you pay extra for it, which I think is really the wrong way, because this is not your data, this is the customer's data. So if as a software company you restrict your API for your own customers, I think we should all start a revolution against that. But I think you have a right to access your data, and if there's a good solution via API, you should actually serve it to your customers. And today, most companies are very open and are actually opening up. I just see a few players who are currently going the other way, but I think they might come back.
Okay, thanks a lot for the questions, and thanks a lot, Fabian, for your presentation. I'd like to invite the next panelist on stage, so you can start getting ready here. And yeah, for those who would like to stay, please do so. It's going to be an exciting continuation to what we just talked about, and we're going to remain in the world of no code.
Right. Thank you very much for coming, everyone. And thanks, Fabian, for the inspirational vision around no code and embracing no code. Now, we want to talk a bit about how does that look in real life, in real companies, and your experience. And so with me, Chuinyang probably doesn't need an introduction. CMO and
I
MD.
hope so. No, kidding.
And then CMO and MD at Project A. She worked at Zalando, Bosch, Meta, has consulted many of the biggest digital companies in Germany, and now leads the marketing efforts at Project A and their portfolio companies. Welcome, and thanks for agreeing to join. Ludovic Moyot is the CEO and co-founder of Smunch, a pioneering canteen service to German companies. And before Smunch, he founded a crowdfunding platform and led marketing at Booker Tiger. Thank you for being here. And last but not least, already introduced by Fabian, the famous telemedicine platform. Philipp Weidenbach leads operations at Teleclinic and had big projects around low-code and no-code solutions that they implemented in order to support their scale. So really cool panel here. And before we really deep dive into how to embrace that no-code mindset, right? We want to talk about the obvious. So why is no-code great? Ludovic, why should companies think about implementing no-code solutions?
For me, I think it boils down to empowering your employees. And I always thought that you have to provide your employees with the best tools so that they can be the most efficient possible in their work. A bit similarly to, you would never think of only providing a calculator to your accountant and not providing Excel, right? So you're trying to get them to get the tool that is the best for them to achieve their work. And ultimately, right now, no-code is enabling that in a lot of different ways in the organization. Either to help employees to build more efficient business operations and to provide the internal tooling to be more efficient, or to release new features for customers so that you have a faster go-to-market for your customers, building new features, being faster and iterate on your products.
So empowering the employees and increasing the speed. Now, Chunyang, you said that AI and automation can be a threat to some on the job market, but mostly it's a great opportunity for everybody with a growth mindset. So what are the big chances for those that can adapt to that growth mindset?
I think when we talk about that, then we also have to think about how it was actually in the marketing world, because that's probably one of the most recent examples where, for example, 10 years ago, everything was about ad operations, how to optimize campaigns, how to set them up, and so on, which is to some extent still relevant. But I remember when Google and Meta introduced their algorithms that were more powerful, which basically meant that there was less efforts needed in terms of the actual ad operations. And I remember the discussions I had with colleagues back then that were very, very frightened by that. And they were like, no, this is not great. I mean, of course, that wouldn't be as powerful as the work that I do myself. And I think that was a fundamental mistake that those people did, because they were not embracing and not testing what actually technology brought to the table. And that's exactly what I mean with the growth mindset. I think in any profession that you're doing, no matter if it's product, marketing, operations, or whatsoever, if you define your job as something that stays the same as it is now, also including all the circumstances, then I think you're basically stuck. It's not a growth mindset. So when we think about hiring for ventures or for ourselves, it's always about like, so what do you do in the next few years? And when I don't hear anything about technology, then I know that probably it's not going to be a match.
Okay. And last, Philipp, you guys and Fabian touched upon it a bit. Had great success in like kind of scaling the whole organization, right? Using no code and some low code. What would you say some of the greatest achievements that you guys made through implementing no code solutions?
Yeah. So I mean, the obvious answer, of course, is like connecting all those best of breed SaaS products that every modern company is using. But this is only the obvious part. Like I would say what was really giving us power is combining no code with our actual code. Mm-hmm. So we are redoing an on-demand platform. So our goal is to have patients on demand asking for a doctor visit, and doctors going on demand on this platform and treating patients. So it's not like Doctolib, for example, where you really give availability, but you can treat whenever you want. And the biggest challenge of this approach is that you have an unstable supply and demand. So of course, people are coming to you or like asking for treatment once all the local practices are full. But once all the local practices are full, all the doctors are treating as well, so they have no time. So we used Make, mostly Make for it, to really work on this matching logic. Like when do we open up slots? When do we close down slots? When do we make treatments available for our patients? And I mean, if you would build something into the product, you would have like normal deploy process. So you have to work on the queries, you have to deploy them, code review them. So it takes, I would say, a week for every iteration. And with Make, we really iterated like a few times a day on this algorithm, and so it really increased our speed, and then like added probably on a conversion rate like 15%, and also on the NPS. So this was really probably the most successful thing that we built there, and super easy. Like only one access to the database, calculating if a slot should be open or not, and then writing it with an API into the product.
Healing people through the power of no code.
Yeah,
basically.
basically.
Tunyoung, I want to go back to what you said about the Google algorithm and the skepticism of people, right? When we guys met before the panel, you said people are skeptical, right? Do you know, or do you understand more like why are the people skeptical because of this revolution, and how can we get them on board?
Yeah. I think they're skeptical because they, for the obvious reason that they probably think that they wouldn't lose their job essentially. And I think how we can help them to basically overcome that is to also show them actually the chances or the opportunities that it would open up for them. So what I mean by that is if you're let's stay at the marketing topic. So if you're not as spending as much time as before on ad operations, it basically enables you to think about other things like, do I have to change my value proposition? Do I have to look into new channels? Maybe there's a new bidding tool or something like that that I want to be using, right? So that basically enables you to also think a bit more strategically, I'd say. And I think it also helps people to find a new area of expertise that they want to build up.
So it's mostly about educating them.
Educating, and one other thing that I think that's also very important. Sometimes I see, especially in corporates, when AI happened, they built basically special forces around AI. So special force XYZ, please go and handle AI and make my company AI focused. And I think that doesn't solve the problem. And so what I believe is if you really want to be AI and automation obsessed, then your whole team is on it. It's not only one function or like one special force team that is looking after that, but it's effectively in every function of your team. And if it doesn't start with the C-level, then it's basically already where it's basically dropped, because one person in the marketing team will probably do that for him or herself, but that's really mainly it. And I think the magnitude of the chances or the opportunities that it would actually open up are hence also very small.
Can I maybe jump into this? Because I think it could be also a different way around, but maybe it depends on the size of the company.
Yeah.
So, for example, I have the feeling that if you empower one person or like one team, one small team first, like really on ground doing this, they will spread the success of it right away without within the whole company. Because you can feel it, you can see it, they're empowered, they're changing their ways, they're building stuff, they have ownership all the way around, and they spread this vibe, I would say, to the whole company. It was at least at our place, but maybe you said for corporates it might be different.
Yeah, and I think there's a difference between like a special force team basically that is specifically only tasked to enable the organization to use AI and automation versus in your case, for example, an operations team that wants to use automation to make the life better of their team members.
Exactly,
yeah.
I think for us, at least in our company, what worked very well. So I will bounce back on one more of your points after that. But one thing that actually worked quite well at Munch is to have a team which purpose is actually to make our operations more efficient, and to go around the marketing team, go around the operations team, physical operations, so delivering food, and to go around the customer care team, and actually working like kind of an entrepreneur in residence and identifying what are the flaws in the processes, and then going and helping, empowering these persons into making their job more efficient. And I think what worked very well then is that it showed the power of no-code and showed the power of automation and the power of not repeating all the time the same tasks that you repeat day after day. And that really was the best example for us to show the power of no-code and then get these people to also use Make, and then get every department to also have their own small task force to automate their job. And I think that you were touching upon explaining people that they will gain time by automating their job, and ultimately they can be thinking of strategy and these sort of things. I think there are people with different mindsets. Some people will actually be happy to ditch the part of the job that they can automate. Some people will not necessarily understand it, and it requires a strong will from management or a push from management to ensure that we can provide the new tasks and we can make those people believe in the vision and provide them with the tasks so that they don't fear of losing their job, but they know that, okay, you won't be doing this, but look, you will be doing this afterwards. And if you don't see what comes next, then I show you what you could be doing next and kind of guide them through the kind of the next step.
I'm going to go one step further. Maybe I'm going to be also a bit controversial here. I think you're right. We should. There has to be some level of vision that is being basically pushed into the organization. But I think to some extent, like if after 6 months of showing that to an employee and that person not getting it, me personally, I would take a cut here, because like I expect from everyone in the company that they have a strong growth mindset, and that's what that I would also want to hear from them.
So I think it's a little bit on two topics, right, that we're touching. One is the employees and the mindset and the teams, and can they adapt to this, and how can we bring them on the way, and is there a point where we say maybe it's not a joint way? And the other point is the ownership of the tool, right? So who should own the no-code solution? Is that in a single team, right, that is trying it out and owning it? Is it more of an operations topic? Is it a tech solution, so the CTO should own it? Or is it really a cultural and company-wide topic, and so the CEO should own it? Now, you guys have it more in the operations side, right?
We started it out in the operation side because we were only connecting like APIs from other tools. But once we started touching our own database, for example, or like even develop APIs into our own product that we use via Make, we had to discuss everything with the CTO for sure. So I think this should be the approach as well. Like you should be quite clear what you want to build. Do you want to build something internally? Then it's totally fine. Probably it should be owned by operations because they're using it. Makes sense. But once you touch your database or your code, there should be some kind of involvement for security reasons, data safety, all this stuff. So it's still owned by us, but we have quite some strict rules agreed on with the developers as well, or with our tech team. And I think that's a great approach.
But then like that's a tech oversight, right? Over it, kind of making sure nothing in the system gets broken. But then if we go like Julian said, want to foster that mindset change in the whole company, want to get it used in the whole company. Does it then become like the task of the CEO, Ludovic, to own this topic and to bring it into the company?
So I don't think it's the task of the CEO. It definitely helps, and that's what I'm doing in AdsManage. So I cannot say that it doesn't help, because I can just enforce people to automate their job and just force them to do, in a way, a job more efficiently. Ultimately, I think what I'd like to see, or what I start seeing in our company, and what I'd like to see more and more, is indeed to have a transition from operations and C-level somehow owning those topics to have the CTO owning those topics. Just because that is kind of a proof that your low-code operations are somehow scaling, and they are getting more and more importance in the company. And as they're getting more and more importance, there are touching points in the company that are way more critical, and then they need to be supervised by the CTO, just to make sure that, I don't know, the guy in operation is not wiping out the database. And then you have kind of these projects which should be started by operations. They are playing around, and as soon as it gets to a certain scale, and that we have the certainty of the usefulness of that project, and that the small iterations are done, and that the project is kind of well-defined, then you transmit it to tech, and they maintain it. I think that's what I would like to see, what I like to see in all no-code projects.
Moving that again a little bit into the people or culture side, right? So we have, and Tunang, you said that with like at some point they need to decide whether they want to buy into this mindset shift, right? And we said, okay, it needs to be kind of a company-wide topic. From the culture side, there needs to be tech oversight, right? We want to empower people and make people creative, but we also need a certain type of governance, right? So do we also need to change towards a culture of accountability more if we give them all that power?
Yeah, I think I would probably differentiate the different things. So in terms of, I agree with what you said. I think the tool ownership in terms of maintaining it and making sure that the connections are working well and so on, I think that definitely lies in the tech department, because simply a marketing or an operations person would not be able to Q&A if everything actually was implemented correctly. And then if we talk about the governance in how to enable it, I think we don't use AI and automation and no-code, low-code just for the sake of doing it, but there's a fundamental hypothesis behind it that we can essentially increase the efficiency of our workforce. And that should be the goal of every team lead or head of in the company, or director, VP, blah, 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 to basically go for that goal. So I hope that's the case, but every team lead should have one goal or one KPI that she or he is working towards. And usually it's also tied to efficiency goals, right? And I think that's how you basically install the governance, because if it's in the goal setting, then it's very easy to come across that thought of, hey, why don't I use actually Make to automate my processes, for example?
Thank you. Do you guys have that? Do you have goals for efficiency, and does that drive the usage throughout the company?
This was actually the beginning how we started implementing low-code or low-code.
Hey.
I mean, everyone who knows the healthcare market knows it's it's a difficult business, and there are like not big basket sizes. That's the reason why it's like all the cost of service need to be really small, and this was our main KPI to minimize. And they're the only option while our developers were working on customer-facing tools. We had to take it on our own hand and then automate stuff, make it cheap. Yeah.
Maybe on the goals and the efficiency is great, right? On the one side, on the other side, the question is how do you then enable the people and give them that knowledge? So, is that part of your onboarding, for example, for new customers to lead them towards those new tools, or also in management trainings to bring people towards those tools that maybe are not yet familiar with no code?
So for me, it's we have a very poor onboarding process, I realize. How we still onboard employees on low-code, it is fundamentally part of our culture. So I would say that on a daily basis, what will end up happening is anyone who is somehow knowledgeable about no-code and what can be done with Make and with APIs and so on. So we have maybe a core group of 10% of the employees that are really familiar with those concepts. Then they are going to be teaching on a day-to-day basis to everyone else in the company what they could be achieving with those tools. So for instance, our customer care team might be wasting time daily because they read something, they copy-paste it on Slack to send it to the operations team, who then copy-paste it in Salesforce. And all these sort of processes happen still on a daily basis in our organization. And then it's not that we have a formal training to explain them how not to do that, but it's more that we're expecting the head to spot those mistakes and the head to be knowledgeable about Make and say, okay, look, this can be solved in 10 minutes. Let me show you how we can do it on Make, and then teach the person on the tool, Make or any other tool.
Yeah. So you teach ad hoc if it's needed.
Yeah, I think it helps a lot to have the real life examples of how you can actually make your work more efficient. It's very hard to theorize it and to teach employees, okay, you could make your work more automatable, and then they end up forgetting about it if it's not really really automating their actual task. But once you spot actually the one task or the few tasks that they're doing that you can save a lot of time on, then they actually realize very quickly what they can do, and then that empowers them very quickly.
So it's organically growing a little bit.
Yeah, I would say it's the same. Like, it's really the flywheel of knowledge and then fun that it makes, and like people take over ownership for things that they would never think they could change. Like normally, like you said, in operations, it is determined by the product. Like, I don't know, you didn't build the connection, and they were always doing this. And once you give them such a powerful tool, they can decide by themselves, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. Let's automate it. And it's like really this change of mind. Like, I'm not accepting what is given me by products, but I can take my luck in my own hand and like really develop the stuff as I want.
Empowerment then.
We were also talking about, we were talking about just before about having KPIs about efficiency, of trying to make your team more efficient and so on and so forth. For us, there is this efficiency aspect, but there is also this innovation aspect. That is, most of the time, I don't even want to hear about the ideas of my employees to make our product better. I just want them to do it. And then they just go on the product, and then they do something quickly. It might break, however they want to do it, I'm fine with. And then they come to me with the product ready, and then we decide to push it to customer. And really this idea of empowering them to innovate and to launch new features and to try things and to do it very fast is very important for us.
Mm-hmm. So, Chinang, is that flywheel also flying in your marketing organization?
Yeah, yes. I think one idea that we had a couple of months ago was doing a hackathon. It was completely unrelated to the automation topic. I just thought, like, okay, let's just do a hackathon from the marketing team. Would be amazing. And I was actually quite surprised. I was expecting more something like people would build like slide decks or something that. Or some sort of ideas, but actually, what the teams came out with was full MVPs built on Make. And I mean, Audrey, our automation specialist, she wasn't even there, and the team was able to use it. I was really surprised, and I think if you give them the room to think about those kind of things, that's amazing. And I think that's also going to the direction that you're saying, that yes, on the one hand side, still efficiency, because especially in those times it's important, but sometimes you also need a bit of room to just to get them familiar with that. And I mean, the cool thing is that it's not as you don't need, like, I think 10 hours per week to learn Python, for example, because it's a bit more, it's a bit easier to grasp. Yeah.
Cool. I mean, in the end, maybe if we empower everyone on the team, right, and bring them that creativity, like in a true revolution, maybe the tool in the end is owned by everyone and not owned from the top. Thank you all very, very much. We're running towards the end of the time. And I think we wanted to open it up for some questions from the audience, if there are any.
Up to you.
I'll just talk very loud.
We'll
Hey,
just cut
okay,
it.
I have
Exactly.
to myself. You talked about the involvement of the people and getting tech and product involved as well. How do you exactly, or what kind of tips do you have for the audience for getting people hands-on with the tools, right? Like I have personal experience, I built tools myself in operations and I became a product manager because of it. But some people don't have that technical understanding on what is even automatable. How do you get people engaged with the tool and how do you teach them? And also, do you have any types of like learning programs or like how did you taught people to use these tools effectively and identify people within those teams that are, okay, you are the guy that I can trust you or that might have the skills in order to really use these tools?
Any volunteers?
Yeah. I mean, I think you would be the perfect person to kickstart it in your own company, like being the expert yourself, because I think definitely technical knowledge will help you in the beginning, that's for sure. But when using tools like Make, they are really, really visual. So it's not, you don't even have to read an API documentation. You can, if you want, you can like add tools that are not integrated yet, but it's completely like a drag and drop system. So it's quite easy to understand. I mean, today in the age of YouTube tutorials, it's also quite easy to start. I think you guys even built some kind of knowledge base that you could start with. Academy. And then from your skill, I mean, you should onboard the next person and then make it spread. So, and it's really easy to build your first own scenario, understanding how it works. And then from there, it gets complex and more complex. But I think it's like an audio-didactical process. Like you don't have to, I mean, you need people who are eager to learn, that's for sure. They are open for something like this. And then I would just tell them, test it out.
Yeah, I think there are some people with the growth mindset. You're referring to a growth mindset before. So I think in the organization you have some people with a growth mindset, and regardless of what you give to them, they will just be very willing to learn. And if you give them Make or if you give them a different tool, then they will be very willing and they will see the potential. And then these are the people that you need to empower. If you need to train them on technical skills, then you should do it. And then you get a developer or someone to help them. But I think it's important to spot the right person or right persons, and then they will become the people to spread the knowledge in the organization.
Nothing to add. I think we're also out of time.
Are we out of time? Or we have time for more questions? Yeah? Okay, sure.
Oh, is it? Okay, it's working. So I recently scaled a business operations up on low code, and one of the things that we faced was our ability to develop features was extremely fast, and which led to a lot of difficulties in respect to maintenance and keeping things working, especially with the low number of resources that we planned on the product management side. And I just wanted to hear maybe your advice on the best ways to manage this and to plan for this, because the speed is amazing, obviously, but that comes with the fact that you're dealing with massive architecture, massive processes, a lot of logical problems that you have to face, and people breaking things all the time. So yeah, it's one of the things that we faced, and I think a lot of people will face when they build out these tools.
I could maybe start again because it's still not completely solved for us, that's for sure. But I think like Spider-Man helps, like with great power comes great responsibility, and this should be in the mind of the people as well. Like we really have the rule that if you build a scenario, you're the owner of it, and if it fails, you have to be there to clean it up again. And once you clean it up a few times, or like it crashed and you learned why it crashed, you start to develop your next scenarios in a better way, and already with this in your mind. And yeah, so I would say really make the people responsible, not only for building them, but also for maintaining them. And maybe one last thing that helped us quite a bit was make also the costs of those scenarios transparent. So every operation, I mean, the business model for Make is every operation costs yeah. I don't want to talk about pricing,
sure.
Yeah. But you could easily make it transparent how much each scenario costs, and then you challenge the people and say, hey, this is not really efficient. Like, why do you spend so much there? Let's build it in a more efficient way. And like we have this meeting once a month where we talk about the most expensive scenarios and then think of how we could build it differently.
And maybe one thing to add. So obviously, I think one challenge that probably some people see is that if you like, I think no-code, low-code solutions are very cool to basically prototype, right? Because it enables you to develop something very fast. And at some point, if you want to scale it up to like, I don't know, like millions of users or whatsoever, then you don't know like if it's going to work out, and you want to make sure that basically that level of scalability is still possible with that setup. And I think that's the point where you really want to have a discussion with your tech team, because in the end, they're still the ones who can actually really validate the solution and also the setup that we've been building. And I think it's also super fine to migrate setups or to rethink them. I mean, also if you think about how things have been built in the before actually low code, no code existed, they also had to be migrated at some point. So I think that's something that is totally acceptable.
Yeah. I'm told we need to run. I'm very sorry. Tunang, Ludo, and Philip, thank you so much for joining us today and taking part in this panel discussion. You guys are around the whole afternoon, I guess. So any further questions can be addressed outside. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the event, and thank you all for joining and the great questions.
Thank you.
We are going to have a 2-minute break, which allows us a bit of time to set up for the next panel.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you all had a nice little break. Now that we learned a lot about low-code and no-code, we will now switch to the investor's perspective. Our next speakers will share an outlook for the next year and share their insights on pre-seed investor highlights. So yeah, please give a warm welcome to Marlene Posen from Project A, Carmen Alfonso Rico from Cocoa, and Rodrigo Martinez from Hello World. Welcome on stage. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. I'm super excited that we are the group to talk about this topic. So you both are former VCs who ended up being full-time angel investors. So let's talk about what people who are looking to start a company in 2024, what they need to know about VC and what's going on behind the scenes.
A lot.
A lot, yeah. What is not going on? So maybe we start with this simple topic of what does it take to raise a pre-seed round in this day and age. Do you want to start, Rodrigo?
Yeah. So things are changing quite a lot, right? Like we've seen that there is a downturn in the market, and there is implications because later stage companies get closer to IPO level, so they are adjusted on their valuations, and that trickle down at some point to earlier stages, right? And what we are seeing is like the valuations at the early stage have not adjusted as quickly as the other stages. So it's probably the stage of maturity that is the more immature, maybe one could say. So at the moment, I think like what it takes to fundraise is to adjust your expectations to the real market conditions of today. I'm seeing a lot of founders coming and raising on the terms that their friends were trying to raise a year before or 2 years ago, and that has changed very quickly today. So I think like that's one part on the valuation, and then on the other side, everyone is looking at what are the implications of the recession and what are the implications of AI. So you need to have a good explanation about why your business will be recession-proof and what is going to be the headwinds or tailwinds of the AI in your product.
Absolutely.
I totally agree. I think itself how we assess companies at pre-seed seed hasn't really changed because it's also so founder-driven that it is a little bit more kind of immune to macro, the assessment and the conviction building. But of course, the future of the company is not exempt of that. And so I think that to Rodrigo's point, this idea of optimizing for the money that the business needs, and obviously like healthy dilution/valuation levels, but not what it was in 2021. One, because you're going to make your life very difficult to raise, and also because you're going to make your life very difficult for the next round. Because at one point, that's going to catch up on you. The interesting thing that's happening in the market, though, is that assessment is similar and there is money to invest. What has changed is the bar. So the kind of willingness of investors to invest has decreased because we're in an uncertain context, and uncertainty always kills the market a little bit. So what's happening is a flight to safety. So you will see and you will read about many big rounds. First of all, a lot of them happen a year and a half ago are getting announced now. And two, the other are a matter or a product of concentration of capital in a flight to safety because people want to invest, but they are much more cautious on where they invest in this context, and therefore they're all concentrating in the same companies. And so the prices are almost artificially high. The challenge with that, though, honestly, is that at the next round or seed, if you're pre-seed, or A, if you're a seed, you're going to have like the requirements for funds like Project A to back you are going to be pretty strict. And if you're not there and you have raised 5 million at 25, you're going to make your life very difficult if those 5 million were not needed. So my key thing is adjust expectations, but like mainly optimize for the money the business needs. And try to understand the top line valuation as a matter of the pressure that you're putting on yourself for the next round.
So it's definitely a balance between founder dilution, fundraisability, and I guess the capital that you really need. When we look at how we assess pre-seed businesses, there's not always a lot of things there. There's a founding team. So how do we think about that? Do you want to start, Carmen?
Sure. I have this thing I always say that at Cocoa, we back killers with a heart. Basically, at pre-seed, we're generalists. So I always say I invest in founders. Founders are my investment thesis, and I go to more interesting markets where exceptional founders take me. But ultimately, the three things I look for are killers with a heart, which means a founder who is obsessed and has an irrational reason to launch and build this company, because building a company is an irrational decision. And it's going to be the hardest thing, one of the hardest things that somebody's going to do. And so it needs to be almost like, an obsession, because if not, at one point it stops making sense. 2, ambition that is borderline naive, but not delusional. And that's a fine line. And how I think about that is I assess speed of learning and speed of execution. Because at the end of the day, you want a founder who's super ambitious, that cannot really see all the challenges that lie ahead of him or her, but will be able to overcome when they come, because they're going to come. And the third thing is strong clarity of mind and clarity of vision. I think that founders need a very, very deep understanding of the space that they're going after. In the previous world, maybe there was enough money to buy you time to catch up on knowledge. But in this world, I don't think there is. And so I want kind of founders who really understand what problem they're solving, who they're building the solution for. If you have these founders, then look for very key, solving very painful business pain points. Another thing that I think is interesting from a founder perspective is to assess if the problem you're solving can actually allow for a big business. Because there are very big problems in the world, like also some clinical problems, some environmental problems, but that are not necessarily conducive of building a big business, because it's not a big business problem. So you want a killer with a heart who solves a big business problem in a market where there's no structural impediment to building a big business.
Yeah. So Rodrigo, that was a very good and long answer. Thank you, Carmen. And so maybe, Rodrigo, should we talk a bit about, what should we talk about? What are the biggest mistakes when founders go and raise business that you have seen? And what are the learnings to take from that for anyone here who would like to know?
I think this is a relationship business, right? So the first thing is being very transactional. And I think we tend to take a smaller part of the cap table as angels, right? Like you, as a founder, you tend to focus on the lead investor. And I understand that, but I've heard several times that I've been as helpful, at least, as the lead investor, right? So I think taking a bit of time to meet the other people that maybe don't contribute so much money, but could contribute a lot of value, it's important, because you're going to get into a long-term journey. Ideally, at least, if things go well, it can take quite a long time to get there. So I would say being too transactional, not a great idea. Then not being authentic, and it's related to the first topic, but not being authentic and trying to chase trends. Yeah, trends can create tailwinds for a business, but I think if you're going to be learning on the job on the trend that is happening, it's like trying to surf for the first time with a big wave, right? It's going to take some time. So I rather people who are authentic and are building something on their previous career, on their unique points of view. I like to think has this guy spent 10,000 hours on the shoes of the potential customers he is trying to sell, right? So those are, I would say, 2 high-level things that are quick killers if people don't come across the right
And that's a good segue maybe into the cap table. How should we think about raising money with a diverse cap table in terms of value add, in terms of people with access, and so on? So at Project A, obviously, we tend to lead these early rounds, but we also love working together with people like yourselves to add additional people who can help the company. But what would you two say, Carmen?
I always tell founders, there's this famous sentence everybody has heard for sure that says, spend time with your investors, definitely, because you're going to get married to them. The reality is you're actually having babies with whoever you get in your cap table, because it's much easier to get divorced than to get somebody out of your cap table. So I think that treat it as whoever I am getting into this cap table will be very, very hard to get out, and we're going on a journey of 10 years together. So make sure that there's this personal fit, that this is the person that you want to celebrate the wins, but also who's going to support you when things go wrong, because they will go wrong at any point, at some point. And so taking that personal fit as a must. The second thing is think about your cap table as very, very expensive real estate. basically. And for the overall round, and also for each new investor that you get in, I always kind of draft this round equation for the founders, which is what you get money and you get value add, needs to exceed for it to work what you give away, the price that you pay in each round, which is the dilution, which is the most quantifiable way, economic and political rights that you're giving away, and third, complexity. I think many times complexity is overlooked, and again, there's not like a right or wrong answer to should I add this new investor. It's just running through the equation. It's an opportunity cost analysis. Maybe you have many investors, but they add so much value that it's worth the added complexity or it's worth the added dilution. Can be. But just always be very mindful. You need to be able to get as close as possible to quantifying money, that's easy, the value add versus the price that you're paying, so that you build the healthiest cap table.
Sure, absolutely. And then maybe to talk about, we often get this question, who should be raising venture capital and who should not? Rodrigo, what's your view?
I think in general, I tend to advise to people to try to bootstrap first, right? Like you were asking at the beginning, what are the things that we look in a business? And I evaluate founders, as I said before, but I look, is this a potentially good opportunity for a startup? And a good opportunity for a startup means it doesn't take a lot of capital to test if that's going to work. And in many cases, you can try to bootstrap, right? So I would say like a starting point is by default, think about how will you get this product to the market, bootstrap. And then the second thing is what level of commitment do you have to your business and what kind of market do you have? Like venture capital it's like about hyper growth in your business. And that requires a lot of sacrifices and a lot of like tough things on one side, but requires also very specific market conditions. And raising that kind of money when you are not in the right spot, you personally or the company itself, is just going to destroy a lot of value.
Sure, and so we want to obviously see a big problem where it makes sense to invest that money in order to reach growth in many places at the same time.
I think it's a key question for founders because on one side you need the market and the business model to be conducive of building a big business, and that is not always there. And the second thing, it's also a life decision, right? Like first of all, if the market and the business is not there, it doesn't say anything about the business. A lot of times when I give feedback to founders and I say, I don't think this is big enough, it's not like I'm questioning the business. I'm questioning the business fit with the VC model because VCs have certain economics and it's not, that we need certain numbers to make the model work. And so, first of all, you can build a massive, like 300 million business and make life-changing money for generations in your family, not being VC-backed. So that's one. And two, even if you have that market and that business model conducive of building a big business, it's still a personal choice. And there's no right or wrong. But to Rodrigo's point, as soon as you ask third parties to invest in you, and more specifically VCs, that's like a highway that you don't have to take, but if you take it, you're assuming a certain level of commitment, and that implies a certain level of growth and sacrifices that come to that growth, because that doesn't happen. You can't have a normal life and build a multi-billion-dollar company, and that's really hard and sad to say, but it is so. And so just if it's okay to not want VC money and it's okay to not want that life, but just be very mindful of the commitments and trade-offs that you're assuming. And just I think we have all made up some kind of VC as validation. Not necessarily. VC is just another source of capital and it can be the right one. And if it's not, you should not take it.
Yeah. So maybe we should move into some sectors here on that topic. So what we are seeing in the market at the moment, we tend to see a lot of digital technology still in the more kind of traditional sense of what VCs would have invested in. But I also think there's an opportunity for VCs to get comfortable around hardware and science risk as well. So obviously, biology or biotech and climate are two of those areas, as well as AI. What are you most interested in, and what do you think people should be building in?
Yeah, so I don't know what people should be building, so I think I let them to decide. But I think the kind of businesses that I understand and I like are businesses where there is someone who already has 10,000 hours, right? And if you run the math, it means someone has spent 4 or 5 years becoming an expert on that topic. So there is things that are happening today where there is very few people who know enough to be there, right? Like anything around LLMs, very few people have 10,000 hours there. So probably not going to be for me, because a lot of the people who are doing things on LLMs, the level of depth in their knowledge is not going to be there. But in other areas, there is for sure 10,000 hours of experience in a lot of people. So I think like lately I've done a bunch of things in the energy stack. So I think like electricity is becoming closer to software in many elements. So I think like I like to play bets on that area. I think also like vertical software, which is an overplayed theme, but I think there is a change in demographics today, and the leaders of companies are people that are digital native and they don't want to keep running businesses on Excel and things like that. So that's another area that I'm excited to. Those are just a few examples. And then for sure, like a big topic on my playground, and the name of the fund comes from Hello World, right? So it's about developers and building products. I think like anything that is empowering developers, picks and shovels, that's my day to day.
Would you agree with that, Carmen, or what do you guys look at?
100%. So I like to say we have no morals. I'll like invest into anything within reason, of course. A strong founder takes me to. But when I actually analyze also this idea of like, is there a structural impediment to build a big business, or is this something that I find can be the base of a big business? I think a few things that have changed. I think the barriers of entry to build as a team are lowering, and we're seeing that with AI a lot. And also Europe is at this point in which a lot of operators have been at scale-ups and have seen growth, right, for the first time. So you have lots of good potential founders, and therefore a lot of kind of competition in the market. And I like to go for areas where you need a specialized expertise, because I think that brings a kind of inherent barrier of entry. Not everybody can build. For example, one of our companies has AI, this is from before the hype, but AI applied to steel making. Like, not everybody who like is at a big scale up and decides that now they want to be a founder can go into that space. Same with like, I do a lot of data infrastructure and we have one in space tech. They have spent 10 years each in the industry. So I just like those kind of plays that, be it for the sector, be it for the technology, they just need certain level of expertise, because it protects kind of I think that, and then the other topic that Rodrigo also sort of alluded to is this concept of building for the real economy. Like, I think we, for many years, grew companies that were selling to companies that were also backed by VC. And at one point, that stopped. And I agree that now the senior people and the decision-making people in many of these real economy industries are digitally native, and there is a big opportunity there. And yes, it is painful to sell to them many times, but there's almost sort of a kind of real value being created there. And so I think that that's another theme that I'm very focused on now, is the real economy.
And I think it's also important to note that whilst we do see trends, we've seen crypto, we've seen other things coming and going, or semi-staying, depending on what you think. But there are some core principles around company building that we as investors are super keen on. Obviously, it's about finding a product that is a must-have. It's about making sure that you really delight your customers so that they stay with you. Maybe should we dig a little bit into that too, because I think where people often forget about the less shiny things, but the core principles of company building that you're excited about, Rodrigo.
Yeah, so I like to think, related to what you've been saying, I like to think that a lot of the businesses that I'm backing, they sell to entrepreneurs. And entrepreneurs, I take a very broad definition, which means someone that is empowered to make decisions, and if the decisions are right, they get the benefit from that, right? So I think like, if you think about large companies, most people in large companies are not entrepreneurs, but in some few areas, there is entrepreneurs within large companies. So the starting point is you need to please someone to make money and to build a business. Sometimes you don't need to monetize in the short term, but you need to please someone. And that's what I pay 90% of my attention. Like, are you pleasing someone to a degree where they will rave about your product to everyone else? If that's done, then the second thing I'm going to try to understand is how will you reach out tons of people like those? And if you have an advantage on distributing your product and you are delighting your customers, then the other things can probably be worked out at an early stage. If those two things are not happening, then it's probably not for me at that stage, at least.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think the second point around the distribution is very important. And it's very important in this time when we try to get our head around also like where is value going to accrue. And I think that the product, having a product that delights people, and even more than a product, like a whole experience so that you can almost I like to say invest in customer love. Basically, like I want to see users that are almost emotionally attached to the product and the experience because they're going to become your best ambassadors. But even if you have that, if you don't have an advantage in distribution, it's very hard because at scale, it will be very hard to reach enough mass to like create a compounding effect. So I think that the distribution point is a key one also as founders start to think if they have an edge and you're like, do you have an advantage in distribution? Because a lot of what we see today doesn't, and it's really hard to see a big business built that way.
And on the distribution point as well, we often stand in front of a model where we're thinking about whether this unit economics makes sense because the cost of acquiring customers tends to be quite high, especially across small and medium-sized businesses for the ACV that you can get. So those are important things to really think through in the narrative of your fundraising process and company building, probably even more so. We spoke a bit about the dreaded valuation topic in the beginning, but we didn't dig so much into it. Should we do it? Yeah. So obviously we've seen the drop of capital going into the markets, 50 to 70%, depending on which data source you consult. But we have been around for some time. And you can almost say that the money that goes into pre-seed and seed stage businesses today is about the same as it was 2018, 2019. So it's not really that wintry as it may seem. But in terms of valuations, what are the guidance that you give to the companies that you work with? Maybe Carmen, you start.
Sure. I actually I'm a bit frustrated. So I think that your point is brilliant because I think what's happened, there's a bit of a dislocation. So at a macro level, we've gone from a world where money was completely free to a world where money has a cost and actually a significant cost. Now, in Europe, at least, a lot of big funds for pre-seed and seed in big size were raised during the time of capital cost zero, are being deployed now. So we have there is a lot of money available that wants to be deployed. Now, going back to this point, at the same time, there's a context of uncertainty, and so most of the capital is getting concentrated in very few opportunities that are almost like obvious opportunities from a founder bet perspective, especially if you look at pre-seed. That means that valuations haven't really adjusted at pre-seed. And definitely not at pre-seed, less at seed, and yes, probably at A, though we are yet to see a big repricing. Now, the challenge with that is that from an investor perspective, the risk-adjusted return doesn't make a lot of sense because if today there is you have a pre-seed founder, great founder, but first time, so great operator, first time founder, nothing but an idea, raising 3 million at 15. And then you can safely bet the next round is not going to be at 30 or 45 million, right? And so if somebody's going to raise at 15 today to raise 20 at 20 million post in 12 months or 18 months, the risk-adjusted return that is not there for investing at this one. And that's from an investor perspective. Now, from a founder perspective, I think it's key to also understand that a lot of things that you need to do up until you have product market fit and a scalable, predictable go-to-market machine don't compress. So 3 million don't take you as far as 1 million. It's not because you just need to figure out so many things in the way, right? You still don't have a machine where you put 1, you get 5. So if you put 10, you get 50. You're still not at that place. So what's going to happen is that the inefficiencies are going to become very expensive. But people are going to judge you on the next round or your capital efficiency of spending 3 million. And so you're going to be in a not great position to raise. Again, there are exceptions, of course, it depends on the sector, it depends on the founders, but generally, that's a lot of what we're seeing right now, is this compression in pre-seed seed that makes not much sense from an investor, also not much sense from a founder because they get over-diluted in the next one, and it's not really the best, healthiest setup.
Yeah. We've spoken a lot about advice and telling you what we think, but maybe some of our own key misses. Do you want to give us any misses, Rodrigo?
I have a lot. So yeah, I think like looked at UiPath and didn't invest. Like I didn't agree on terms with the GitLab guys. Actually, we had, I think, kind of a handshake deal, but it didn't come through. So I think like there has been several mistakes, and those are the ones where we were closer. So I think a bunch of years ago, I did an analysis on my own anti-portfolio, right? Like portfolio is what you invest, anti-portfolio is what you should have invested and you didn't invest. And I think like the core reasons to make those mistakes were misunderstanding the market size. A lot of good companies reshape markets in a way that you do the math, and you do the math before the company exists, and you do the math after the company exists, and the market becomes larger than it was evident before. So that's one area where if everything is great about the business, but the market size, then I try to understand if I might be wrong there. The other thing is misjudging competitors. I think you are always afraid that the competitors can move into your space, but they most often don't move at the speed in which they can kill the company. Same about misjudging people. At the end, this is a people business, and some people are not cut in the way that VCs are used to evaluate them. So there is a lot of ways we can do a lot of mistakes. And I think that's the beauty of the business, that if it will be a machine that is predictable, then everyone will be making money.
So we're out of time, but just the final one, Carmen, if you'd summarize in 3 points, I'm an ex-consultant, so there's always 3 points. What are the 3 advice for founders looking to start a company in 2024?
Wow. One, make sure that you're obsessed, that you really care, that you do it, that you have a really strong reason to solve the problem you want to solve and to build the business you want to build, because it's a very long-term thing. It gets really, really hard. And so that is going to power you through it. To choose your cap table wisely, optimize for the long term, not always the short term. Of course, do not get ripped off, definitely. But take a long-term view and optimize for the right people, the right sort of capital. BBC, not VC. And then third,
work with us.
Yeah, exactly. Ping us.
Yeah. Good. So we don't have time for questions, I'm afraid, but we will all be around. So come and grab us if you want to chat. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks a lot. We'll take a short break and be back in 2 minutes. Stay tuned for our next talk.
Wollen wir es abschicken?
Also ich bin dafür. Okay.
Ja?
Ihre Druckidee jederzeit online bestellen. Online-Printers. Jetzt testen.
Okay, hello everyone. We just learned a lot about pre-seed investments, and now it's time to get our hands dirty and talk about operations. Our next speakers will shed some lights on how to scale operations in B2C fintech companies. So please welcome on stage Charlotte Niklas from Project A and Eileen Üssel from Bunch. Welcome, you two.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today for the Fintech Operations panel. There was supposed to be another person from Trade Republic who checked in, had an emergency, had to leave again. So he apologizes for not being able to be here. But we're going to do this regardless. So it's just going to be sort of a conversation. As Christina introduced us, my name is Charlotte. I've been with Project A for almost 7 years. And I have spent time building operations with 2 of our B2C fintech companies. And really happy to have Eileen here as head of operations from Bunch Capital. Also, we've known each other for quite some years now. So honestly, this feels like a little bit like we're in a living room, like almost taking our shoes off. Where's the glass of wine? And we're just nerding out about fintech operations. So thanks so much for joining us today. And maybe you'll introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, thanks, Charlotte. I'm super happy to be here and happy to chat with you about ops and fintech. Yeah, I'm Eileen. I am head of ops at Bunch. So what we do at Bunch is we offer solution for investors in the private market space to pool their investments. So one of the ways to do that is through so-called special purpose vehicles, which in essence are companies through which you can basically co-own and then do your investment into a target. And yeah, it's quite an exciting space because, as you can imagine, we operate currently in Germany and in the Netherlands, and Germany is a quite bureaucratic country, so operations in such an environment is quite interesting. Yeah.
And so how did you end up at Bunch?
So I knew I always wanted to work in startups. Already when we studied together in our bachelor's, I knew I wanted to go into that space. I did go a bit on the dark side initially, so I went into consulting. So I'm also a consultant. So maybe you will hear some 3 things from me as well. But yeah, after 2.5 years consulting, I knew I wanted to go back into startups. I joined Gorillas. Some of you might know Gorillas. Basically where I first joined the expansion team. Did a lot of crazy things, launched a lot of warehouses, and first came in contact with ops in the startups environment, then transitioned into the rider operations space, where I took care of the rider support team, which is basically customer service but for the riders, and I love doing that. It's basically solving puzzles but with constraints. It moved into more of a people operations role, so that I also worked in ops, but having this kind of constraints from legal requirements. Yeah, and I really like improving things. I like to optimize things, and this is what ops is all about. And after my experience at Gorillas, I knew I wanted to stay in that space. I knew I wanted to continue solving puzzles, so also work in a domain that has these constraints that you have to operate around. But I wanted to work a bit more with a product. So in Gorillas, it was very physical operations, and I wanted to work more on product operations. And yeah, I ended up at Bunch. I've been loving it because it combines this, what I love, with the strengths, what I'm good at, structuring things, optimizing things, but doing it in a quite legacy domain and bringing some technology to this new domain.
Yeah, and I think we complement each other really well because you built up, or you're building up operations from day one at Bunch. And in my role working with our B2C fintech companies, it was post-Series A, there was a lot of structures, a lot of legacy already, and it was either about like executing extremely fast with a lot of restrictions that we have in fintech, or optimizing a given setup. So 2 very, very different challenges. So I think we can speak to the like more early stage and then the Series A, Series B sort of stage. And like, I kind of envy you a little bit because you're able to make all of those decisions yourself from day one, and like you know the quality that you want to have, you know the processes, how you want to have them. So, what did the first couple of months look like for you? What were some of the challenges you had to solve? What were some of the decisions you had to make? And like I know you love being like in the trenches and being very operational in a team. So how did you transition over the last, what has it been, year? Yeah. What has your journey been like in the first months, and then also as you progressed over the last 12 months?
Yeah, I mean, Bunch is very different from gorillas. So we are not delivering bananas. It's not so easy to understand initially what we do. So even explaining what Bunch does, if you are not in the space, in the private market space, is sometimes difficult. So of course, the first couple of weeks and months were all about understanding really the product, understanding the processes. Started with really something simple as mapping the whole processes. That was really the first thing I did, creating this huge Figma where I mapped everything to understand, okay, what is the difference between a GmbH and a GmbR, and what tax requirements does each have, and in which situation would you choose one over the other. So first I had to, of course, understand everything. And then we launched already, so we are live for more than a year now. So last summer we launched, so just before I joined. And the first couple of months were very off-platform. So I think this is something good, right? You want to understand the processes. You want to, go out, meet your customers. You don't want to just build this whole platform and then go out and no one actually uses it. But that also meant that we had to kind of bring everything we did kind of off-platform, very manual, very non-digital, back into our platform. And this is what we have been doing, and we also try to, increase productivity of the team, but also efficiency in the processes. So, the last couple of months were all about bringing manual things into workflows. So also in light of having Make here at the conference, we're a heavy Make user. So we constantly automate more and more of our workflows, and especially in ops, you need to do this because if you grow and scale your business, you don't want to just add people to the problem and then have a huge service organization. This is not what we set out to build. So it has been like month over month, bringing more data points in, tracking more information, having more on the platform for the user, but also ops data points. So just information that we basically work with, and that is then fed back into different workflows, such as the creation of contracts, etc., but also integrating then the partners. So this has also been a big focus in the last couple of months and is continuing to be a focus, but you have a lot of partnerships, so everyone that owns a company knows what comes with this. So you have to do tax and accounting, you have to do banking, you have to do certain compliance things, etc. So of course we try to do as much as possible in-house and also use this skill we have in making things automated and digital. But certain things is just cheaper to have someone externally do it. So there's no point for us to, build our own support tool, or there's no point for us to build our own ID Now. It makes more sense to cooperate with these partners.
Yeah. And you're already touching upon a really interesting aspect. And what excites me about operations is that it's very cross-functional. You, of course, have, the operations that are relevant to your business model. Then you usually have some sort of, customer support there is integrated there as well. But then you're also operating with product. You're also operating with tech as a result. And then you're collaborating with BI or data because you want to track everything that you do, but then you also collaborate with marketing because essentially you need to understand, who are we talking about, what's the customer that we're acquiring through performance marketing or, partnerships, whatnot. So that's what I love because it touches all aspects of the organization. And in my experience as well is I probably underestimated the collaboration it really needs with product and tech. But that's kind of the first person, if you're in ops, that you should probably talk to. And what I find so what I envy you in your situation is that you're able to make those decisions together with the product team. So, and we all know startup restrictions and then fintech restrictions on top of that, the entire compliance, regulatory, whatnot. So we're always operating in a highly regulated, highly restricted environment where we never have enough resources to build everything that we need to have built. So how does that collaboration with the product team work for you? And how did you make certain decisions? And you already touched on that in terms of, partners and working with Make and different customer service providers. How do you make, together with the product team, the decisions on what to build in-house and what to maybe first outsource and then understand what you need to build as proprietary tech?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's a backlog of 1 million things we would love to build. And because we have the service component, right? So we support our customers throughout the whole life cycle of such an SPV or fund. We also offer fund services. That means you have many things to build, and it's not all customer facing. Many of the products we build are actually just internally for us to function and for us to do accounting properly and quite efficiently. So there's always also this balance or the trade-off, or you can call it also a fight sometimes, between the sales team that wants to create this new feature for the customer that is amazing on the platform, but then also the operations team that does not want to hire 10 more people but wants to become more efficient. So of course there's this trade-off, but we try to focus on both. And what we have also done or have made use of is this automation capability, what I mentioned. So for now we have kind of the engineers building really our customer-facing platform. And then we have a separate data and automation team that consists mostly of non-engineers. So these are people that have some data analytics background, maybe some basic software or engineering knowledge, but they're not full stack engineers. But with these people, and they're all quite junior, but we are very, very efficient with building internal products with this team. And that has helped us to quickly automate a lot of our workflows and to create kind of our internal product, which runs completely almost on Retool. So I don't know if people in the audience know Retool, but it's basically a front-end solution where you can build very quickly with drag and drop your internal products that run on Make. So they also make kind of scenarios. So what was explained earlier was that Make is basically a connector between systems. So a big part of the system is our internal database, which is also maintained by our product team or engineering team. But we also have these ops data records that the data and automation team can more flexibly kind of add. It's not a product data point, so we don't necessarily need the whole engineering team to work on it, but we can flexibly add these ops data points. And with that, we can more easily kind of build our internal product out. However, we are also now moving more into a different stage where we need to move a little bit more fully into the product and kind of turn many of the things that we have built for in-house use or internal back office use more for customer-facing features, like, for example, our capital call engine. Currently, when an investor wants to do a capital call via our platform, they send us the capital call notice, the drawdown notice. We internally, with our tools, our back office tool, prepare it, and then it goes out by the platform. The next step is now completely cut us out of it again. So that's kind of the next phase we are in, where we now have the tools to do it with people on the back office side. Next step is to bring it back into a feature for the customer, so you don't even need anyone in operations to be involved anymore.
Okay, that's super interesting. So do these people, these data and automation colleagues, do they report to you? Where do they sit in the organization?
They are a separate function. So we used to be one team without any kind of title or so. We were just kind of very small. We were basically 3-4 people, and we were kind of considered ourselves the operations and a data and automation team. Did team events together, etc. But now they are more of a separate team. They're also growing, and that's also kind of this whole idea, I think, that is behind the whole no-code revolution, right? They shouldn't be in just one single function. They should kind of support the entire organization, because HR, marketing, sales, everyone, legal especially, can profit a lot from these capabilities. And we are also, it's one of our KRs that we are pushing through. We want to bring these capabilities into the functions, not only by hiring someone and kind of putting them into the team, but training people to basically build their own automations. And my team is doing really well with that. I have to still catch up a bit to build my own automations, but yeah, it's part of our culture, and I think something that is really making a difference, and I haven't seen before, but I will continue kind of taking with me wherever I go.
Mm-hmm. And then you said first that you do it manually, and then you try to bring it back into the platform. So what sort of I guess validation do you look for? Like, when is something worth being tackled by data and automation the data and automation colleagues. And so, how do you prioritize? What unit of value do you use to onboard that, or to actually brief them and develop it in-house?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we always check or kind of look, can we build it with a no-code solution? So can we build it with the make and retools capabilities? If we can do it, how long will it take us to do it? So will it take one automation engineer like half a year, or can they do it if they just focus on this one thing for 2 or 3 weeks? So this is something where we say, okay, then we rather build it in-house because we can more easily access our data. Of course, it's cheaper. We don't really have to get another service provider that we have to negotiate a contract with. And we're also more flexible, right? So if you want to change the process, or if you want to add something to it, we can just do it. We can basically just adjust our workflow. So I think these are the things. The last thing that is maybe a deciding factor is whether you need a license for it. So there's many of our partners that we have decided to kind of partner with instead of having our own solution, is because you need more regulatory preparation. For example, banking services, right? So for now, we are not regulated. We have an unregulated product, and we try to keep it that way, at least for the short term. But of course, we need to offer banking services to our clients. So there we partner with an external provider, integrate them, so kind of the front end, the transaction data can be seen in our platform, and payments can be prepared from our platform, but we do not own the bank account.
What I on one side find, let's say, stressful on regarding fintech operations, but also so I love the complexity behind it, is there's very little room for error. Because essentially, well, you're dealing with people's money, and that's always highly emotional, and people usually don't forgive you any fuck-ups. And in my experience working with our fintech companies, we were in a hyper-growth phase. It was extremely a lot of pressure, very high opportunity, and we were always in, let's say, or depending on the legal and compliance team. They were obviously just doing their job, but there was such a, let's say, blocker in us, trying to optimize different work streams, introducing more automations into operations. And then whenever they were ready, we needed to be like so fast. And then it took like another 2 weeks of compliance and legal to go through everything that we wanted to go through. So how do you, I mean, you just said you're not regulated, but I'm sure there must be some sort of restrictions, requirements that you have to meet while still being a small company. So what does it look like for you on a daily business in terms of how you interact with your customers, how you lead your operations team, and then also what you brief into the data automation or then the engineering team?
Mm-hmm. I mean, for now, we are quite small, as mentioned. So, for example, collaboration or exchanges is quite fast. So our biggest kind of counterpart in that regard is definitely our legal counsel, which is one person with basically 2 support persons with her, like working students supporting her. And definitely, I mean, it's good. You need this kind of friction, right? I even say that's one of the exciting things about fintech, that you have kind of these functions that think very differently, right? So for us, it's kind of the legal side, but then, for example, also we're now building more capabilities in tax accounting and reporting and compliance. And these people think a bit differently than maybe the operations team members, but that creates this nice friction that, you have people that really think about the rules and kind of frameworks you're in, but then you have these other people that really think about, okay, but I need to do this like 20 times next month. I need to do this efficiently. I can't, manually check every single number each time. And out of this comes something really nice. So for us, it has been, and for me personally also, has been rather a positive thing that makes the daily life and ops so exciting, that you don't just, optimize or improve, but you always have these constraints that I mentioned in the beginning that you have to think around. And to come back to your question very specifically, so how do we deal with this? We have kind of these checks and balances in place. So the legal department is basically giving us the requirements. So for example, in the KYC, know your customer, so that's anti-money laundering checks domain. the legal department is basically defining the policy. We together work on the working procedure, so how it's then on the daily basis being operated and what has to be checked. But then ops is kind of executing it. And then you have legal checking again what ops is doing. And we decided, for example, the KYC analyst to report to me because of this, that I am kind of managing the execution, but there's someone else in the organization that is always there for checks and balances.
I've had a similar experience, and I agree with you that the friction is what makes it so interesting. And I love to see the change in people as well, because, well, they're just doing what they learned to do, right? And it's a very different way of thinking than somebody like us thinks in terms of growth and possibility and opportunity and just a little bit of an entrepreneurial thinking. Those are people that think in systems and in right or wrong and yes or no, and to instill a little bit of that like entrepreneurship feeling into these sort of colleagues and making them understand your world too is what I love seeing, because at the end of the day they also decided to work at a startup. Yes. Like they could have chosen a more traditional path for what they learned, but they didn't. So there must be something there that they also want to benefit from you, and that's why I also regard this friction as very positive, because a superior solution will emerge because of that.
Exactly.
Yeah. I had a thought and I forgot it now. Do you have a question for me? In the meantime.
I didn't come with questions, just with answers.
No, now I remember. So what I find so important in like our role is, yeah, we look at the numbers and then we look at the processes and then we try to automate and whatnot. But at the end of the day, like, we're serving a customer, we're serving a person, and we're taking care of their money in one way or the other. And what I think some people forget, especially as the organization grows, is to experience that customer and to be in very close contact with them. So I can only recommend for anybody in a position where you don't have to actually sit with your customer service agents, or once a month you go into whatever customer service platform you're using, Dixa, Zendesk, Intercom, whatnot, and answer tickets and answer conversations. Get on the phone. We do a lot of outbound calling, and wow, you learn so much from like an hour of outbound calling of who's actually your customer, who are you targeting, and that's and then it's also not only for operations extremely important, but also for product. Mm-hmm. I mean, product the entire day wonders, how they can solve different issues and how they can guide a customer through or until a certain point when it monetizes for the company. Just talk to them, call them up, and have a conversation. And within 1 hour, you learn so much about who you're actually dealing with. And that's what I really, no matter what position you're in, like really enjoy as a sort of first, measure when you get in and when you start to get onto the phone or get into your ticketing system or join customer meetings. Is that something that you have done or are still doing on a regular basis as well?
So not so much on the customer service side, but definitely on the sales call side. So this is also some initiative that came from our founders that they value and they want to push more in the organization, that we do shadow one another in the organization, and that goes not only into one direction but also the other side. So for us, it's also sometimes really helpful to understand how an engineer works or how product works, right? So that we get more understanding why certain things maybe take, how long they take. Because sometimes it's like, it's just a small thing. Can you not do it quickly? And it's like, no, because of this. And if you work closely together, you better understand one another. So for sure, for cross collaboration, it's super beneficial to have these exchanges. And yeah, personally, I live in, so we use Intercom. I live in Intercom, so I always have it open. I have read almost every customer request we get. We don't get too much yet, so it's fine. But yeah, it's super important, and I can only recommend this as well, to have either people dropping into sales calls, engaging with customers, or being involved in operations, because in the end, that's what operations is all about. It's like you're at the core of the business, you're creating the value. Mm-hmm. That's also how I always explain what Ops is at Bunch, so we create the value that is on top of the technical platform. And it's super exciting and super relevant to understand what you are actually doing and why you're doing it if you have seen the operations domain and have interacted with customers.
Yeah. One experience that I highly valued was being able to very closely work in my role together with the business intelligence team. And it's also been such an eye-opening, let's say, experience for me to how crucial that is in operations and to really make everything that you do very, very numbers-driven. What does it look like for you, and what are some of the, let's say, key KPIs that you monitor on a regular basis?
I mean, we're very early stage, so we don't really have this strong KPIs. Like, for example, in Gorillas, we looked at our, inbound tickets and ticket backlog and average response time. So it was like very KPI driven, and I love looking at these numbers, and I love seeing that, they improve over time. But right now, we don't really track so much things. I think it's definitely something that we will work on. But we definitely look at customer satisfaction quite strongly already, so CSAT and NPS.
Great. All right, we're super over time. I'm so sorry. But that's what I meant in terms of like, we can probably sit on a couch, have a wine, and like nerd about it. Maybe we'll do that later today or on the weekend. Thanks so much for having us. Thank you so much, Arlene, for joining us here at PackCon. And if you have any questions, just approach us so we can let the other people onto that stage. Thank you.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you so much, you two. We're going to take a short break and then stay tuned for our next talks. We'll dive back into the VC world and have some interesting talks coming up. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the last slot today in the cinema, which is 2 hours of mostly investing related content. And first up, we have a panel on micro VCs. For those of you that don't know, micro VCs is kind of a new sort of fund model that's a little bit different. And I'm very happy that we have 3 founders of micro VCs actually joining us today. So that's Declan Carey, Gloria Bäuerlein, Max Schwarz, and moderating will be our very own Jack Wang. Great name, by the way. I mean, I think the context is quite clear, right? So like 10, 15 years ago, you just had to take money from anyone that had money, that was offering money to you. And by now, the, let's say, spectrum of available sources of money is a lot broader. And yeah, we have seen microfunds coming up. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that session and yeah, handing over to the team.
Yeah, I guess so. Nice. Just checking this is working. All right. Thanks for coming, everybody. We got better investors in Sequoia, so appreciate you being in this cinema and not anywhere else. We do, sure, I believe you guys. So this is a session, essentially, the wording is a bit fancy, but it's about sort of the concept of macro VCs, and we have quite a lot of actually good friends of mine on stage. I'm also backing a couple of these folks as well, myself personally, it's a disclaimer, and have been for a while. Would you like to give an introduction, I guess, to each of you, maybe your fund quickly, and we'll go to some of the more informative questions. So maybe Gloria, please.
So I'm Gloria, based here in Berlin, and I last year started a fund called Puzzle Ventures, which is a 21 million pre-seed and seed fund focused on investing into B2B SaaS businesses across Europe, and I'm basically consider myself to be a super angel. So I've been in VC before, on the other side, at a large VC, and then realized that there's a gap in the market where a lot of the existing funds can no longer collaborate because their funds are way too large, but there is an opportunity to work with them versus against them. And so I'm usually partnering up with different VC firms across Europe.
Deck, my man.
Hey, I'm Declan, also based in Berlin, and I'm similar to Gloria, running an early stage micro fund, typically investing pre-seed and seed as early as possible. So it's kind of never too soon to start a conversation with the fund forward. Invest predominantly in Europe, but typically can invest all over the world. 15% of our portfolio comes from the US and have investments as broad as Colombia or Egypt. And the team consists of me, largely backed by a group of unicorn founders, operators, angels who operate like an extension of the fund. And then in terms of ticket size, on average 100K, and like what Gloria said, operate like an angel, super collaborative with the market, be it the solo GPs, the angels, the larger institutions.
Cool. And lastly, Max.
Thanks for having me. My name is Max. I run Nucleus Capital, which is a first Czech firm investing at the intersection of synthetic biology, decarbonization, and food. So we're very specialized in terms of our interests and our investment thesis. And we try to be, building a support system for a very specific kind of founder who tends to be a scientist, typically with a PhD, and who tends to have very different problems from the more generalist SaaS founder, and in that way, we're trying to shape the form and have a very productized mindset.
Wonderful. Just before we go into some of the more deeper questions, I guess we have most of the folks here arrived. So we can tailor some of the answers potentially. You might get some audience participation as well. Can I get a quick show of hands if you're a founder in this room? Okay, it's a good amount of folks. If you're a fellow venture capital investor, cool. Potential fund LP? No? Okay. All right, it's VR.
Don't be shy.
You'll stay around after this. We got some wonderful folks for you to meet. Great, this is great. Okay, so I guess the first question I have, which is probably the most obvious question, right, is, and I guess everybody will have a slightly different take on this, what is a macro VC compared to that of, honestly, a Project A, for example? So we're kind of like a very mainstream branded VC, right? What is the unique characteristics of a macro VC? Anyone, feel free to, whatever order you feel comfortable with between the three of you. Yeah.
I think it's usually, for me, it's two things. One is typically micro VCs tend to be much more collaborative because our fund model works without owning 10, 15% of the company at entry, which is a lot harder when you are running like a 200 million, 300 million fund. It's really shocking, actually, when you model everything once and you're like, oh, this is why certain funds make decisions in a certain way. And then I think the second one is that decisions tend to be made much faster because you don't have to go through associate principal, partner, and it's just very clear from day one you're speaking with the decision maker of the fund. And so I can make decisions within 36 to 48 hours. Which I wasn't able to do when I was part of the larger fund.
Cool.
Maybe to add to that, I think another characteristics that we probably all have in common is the fact that we tend to be operating in rather unconventional networks for deal sourcing. So specifically at Nucleus, we're trying to build a community around this, where we share best practices, but also have people on the ground who are former operators in our specific fields, and then help us source and evaluate technical topics. And we tend to be, I think if I speak for all of us, we tend to be really investing at the edges. So try to follow an uncharted path. For us, it's also an opportunity to be competitive in a way, and to not run into one of the big behemoths too early on. Kind of like find our own niches to then eventually act as a deal flow source for funds like those.
Understood. I guess a question for Declan. So this is very, because I think you're one of the people in my network by far has a way broader network, right? So anything I don't know, I'm like, hey, Declan, have you heard of this thing? It's like, yeah, absolutely. I was like, how? This is very, very, very fringe kind of information. How do you guys build your network, right? From my conversation with all of you, my understanding is that is kind of the major power of your fund, right? It's to founders, other investors. Like, what are the, maybe not super secret, but semi-secret sources that you guys have from network building, I guess? Declan,
yeah, of course, and thank you very much. But I think in my case, I had the luxury of being able to build a network in venture before I got into venture. So I was in charge of all things investor related for Web Summit for years, and through that got to get close to the founders or the partners at all the top funds across the US and Europe, and that's kind of something I've been able to leverage ever since. I think that only covers a small percentage, though, of where we get our unique network as solo GPs, and it's something you need to continuously work on to make sure you are getting the right exposure, you do know the right founders, operators that are constantly sharing stuff with you. As one person, you can only get so much market exposure compared to an Index or Excel that have teams to kind of have full market coverage. So you need to be constantly iterating on that network. And I think over time, the venture network is quite strong, but you end up benefiting more from the founder, operator, solo GP side, where you can collaborate and get to these deals before the larger institutional funds.
Understood. I guess maybe one question for Gloria. Traditionally, the folks that work with micro VCs tend to have a guidance or a coaching or maybe just a general helper to the founders, right? So in the timeline you mentioned, the micro VC, solo GP type folks will commit first and then give a lot of guidance to the founder on who other VCs you should talk to, what is best fit. Do you have any examples of that sort of things you've done recently, and what the things that generally you kind of add value to in that fundraising sense for founders? Please?
Yeah. So the first investment I made at the beginning of the year from the fund was a founding pair that I've known for almost 10 years. So like I had a lot of contacts. They've been in my network. One of them is actually an operator LP of mine. So he was already very, very close to me. And they decided in September to actually start thinking about building a business. And so I was really helping them, even like coming up with the idea, testing them on like, hey, is this scalable enough as a VC case, or should you go for a non-VC case? Because I think it's really, really hard for founders sometimes to understand like, what are the characteristics of a typical VC case if you want to raise from a top-tier firm? And just giving them a little bit perspective and iterating with them and being like, okay, you understand if you're going in that direction, it means X and Y for the fundraising process. or you need to prove X and Y before you go out fundraising. And so I was very, really closely iterating with them. And then I helped them think through when to talk with whom. So one of the things I always tell them is like before you're actively fundraising, say hi, like introduce yourself to like the 5 or 10 funds that you like or that you think could be a good fit, and I'm happy to work with you around it. And then don't talk to them for a couple of weeks or months. Work in your company, work on the pitch, like fine tune it. And then just before, then a couple of weeks later, then you're going to go out and talk to them. And maybe some of them are already like preempting before and you really like them and you let them preempt. But at least you've kind of gotten to know a bigger set of VCs and really being kind of a thought partner there and not really telling them like, look, you should speak to X, Y, Z VC, but more talking to them about the structure and like the strategy around fundraising was really important. And then once they got the first offers in, thinking through, okay, does it mean, are you happy with this? Do you prefer to have another VC fund? If yes, how are we going to do that, etc. And that was exactly here the case. So they had like 2 preferred VCs that they wanted to work with. They got a term sheet from one VC, and then I like talked to them or sit down with them. I was like, okay, is this something you want to take? Yes, but we would love to see whether the other VC is also going to make us an offer. Yeah. But we don't want to talk to all the other VCs out there. Yeah. And so basically, I was able to kind of guide them through and be like, yeah, if that's what you want to do, this is how I would do it. And this is how I would make sure to get the second VC lined up as well. Yeah. So I don't see myself in helping them pick the VC necessarily, unless I hear very, very bad feedback from the market. Yeah. Then I'm not going to warn them actively. But it's more like guiding them through the process so that they don't make any mistakes.
Understood. And then Max, as an add-on to that, because you're in a very different situation, right? In the sense that you're a specialist fund with, as you said, very unique network. How does what Gloria said sort of apply? What does apply, what doesn't apply, and what is just very different, I guess, to a specialist micro VC?
I think there's a lot of overlap in what Gloria said, so I agree with most of the points, and I think I would like to add in our specific case, a unique perspective that we can add is within fine-tuning the equity story and also helping specifically scientific founders with the narrative and with storytelling. Because in most of those cases, the time to revenue ramp-up is rather delayed, so it could be the case that you spend 4 years in a lab until you have a product, whereas in a software as a service business, at year 4, you're expected to have $1 million in ARR. And so the power of narrative is something that's incredibly helpful, and many times it takes iterations and iterations to really get them to a point where you can drill down into something very complex and find an analogy or a way to present it that investors who don't have the same attention span or simply don't spend as much time in the topic, then really find exciting and kind of build a little bit of traction around.
Understood. So in the circumstances where I guess the founders, especially the founders here, those of you who are raising a round, who happen to be fairly close to investor already, potentially closing a round, what advice would you give them, or what advice would you give them to say, hey, they see a lot of value in someone like you guys, micro VC, maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe all of you potentially. What is that conversation like usually between a lead investor, a founder, to bring on some micro VCs into the cap table? Is that competitive? Is that collaborative? Any thoughts on that? Because that seems to be it's potentially a very good conversation, but also potentially a very difficult conversation as well, right? It could go both ways. So.
True. I think in the market at the moment, we're seeing a lot more of that happening, where a lead investor comes in and the founder typically does want to make room for micro VCs or angels or collectively all 3. Because now there's more exposure to how they can add potential benefits and just having a diversified cap table. But in terms of negotiating with the lead, I think it's important to be transparent from day one. These lead funds have ownership targets. They want to know exactly what the composition of the round will look like at the end of the day before they run a process. But also, rather than leaving the rest of the round to the end, getting to know micro VCs early, getting to know angel investors early. These are people who have the relationships with the funds. They can help them bring in a strong lead investor. They can help them negotiate back channel, and even reference the funds when needed. So I think collectively doing both, just being transparent and also like building relationships on every end of the funnel.
I think it really depends massively on whether the microfund is committing first and then a lead investor comes in, or whether the lead investor commits first and then the microfund comes in.
So in the case of the latter, sort of lead investor.
So
comes
in
first,
that
yeah.
in that case, typically what I see is that microfunds can speed up the process massively. When you have like 500K left for an angel allocation, and you need to go angel investor by angel investor, in particular right now, where like there's no secondaries really by startups, so a lot of the operators don't really have cash. The angel investors, the only angel investors that I see really, really active is either the exited founders, and a lot of their experience is really stale by now because they exited 5-10 years ago. Or it's actually a lot of the scouts are still quite active.
True, yeah.
But a lot of the other angel investors, they're not active right now. And so if they are, they write like 20K tickets. I wrote these kind of small tickets myself. And rather than going like and bringing 20 people in and talking to them over weeks, it's just easier to bring a microphone on board. In my case, you're getting access to 50 different operators that are LPs of mine that I'm kind of bringing with one ticket. It feels like for a lot of the lead investors, but now it's easier to work with 1 or 2 microphones and then have a handful of angels to fill it up, rather than asking the founders to spend another 2 months trying to close the remaining 400K, 300K, 500K in individual angel tickets. It was very different in 2021. Where like everyone was just throwing around with angel tickets, and it was relatively easy if you have a good lead investor to just close the round super quickly. Changed, at least in the cases that I've seen, with a few exceptions, it changed massively.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the stage as well. Like a pre-seed, I think Europe has evolved a lot where now these micro VCs do exist, and there is like, while there aren't as many angels as 2 years ago, like it's still quite an active scene where if you're raising a pre-seed, you can raise the round really quickly through collaboration with micro funds rather than having to spend months speaking with every potential lead in Europe. And that collaboration has happened way more over the last 12 months with the emergence of solo GPs or micro funds.
I think specifically in the case where the micro fund is actually the first to commit to a round, you really have this ability to catalyze everything, right? And I think this is something that we specifically at Nucleus love to do, because since we're fairly deep into our topics, we can kind of build that conviction rather quickly. And then the big benefit of being there first is you have a little bit of control around how and who to team up with. And we tend to bring 3 or 4 value-added angels with very functional skills with us. And that's a great, additional benefit to fill up a little bit of a round, build up the momentum, and then bring in a lead who's a potential fit. And doing it this way, for us at least, has also resulted in the fact that we were in a position to sometimes also protect our ownership a little bit, because of course everybody I think here on the panel has had rounds where a big brand name came in and squeezed us out to some extent, and then I know we're not caring about ownership as much, but in truth we still do. And so, in those situations it helps if you're the one to then kind of like guide the fundraise and bring in the lead investor.
My last question, so we're just pretty on time. And this is more towards your own personal ambitious levels as solo GPs or just GPs in general. In your minds, what is the vision for your, I'd say, quote-unquote, macro VCs, and do you think you'll stay a, quote, micro VC? Because we see quite a lot of, 200 million, 300 million funds in the US, especially just having just one solo GP, right? So, like, when do you stop being, and if you do, when would you think you stop being a macro VC?
So during the fundraising process, I told my LPs that the fact that I'm a solo GP is a bug, not a feature. But I'm not a huge fan of speed dating other co-GPs, because fund is even longer than a startup, and so it's not a good idea to speed date anyone. So in the ideal scenario, I would like to add 1 or 2 co-GPs. I don't want to add anyone junior, because I really think the value proposition of talking to the decision maker from day one is really powerful. And the idea that I'm toying around with is effectively having like a platform with different solo GPs on top, where you share certain back office functions, investor relations, are probably also like challenging each other, but ultimately you still can make your own decisions. Because I think in pre-seed and seed, that is not necessarily the worst setup.
Agreed.
Just for speed, I think non-consensus is quite important at pre-seed and seed.
Different to Gloria, I kind of want to remain a solo GP for Fund 2, so built Fund 1 very much as a proof of concept to test that I had the access to the network, and we'll raise Fund 2 next year, but the plan is to kind of keep it quite small and collaborative in the market, heavily leverage the network I've spent years building, so I can optimize for conviction in deals rather than allocation, and yeah, beyond that, I think in the short term we'll keep it as a solo GP. I think the question I get asked most is if it's lonely being an own decision maker, but it is, but it's also quite a benefit, and I think like we've got to the point where it is like crazy collaborative that you're like speaking with Gloria, Max, all these other solo GPs every day, that it just kind of feels like you are your own decision maker, but you're collectively kind of super collaborative at your jobs.
I mean, for me, I started solo, but very quickly realized it was too lonely.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah,
so
exactly. Yeah, okay.
Eventually, when you're really deep in the trenches and you have nobody to kind of deeply speak about it and have discussions around, it was a driving force for me to say, I want a partner. And so I brought on a very good friend and great person, Isabella, and we've been investing for the better part of 1.5 years now together. And with, we don't have the ambition to build a multi-stage global venture capital fund, but we definitely do want to scale AUM eventually, and we have a very thought out plan on how to do that in a careful way. Obviously, always keeping in mind that we want to remain the first check into these ambitious companies and right-size the fund, so we have a very small is beautiful mindset. Not recklessly scaling AUM and also not really recklessly scaling the team, but eventually I think we'll be a partnership of about 4 people towards Fund 4, and that's how we'll play it.
Great. Thanks, guys, for coming. Welcome to our panel. Thanks for coming to our panel. I think most of you guys are not fundraising at the moment, and at least from the ones where I'm backing you guys, the performance is actually tremendous. So if there's any also potential limited partners in the audience, do reach out eventually.
Just started raising.
Okay,
so.
Cool. Well, there we go. Well done. One pitch. All right. Thanks to our guests.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, hello. Thanks for joining. I think we'll do a short break and then quite a hard pivot from the earliest stages to growth stage. So stay tuned. We'll introduce the next crowd in a minute. Hello and welcome back to our next panel. And I've already teased the next panel will be about growth investing. What is growth investing? For those of you who are not investors in this room, there is a well-functioning ecosystem, right? From the earliest stages, as we've just seen on the micro VC panel, from pre-seed and seed rounds, which is the inception of a company, to then hopefully an IPO or an exit later down the road. And in between, there's hopefully a well-functioning ecosystem of investors who pass on the sort of the lead positions from round to round. And it has been very obvious that in the last 2 years, in this major sort of market downturn, actually the later stages are much more affected than the earlier stages because they are much closer to the IPO markets, which we've learned were down a lot. So one could provocatively say or ask, is growth investing dead? And I think that's the question that our dear panelists will now explore. And so we have Evgenia Platnikova joining from Dawn, Tony Zapala from Highland Europe, and our very own Dr. Anton Weiz from Project A. And yeah, give it up for our next panel.
Yes, thank you very much, Leo. And hi, everyone. I'm Anton Weiz, one of the general partners here at Project A. And I can only say I'm extraordinarily happy to host this panel on growth investing in Europe today, because we have two real superstars of the European growth investing scene here on stage that I'm very proud to present. So starting with Evgenia. Evgenia Plotnikova is general partner at Dawn Capital, a leading B2B growth fund based in London. Evgenia is leading on Dawn's SaaS deals with a particular focus on data, automation, and cloud infrastructure. She has led Dawn's investments into businesses such as Dataiku, Firebolt, and the exit of Granulate. She was the youngest woman in Europe to be internally promoted to GP, and is also a Forbes 30 Under 30 winner, a Techstars mentor, and first and foremost, one of Business Insider's 100 coolest people in tech. And most importantly, it's her birthday today. So we are especially happy to have her here. Sorry for that. And Tony Zapala was at Index Ventures before he co-founded Highland Europe in 2012, which is one of the leading European growth stage funds here with 2.75 billion euros under management. Highland is a generalist fund that invests in companies that are already growing at scale and are raising between 10 to 75 million euros. Tony did some amazing deals such as Swift, Content Square, WeTransfer, and Nothing, and still serves on the board of each one of them. I hope this is all correct. It's not his birthday today, but we are as glad to have him here today. We were also supposed to have Alex Ferrara here from Bessemer, but unfortunately he had to cancel due to a COVID infection. So we wish him all the best and that he will come back next year. So I guess it's important to know, just as an introduction, that both Dawn and Highland Europe announced big new growth funds targeted at European scale-ups this year. Highland raised a whopping 1 billion euro that was announced in January, and Dawn just recently announced their 700 million growth funds. And this is great news for the whole ecosystem and reason for a lot of optimism, I guess, for those two here. On the other hand, we hear that other European growth funds at the moment are struggling to raise new money. At the same time, US and Asian growth investors have become much more cautious, much more defensive in deploying big sums in European scale-ups. And this leaves question marks, especially for us as early-stage investors, and a bit of a worry that we will see the later stage funding gap widening again. So as an introductory remark, it's an interesting time for growth investing, and that's what I want to discuss with you today. So But maybe starting with some positive and more encouraging vibes. I would love to hear of each one of you a real European success story, a real European growth story. Also, to share, ideally, of course, from your funds. Maybe Evgenia, could you start?
Sure, no, absolutely. I guess to frame a little bit the conversation, obviously it has been harder to fundraise for later stage businesses. At Dawn, we actually started investing in Series A and Series B, and we can continue investing all the way to pre-IPO. And the challenging environment in the public markets have trickled down all the way to early stage investing. But despite that, great companies continue to raise capital. So if I look at our own portfolio and one of my boards, which I'm privileged to be part of, a business called Detaiku, which does very topically enterprise AI, has recently raised a growth round of funding with Wellington, which valued them close to 4 billion in enterprise value. And we have seen that business grow from Series B all the way to effectively a pre-IPO stage today. And that round closed in December of last year. So I guess the positivity there is, well, A, there is no geographic monopoly in talent. That business started in Paris and France and is today headquartered between Paris and New York and is very much a global success that employs about 1,400 people. It's also a business that way surpassed 200 million ARR mark, so a business of scale. And it's also the business that continued to fundraise all the way at the growth stage, despite the very challenging macro. So I think very much a real success story that we're very proud of at Dawn.
So thanks, Anton, and firstly, congrats for this great event. Very impressive to see and great part of the European ecosystem. So thank you to you and the team for this. I'll take a success story which is quite local, which is Get Your Guide. It was actually our second investment when we first got started and was very much at the early stage of growth, but we liked the founding team a lot. A bunch of guys who'd been studying at ETH in Zurich. You probably know what they do, but it's a marketplace for tours and activities. What's been great to see is obviously just continued growth until COVID hit. So they've managed to scale the business and go through successive funding rounds, fueling growth for customer acquisition. But what was almost more impressive was to see how the team rallied and dealt with revenues going from the hundreds of millions to zero overnight as the world shut down. And what they managed to do very well was focus on all the internal operations, all the processes, locking in contracts with customers for when the world was going to open up again, and make sure they were as efficient as possible and primed for when things rebounded, which they did. And they managed to recover the sort of 2 years of lost growth in less than 1 year, but on a much more efficient basis and running operations far better. So really positioning themselves for the next phase.
It's an amazing story. And now they raised another big round, right? So they're really back on track.
And they did. And it's one of the sectors which, because of the growth they've experienced in the last couple of years, has sort of still been a hot target for investment.
Would you say that it plays a role for Get Your Guide as a good example, that they were actually based in Europe, or could they have thrived anywhere?
No, I think it definitely helps they were based in Europe. Obviously, if you look at the world's leading tourist destinations, there's a lot of them that we are fortunate to have at our doorstep, and that's been attractive. It also is quite a difficult set of different individual markets, and as always, where something is difficult, it's maybe harder to scale it, but once you scale it, it's more protectable because it's obviously even harder for somebody else coming in to take your turf.
I mean, talking about that, why is Europe like a especially good market for growth investing? Evgenia, like in the Dawn Medium post promoting the 700 million fundraise, I highlighted the following sentence: Europe presents significant structural advantages for founders building software, from unprecedented technical talent through to world-leading regulatory leadership and research. Could you shed some light on that? What do you see as the structural advantages in Europe for growth investing or for building companies, scale-ups?
Sure, no, absolutely. So first of all, I think overall, it has never been cheaper to build a startup than ever before, right? Regardless almost of your location. I come back to the point of not having a geographic monopoly in talent. You could be based here in Berlin, you could be in Klagenfurt, Austria, which is where one of our companies is based, or in Barcelona. In the 90s, it used to cost you about $5 million to start a business. In the early noughties, it was 500. Today, 50K, some AWS credits, which you probably will get for free, and you're off to the races. That being said, I think one of the big trends that VCs have been backing recently have been obviously AI, although AI is by no means new. It's just that the generative AI has been democratizing access to AI as a method of delivery of software. We think actually Europe has a structural advantage here, simply because of that regulatory point that you are mentioning, where Europe has always been leading charge on all things regulation. So actually companies that are born here, that are AI first companies, are likely to have a more structural advantage compared to some of the businesses that may start in the US. And obviously, last but not least, we do have phenomenal talent here, particularly in Germany. We collaborate very closely with a bunch of universities. As a great example is one of my companies that is Israel-based, actually has a research center in Munich and has a lot of talent coming from TMU University. And so that's a great example of being able to tap into that unique research and technical talent. And that talent tends to be twice as loyal and half the price of the US talent. So that's another structural benefit. But obviously we back global winners, software businesses that want to be big software titans. So regardless, they will need to think globally day one, which is by definition, if you're in Europe, you kind of have to think about the bigger picture from day one as well.
Maybe let's focus on the current growth investing landscape. And on how your life as a growth investor has changed since the craze of 2020, 2021, where we saw like a growth investing like 100 million round every other week, also in Europe, and how basically that has changed. So Tony, you mentioned that while in 2020, 2021, 80% of your deal flow has been enterprise software. And that this has changed today. And I found that very interesting. I mean, I don't know how much you can tell us, but whatever you can describe, like in terms of the evolution of your deal flow and what kind of deals you're seeing these days compared to back then, that would be super interesting.
Sure. So I think what happened was an awful lot of the sort of high quality, almost growth, probably not even growth stage, but almost growth stage, enterprise SaaS companies had the opportunity to raise at extremely good conditions in 2020, 2021, even the start of 2022. So generally you ended up with companies which had set very high valuations, which had an awful lot of cash in the bank, and where suddenly they see a very different environment out there. So to say for those companies, there was very little incentive to go out and fundraise. They didn't generally want to go through the pain of having a down round, and they had the levers not to need to go out fundraising as quickly because of the cash they had in the bank. They could cut costs, they could lengthen the runway, maybe postpone some investments and so on. You have a whole bunch of other companies instead, which probably didn't experience the same upswing in the markets, which didn't have the same sort of hangover valuations, which needed to go out to raise, and where we had some pretty normal discussions, I'd say. So we've been quite active this year. We're just closing our fourth investment. For reference, sort of our target is to do about 6 or 7 investments per year, so we're broadly on track. The investments we made, one is Nothing, which is obviously a consumer electronics company. One is a company which is software that focused in the photovoltaic space, so PV case. And another one which is in supply chain, I'd say, so it's supply chain traceability. It's somewhere at the frontier between a lab and a software company called Ortain. So there are different kinds of deals than we were looking at historically, but deals where the metrics are great and the end markets are just as attractive and large and with some interesting tailwinds.
maybe a more specific or zooming in question on deal flow, because it's a topic that we at Project A are discussing a lot, and I know a lot of people out there are very much interested in. So everything climate tech. In the early stage, we see a great number of very high caliber entrepreneurs building companies that fight the climate crisis in some way. Some are software based, which are no-brainers for us, but a lot of them are also hardware focused. As for example, carbon removal cannot be really be done without a hardware component, and some products require, for example, a lot of synthetic biological research in order to actually develop a product that is market ready, and these phases can go for 3 to 5 years. So overall, it seems valid to say that many of these startups will take longer than the usual 8 to 10 year period from foundation to exit that VCs, that the typical VC cycle normally require. So one could also say that the VC infrastructure is not really made for these kind of startups. Would you agree with that, Evgenia? And would you look at these kind of investment areas at all, or is that would you rather stick to what you've been good at in the past, software as a service, not big experiments?
So we're a specialist fund. The whole fund focuses only on B2B software, and we have kind of stuck to our knitting throughout the history of the fund. Raising Fund 5 now, and I think it was important for our investors to demonstrate that degree of consistency through the ups and downs of the financial markets. Now, if climate tech has a large element of software, by all means, I think would be a great partner to some of those founders building in the space. I think if it's purely hard tech, it's probably a tougher bet for Dawn. Now, whether this can be venture models, there are specialist funds that cater specifically to companies that require a large element of capex. To be a little controversial, there's a lot of software startups right now raising money for compute, and you could perhaps argue that that AI compute is just as much of capex as it is to something that would launch rockets into space, and you kind of question whether the equity cost of that capital is also appropriate. So I think if you if you have a 10-year plus horizon, you could probably make that work. I think the challenge there, perhaps, and this is again not necessarily our area in new materials or biotech, is really understanding the science and the technology behind it, because those companies tend to have a very fast J curve when it comes to revenue, and so your ability to validate that point of inflection is probably quite important, but they can grow really quickly. It just doesn't tend to be a business model that we back as a firm.
From our side, we're probably at the other side. We're very sector agnostic, I'd say. So we've done quite a lot of hardware, software, consumer, enterprise, and I guess our approach is that all these sectors seem to go through swings where they're either very fashionable or completely out of fashion. And we shouldn't be too swayed about the sort of current sentiment, given the long-term nature of the investment. And to the time duration point, I think the average life of a 10-year fund is more like 14 or 15 years when reality strikes. So that's not in of itself a problem. I think where we're most skeptical is where we don't think equity is the right kind of financing for the business. So we've seen a lot of sort of back then green tech businesses or clean tech or ESG focused businesses where it's almost more of a project finance initiative, which doesn't really give an equity return and doesn't necessarily make sense. The other one which we're very uncomfortable with is if it's something which is solely benefiting from regulation. So regulation can be a great accelerator, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the model underlying it is a good business model if you take that away. And as we know, sort of political will can change. But in of itself, a hardware business which is looking to, for example, do carbon sequestration or is absolutely within scope.
Coming to the later stage funding gap that I was already briefly mentioning at the beginning. So as I said, other European growth funds, at least we hear, if they are not you, then we hear that they seem to have difficulties to raise more money, and US and Asian later stage funds are becoming rather scarce these days. So maybe, Evgenia, first question, do you agree with that analysis? And then should we be worried that we see a much wider later stage funding gap in the years to come?
I do think there's still a fair bit of dry powder that is left in the ecosystem that will find its way to great businesses. I think the issue that we're likely to face is the amount of privately valued unicorns today that will need to find a way to exit somehow, right? I think the stat there was there's about 1,000 unicorns plus today, right? And all those companies are potentially quote unquote IPO-able companies. And even if I think about the peak IPO market in 2021, where there were sort of 40 IPOs that happened, that's 22 years of inventory. If I think about average, 15-ish IPOs a year of that before, that's more than 70 years of inventory, right? So I think that part of the market is problematic. We've seen companies go public, like Instacart, at valuations that were lower than their last private valuations. So I think that things will need to be figured out. Now, if I think about our stage of the market, which we sort of straddle early and growth, which is Series B, I think there's a lot of capital left, again, a lot of dry powder. We've seen Untitled raise in our portfolio, we've seen Quantexa raise in our portfolio, and a few others. And so I think great companies will always find capital. In fact, I'm delighted that diligence process is a little bit longer than the shotgun weddings that we have seen, which always, shocked me. Frankly, an average investment cycle is longer than an average European marriage. So, you better be sure when you're investing. And so, if anything, I think it's never been a better time, right? So I think this cohort of investment, this cohort of funds, will probably be the golden age of venture. So if anything, I'm excited.
How paradisical does it feel to have a 1 billion fund when other funds are struggling to raise?
So, I'm not sure that there is such a funding gap, to be honest. I think what has happened is definitely some of the large funds which had multi-asset strategies who were sort of dabbling in growth investing because the market was on fire and they didn't want to miss out. Those guys have definitely gone. And I think some of the funds who have been more aggressive have also revisited their strategies. So having a discussion with one of these funds, what they were saying is, look, we've analyzed the investments we've made in this period. We've also looked at the exits in Europe, and honestly, most of the exits have been in the good exits have been in the sort of 1 to 2 billion range. So making investments at 2 to 5 billion post doesn't make sense in that context. So we're looking at much smaller kinds of investments, both ticket sizes and the valuations, but we're still active. A lot of the US colleagues, it's a shame Alex wasn't here, but Bessemer, Sequoia, General Catalyst, IBP, a lot of these guys are setting up, are permanently in Europe, are spending more time here, have dedicated pockets in many cases. So I don't see lack of funding being a problem. I think there has been lower activity. I think that it's taken a long time for people to adapt to this new situation, new valuation environment, but I feel pretty bullish. And I think it's probably a healthy environment, both for the people raising capital as well as for the funds to invest. So likewise, very excited about what this next vintage will hold.
I mean, you mentioned exits, and it's an evergreen question in Europe, but like growth investors, we have to ask them because they're so much closer to exit than us early stage investors. So, I mean, there's always, many people say venture is hard in Europe because it is much harder to get to big scale exits. Do you agree with that? And are you seeing any kind of positive developments or indications that this would change? I mean, not short term. I mean, we know that the exit windows are rather close, but I'm talking more about kind of like mid to long term. Whether there's hope that we will get to closer to American standards.
I think so. I mean, historically, the D in the DPI is always harder, right? And this is what the yardstick we get measured by. Yes, I think there's been an evolution a little bit, right? We've seen very large scale M&A happen, right? I think Cisco spending 28 billion on Splunk is a great example. We've seen some selective IPOs, whether it's Klaviyo or Instacart or ARM, successful, not successful, question mark. We'll see where the long-term values of those businesses are. I think invariably the acquirers tended to be American. Invariably, great businesses go and tend to list on NASDAQ or maybe New York Stock Exchange. So, perhaps we still lack a little bit of decisiveness on the part of the European corporates to truly acquire and utilize their balance sheets as a currency for innovation. I am hopeful that in the context of a tougher macro environment where you're forced to reduce costs, that you think about driving growth via acquisitions and using your balance sheet in a more creative way. I am hopeful that the changes that are being driven on local stock exchanges will help us also drive growth. But I think you're absolutely right that today we still turn to America when it comes to larger exits.
No, I'd agree. There's definitely still a gap. And having gone through some IPO roadshow processes, it's quite stark the difference in understanding from the financial community, the analysts, the long-term investors on a technology business. Where in Europe, if it's say a retail technology business, you probably get the retail analysts analyzing it with their lens of looking at the retailers rather than the sort of software lens that you'll definitely get from the US. So it's going to take time, but hopefully we're on the right trajectory. But yeah, no green shoots right now.
Maybe last question, because it's also a topic that I know many people are interested in, diversity. Everybody in early stage talks about that diverse teams will be more successful in the future. We at Project A also very much believe that. But honestly, statistical evidence is always a bit shaky because it's always a little subjective. Do you as growth investors, how do you as growth investors see that? Can you confirm that diverse teams are more likely to receive growth investments, and are you factoring that in when doing investment decisions?
We do. We look at the best performing teams that have the best founder market fit to deliver on a specific business problem. It's something that we care about diversity at Dawn. We're half female at every level of our organization. We are also diverse in a broader sense because it's beyond gender. It goes into orientation, socioeconomic diversity, you name it. So overall, the population that our businesses serve are diverse. So your ability to replicate this within the management team to serve your end customer is very important. Your ability to appeal to various employees coming up in your organization and drive a certain culture is also important. So if your board and your founding team is the mirror that the rest of the organization looks at, then absolutely diversity is critical. So yes, we do care, and we encourage our founders to follow the right broader ESG policies, of which diversity is an example of building a large-scale business.
Yeah, fully agree. I think one of the most important things we do as a growth fund is help the company go from the sort of the teenage years, where the founders and early employees are still doing a little bit of everything, to being quite specialized and having the best person in each role. And if you have too homogeneous a team, it's really hard to inject the external DNA in there that's really going to help them get to the next level. If they've grown up that way, it's obviously much simpler.
Cool. Perfect. This is a great last word. Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you very much, Evgenia. And thank you very much, all of you.
Yes, thank you very much. We will just do, I think, a short break of 3 minutes, and then we'll continue with the next talk, so stay tuned. Hello, welcome back. It's my pleasure to introduce the second last panel of the day, where I will be moderating, and we have Max Clausen and Vidhu Shanmugaraja joining us from Google Ventures and System One. I will be, I already said that, I will be moderating, and we'll try to shed some light on founder-investor relationships, overcoming challenges in the early days. And I was promised some war stories because the two of these also sit together on a board and co-investors. So I'm very curious to hear about them. So please give it up for our panelists.
What do you want to say?
I'll take the yes.
Max, hi Vidhu, thanks so much for joining us. Maybe it's a little bit late in the day, so I would ask the audience to get a little bit active. Who here is a founder? Okay, so maybe 1/3. Who is an investor? Okay, also plenty. Great. And who is neither an investor nor a founder? Okay, also a couple. Fair enough. I think maybe just before we start introducing the panelists, when someone asks me, what does my job look like? I think most people have seen some version of Shark Tank in some kind of country, and where the founders almost beg on their knees the investors to please invest in their company. And I think most of us at least know that the reality looks very different. So, Vidhu, maybe starting with you, how does, from your perspective, your job as an investor in terms of interacting and working with founders look like?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think it's funny the Shark Tank, or in the UK, the Dragon's Den sort of paradigm is like as far away from the truth as possible. I think the way that I and I think most of my partners at GV see the job, it's really a service job in the sense that we exist to work for our founders. I think there's obviously a big component to the job which is looking at new stuff, but actually the biggest part of the job is working with our portfolio and doing whatever we can to help them succeed. The portfolio is up in front, the founders and the operators are up front, and we just do whatever we can to move the needle as far as we can in favor of success as possible, whatever's required. I joke with sometimes if some of them sort of said, hey, come round and like help around the house even, I would do that. Like whatever is required to help them succeed, please. No one hold me to that. But it's the primary goal is we get up in the morning and we think, how can we help? How can we be in service? We see our job as really working for our founders and the teams that we support.
Thanks. Very interesting. And Max, how does that look for you, like on a daily basis? I mean, I know you partner with founders also at the very early stages when it's really about going to the notary, incorporating a company. How does that specifically look like? I mean,
I think I sort of, as you know, I run System One as a solo fund and as a first check investor. So kind of I try to be as early as possible. Sometimes, as you said, inception stage. Sometimes even like when there's just a project on the horizon of a team spinning out of a company I know or something. But I think in general it's very multifaceted because now sort of I've been kind of starting System One 6 years ago, and some of the companies are more mature and older, and some of them are very young and inexperienced. And I think sort of my idea is to basically take all the friction out between sort of me and the founders and work with them and be sort of a tool set for them or toolbox and say like, what do you need, right? And I think it very much, I always have this like kickoff meeting where I said like, okay, what do you need? What do you require from sort of me meeting, kind of working with you? It's less about me indoctrinating and telling what to do and how to do it. I think, Vidhu and I, we share one common, board, but also an experience of a founder we've seen from sort of the very early days to now being sort of Series B companies. And we can, it's very sort of funny at times, but it's also, tough at times in the sense that, where we even both of us sort of need a sort of therapy sessions of like how to kind of govern and run and help these teams and to grow, right? So I think, for me, it's basically I'm always on with them, but I don't require them for me to always sort of report to me. With some teams, it's like sort of weekly, bi-weekly calls, monthly, or just workshops. It also depends on the maturity of these teams. So I really think it's what they need and how they require it, and how at the start of the relationship we actually then sort of, kind of define this relationship.
Yeah, it's very dynamic, right? As Max was saying, in the sense that our job as investors changes a lot on a month-to-month basis with a single company. I think what's incredible is you'll see we're always shocked, even though we've seen it a number of times. And as I say, there's a couple of companies that we've spent time with together where you'll meet them on day one, and if it's a first-time founder especially, but even with repeat founders, they have a spike ability in one area. They're really, really good at one, maybe two areas, and there are other areas that they need a lot of help on. And then 6 months later, that same person is massively developed. And then 2 years later, this could go from naught to hundreds of people within a couple of years. That same person is an executive, and it's in a really compressed timescale. And so our job is to be a sort of a balancing force as much as possible. We see it as sort of being a blind spot detector, trying to see, okay, look, see as far out into the future, see around corners as far as we can, and act as a balancing force. So even when things are going super well, we're trying to pull things back into equilibrium and say, actually act as an equalizing force. And when things may not be going so well, particularly in this environment, there are lots of companies that are sort of experiencing a complete change in the dynamic of their businesses. It's our job to actually say, well, actually, look, we've seen this before. It can really pick up from here, and it does. And every massive success that is held up in the lights in this industry has had a period of time where they're really searching for their soul.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting aspect. Basically, being a counter force to whatever psychology or mood also a founder is in over a period of time. I would be interested to hear a bit about strategies in terms of relationship building. I mean, we all know, especially us sort of Series A investors, but also early on, before you invest in a company, everything is great, right? Everything is amazing. Everything is going up and to the right. There are no blind spots in the company. And I find it sometimes challenging to go beyond that pitch mode with founders, right? Because obviously there's some tension, or they're scared to open up to really show you what is deep down there in the basement, buried in a company. Are there any? First of all, maybe have you seen this challenge as well, and how have you tried to comfort founders that now we have invested in your company already? You should share all the problems that you face on a daily basis.
I would say sort of you will sort of do due diligence, you will sort of try to do references, but when it's super early, and I think we both invest early, but it's very hard to kind of single out certain kind of faults or blind spots. I guess you have to make sure that there's a schematic you work through, but then ultimately you can't sort of can't be 100% sure. But I think it's about earning the trust and sort of working with these teams and giving them sort of the comfort that they don't have to, but they can open up and work with you side by side through the difficulties of whether it's losing one of the key employees, splitting up as founders, not finding product market fit, not finding sort of really a way to operationalize the business and grow it, etc. And I think that needs to be earned over time. I do think that everybody has a reputation. We all try to thrive for the best reputations, and founders do reference us all the time. But I think it's very much about can we, can you build a trusted relationship over time? I give you one example. So I did invest in my first company. It was luck, or sort of almost an accident. I ran into sort of a spin out of the Institute of Technology at Karlsruhe. Folks who were just raising 330K on 3 million pre, building a big sort of new next generation mobile backend as a service called Prisma. And these guys we're two geeks, and I love them. We start this journey together, and still now, we on every second Tuesday at 8:30 we sit together for sort of breakfast. We go through the board deck. Even I'm not on the board. We talk about sort of all the sort of things there, and we talk about like how they run their family and like with all the things of like running a 75 people business. And so it needs to be earned over time. And I think, and Vito can elaborate on the journey we're going through at one company where I was even earlier, but then, we both sort of have our roles now found with that person. And this is a long-term business, right? And it's like a super long journey. And like we all do sort of on an instance make a decision to work with someone. But we have to be prepared that things might not turn out the way we wish, and that we suddenly, actually we can spot all the blind spots, of course.
Yeah, I think at root it comes down to just a human connection. Like I think the business of investing in startups is so metrics driven, often, particularly as sort of companies get to a certain stage. Actually, even before, when all the investors in the room and all the founders in the room have gone through this exercise of pitching the company, and you tell the same story 25 times a day, and you give the metrics, and you go straight into all the things that are going well. And actually, one of the things that I try and do is sort of, yes, that's super important, and we're going to go into that. But actually, just on a human level, it's an extremely intense emotional experience. Running a company and building a company, and like Max was saying, you build the trust. You build and that comes from empathy, understanding that these things are unbelievably tough. I think one of the things that people often look past is like when you see a founder that's done extremely well, and we're fortunate to have seen companies that have grown from, being sort of young founders, first time really figuring it out, and then those same founders a couple of years later, people see them and they think, wow, like how are they so polished? Like how are they the finished result? The reality is, even at that time, there's still a ton of stuff going on that is taking up a bunch of mental energy and emotional energy, and just being empathetic with that and understanding that's cool, that's fine. And by the way, the versions of success here are still going through the same thing. So I think every founder and to sort of some extent as well, investors look at their companies and think and can see a lot of the time all the things that are going wrong, and look at other companies and think, oh my God, like they've got it nailed, they're growing like crazy, everything's perfect. And in reality, that company is looking at other companies thinking the same thing. And it's the same across the board. But it just comes from the basic human empathy of understanding how difficult it is to do. And I think one of the things that I'm sure it's the same for Max, one of the metrics that we judge ourselves by is if you aren't in the first few people to whom a founder gives bad news, if you're never getting bad news from a company, then there's probably something that you need to explore, because even the best companies have a lot of bad news. It's a mix of good and bad news and it's kind of you inch forward day by day, and then over time you look back and you see the progress you've come, but the daily struggle of it is both. And so you need to it's almost more important to communicate the bad news and hear that bad news early than the good news.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think from the inside, it always looks more challenging than to the outside world, of course. Max, you mentioned, Prisma, that your first investment, that must have been 7 years ago, roughly, or?
Yeah.
It's incredible. You operate System 1 as the solo employee. You have no support. How do you manage to still allocate sufficient time to the founders that are also the winners in that's ideally what you want to do, right? But I think there's also a risk that you spend a lot of time on the companies that are not doing well. So would be very curious how you think about prioritizing, I guess, also the very mundane task like doing investor reporting, which is incredibly important, of course. But yeah, how do you make sure to find enough time for also the companies that maybe don't need you that much as others?
I think I run this in cohorts. If you look at this, like every year, I invest, and Vito does the same as a partner, and the firm, I think, GV, but I do invest between 4 to 6, maybe 4 to 7 companies at most. And I think you can see over the first 18, 24 months, there is high involvement. There is, and usually my impact then at that phase is probably the strongest, where I can then help build a bridge towards working with Vidu and then embarking on that journey together. And I think, and then with some companies, you see that things take longer, of course. It might still turn out to be going well in the end, but a lot of companies actually have done some sort of, either they hit an inflection point or not. And I'm not saying that there's less involvement, but you see that ideally other people come and join the syndicate and can help you, because it takes sort of a kind of a village to raise a child, I think. But I think that is sort of, and has helped me, right? I think it still works, and we work on this one company, DeepSet, and you both invest a lot of time. I think it's a great amount of time worth spent with that company, and a few others. And I think then, if you look at a few more the mature ones, they need less, or where things are going well, so to some extent. I think your involvement is important, but I'm sort of a shareholder then owning less percent than kind of the larger kind of Series A, B, C sort of type investors. And I think, and then I have trust in sort of the syndicate being kind of, and that's also the game and how I run it. But I think, on an operational level with System 1, I think there is someone leading finance and like actually helping me with all of that. And I think I've got sort of, and there's another person helping me with ops to an extent. And it works, right? But I think I could not run this with, where, how should I say, like if I were to do, let's say, 8 or 10 investments a year, I would dilute my brand massively. I couldn't run it that way. And I think it's also not what I actually try to at least sell to the founders or commit to. Yeah.
So yeah, yours and our customers are the founders in the end. So making sure they're happy is I guess one of the most sustainable strategies to be successful. Vidu, I know as a firm you also invest a lot into, and I think all three of us focus a lot on some of the more infrastructure, software heavy topics, and often you deal with very technical founders, and you said sometimes founders are particularly strong in one direction. Do you often try to educate founders on some of the commercial aspects or some of the fundraising aspects that come to building a business? And yeah, what are some of the learnings or strategies there?
Yeah, I think it's this. One of the things it's the classic answer is yes, right? And I think as VCs we often come into it's the classic, almost a sort of stereotypical setup of technical founders and VCs adding some input and help on the commercial and go-to-market side, and that's certainly true. But we're always very deliberate to not be too directive about it, because actually some of the best companies we've ever invested in are equally creative on the go-to-market as they are on the technical sort of insights and the unique insight they've had on the product. And so, you'll find we have companies in our portfolio that have almost a consumer-like growth engine, but they're signing up enterprise accounts. And we have other companies that have a sort of almost like a wrapped around sort of semi-services-led approach, and that leads into some massive accounts out of the back end. And so we're very careful to not be overly directive, but what we do is say, hey, these are 10 examples of companies that have cracked similar markets with similar approaches. This is 20 people you can speak to who are potential hires, potential people that you want to speak to. But we find the best founders will go away and come back with their own version of it. And we've seen some companies that they don't have the benefit or the burden of actual experience. So particularly some young founders who come in, and there's an enterprise company in our portfolio that spent a huge amount on performance marketing, and actually it's worked incredibly well and led to a really, really kind of efficient growth engine in a way that we wouldn't have otherwise predicted, and it's very original. And one of the reasons they did that was because they came at it completely fresh and from first principles and thought, well, great, for our product, it works well on social channels, it works well on paid channels. So we're going to spend on there to get more awareness and to generate leads, and it's worked extremely well. So we try and show examples of what's worked, and we try and give as many tools as possible and act as intellectual sparring partners and also tactical sparring partners and provide people, but we're deliberately not directive. because that's kind of the beauty in the companies and the people that we back, in that they're forging their own path. And I think, I'm a parent, I've got 2 young kids, and someone gave me a great phrase once, in that you want to be a gardener, not a sculptor. And I think that's actually quite applicable to being an investor as well. You're not shaping things, but you are sort of making sure that, you don't have weeds growing and a tree doesn't grow through the window by accident or anything like that.
No, really love that analogy. In terms of supporting founders, GV, Google Ventures, I think it's an independent firm, if I'm correct. But obviously Google is still very prominent, and sometimes I guess I, as an investor, would love to call up someone at Google to ask certain questions. Is that something that generally you do, or as a value proposition to your founders as well, like certain in-rounds for partnerships, for, I guess, strategic initiatives, or do you deliberately say you want to keep that separate?
Yeah, so we're totally independent. We're a non-strategic firm. We're a financial investment firm with a single LP being Alphabet. But we obviously have a close relationship with the whole of the Alphabet universe, and we can help our companies navigate all of that and work their way through. And that's something that a lot of our companies take advantage of. But our strategy is not tied at all to Google, and we're non-strategic.
Thanks. Max, you switched from, I guess, a larger firm, right? Early Bird Ventures, to now operating in more of a sort of single micro VC fund manner. Are there any sort of qualitative changes in the way that you are able to work with founders by not being in that more sort of corporate environment, or would you basically say there's not a big difference?
I think my role has changed of giving me the full autonomy over my own decisions, and I think I had, to be sort of, it was a great sort of breeding and learning ground there, but I think also when you run into these Monday meetings or whenever the partner meetings, and you see something in a very early team developing something and you try to sort of convince the partners, it's so easy to sort of kill a deal and say no to something, right? It's very easy. That's not meant to say that I'm always right, but I'm just saying that it's easier when there are more data points to then elevate something, and plus it's political to sometimes push these decisions too, but it has many advantages of many eyes and ears of a team, etc. But I think especially at the very sort of early stage, I think for some of the larger funds, it doesn't make sense to invest $500,000 or $1 million or something, because I think the time is better spent to their core strategy of when they are $200-300 million fund, you ideally want to spend larger tickets. So I think that was the freedom I was number one looking for, and in a way, I don't know if that's true, but it's called for some. There's something behind system one, right? If you think about thinking fast and slow, there's the inner sort of gut feeling of you, and then you feed it with your system two of your analytics. And I think in my way, it's basically sometimes I see something and it's mostly about the talent, and right in a specific area where the talent actually comes forward with a thesis on a market and a product. And so I guess that's the way, and it takes out a lot of the friction of how. And I don't mean to I think there are many ways of how to run a venture business in this market. You see all kinds of different firms and setups. But for me, it's the right way to work with founders, and it does take out all the friction, right? It's it's just the way I like running it now. But I have to say one caveat, actually, when I started out, and now it's become more I think common in the sense that you have solo folks running and their businesses as funds. It was not the core strategy of me. It was I was looking for someone to maybe join or basically set this up, and so it sort of organically then came together.
Yeah, super interesting. I think it's especially in the earliest phases, it's easier to believe in a core and to really be. It sounds a bit cheesy, but be a believer in something instead of poking holes into a case. I guess that's some of the more sort of growth stage thinking.
But may I add one thing with also in regards to kind of joining Vidu and working with him or others. I think it's a lot of fun actually when you have great syndicates around the table. Right? It's easy to say, but it's there can be awful syndicates around a cap table. Many office syndicates, and I've seen many who are like terrible. But when you actually get the joy of working alongside other investors you like, where you have a mindset at least where you complement each other, it's ultra beneficial also for the founders, I think. And the founder mindset, at least in Europe, is not always that well calibrated to really think through how should I build my syndicate, right? And we need to educate them. Like we did just a round with a company where we felt like, how do we want to set this up? What's the right sort of ingredient to the syndicate, etc. And it matters a lot. And when it's working, it's a lot of fun.
Cool. Let's leave it with that maybe. It's a lot of fun. The ecosystem is very collaborative. I mean, that's something that I also thoroughly enjoy. So we're not only working in our siloed firms. So thanks for having us. Thanks for joining, Vidu and Max. And yeah, I think we'll do a short break and then we'll have the last talk here in the cinema today.
Great.
Hello and welcome to the final talk of today's agenda here in Cinema 7. But I promise we have something spectacular prepared for you. And I mean, I think there was a lot of talk around being in the arena in the last couple of months. So now we have a showdown in our arena, which is CFOs versus VCs, showdown in company boards. And it's my pleasure to introduce a great lineup of speakers. We have Zeynep Yavuz, I hope I didn't butcher your name, Kito Suzuki, Paul Becker, Matt Miller, and Craig Netterfield joining us. So please give it up for our panelists.
So, welcome everyone to this awesome panel, both topic and people-wise. I know we are the last one standing between the bar, so I hope we make it an exciting one. So maybe let me start with a personal note on where at least I'm very excited, and I've been looking forward to this panel for the last few days. So, you know, as a founder of a B2B company that is selling to CEOs and CFOs, I learned quite some time ago that sooner or later in our sales process, our contact person says something like, "Let me take that to the board." And this is when things get interesting, or maybe I should say mysterious. I've seen many different outcomes, from immediate approval to a lot of questions to disagreement and delays. And that leads me to the topic of this board. So I think it's obvious to come back to the topic of this PACON in general, that finance and funding are important topics to any early and late stage company. And operators, investors have opinions on that. Oftentimes they are aligned, sometimes they are not. And that's why crucial financial decisions are sometimes taken to the board. And in this session, we want to explore the importance of finance and funding in general, and understand how this changes throughout the life cycle of a company. So with that, to my lovely panel, let's start with a brief round of intros, where you could please also note what companies you're mostly working with, like size, industry, geography. Zeynep, maybe you start.
Sure. Hi, everyone. So I'm an investor with General Catalyst. We're a multi-stage fund investing from pre-seed to growth stage. I do our fintech and enterprise investing in Europe. And some of the companies that I'm involved with are Payrails, which is a payment orchestration provider at seed stage based in Berlin. I'm also involved with later stage companies like TrueLayer, Ramp Network in the crypto space, so investing multi-stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm Matt Miller. I'm a partner at Sequoia. We also invest from pre-seed all the way through late-stage growth companies, and we invest in them from San Francisco to Tel Aviv across the Western world. I live in London, part of the team that's based here. I spend my time investing in both European companies and U.S. companies. I have in the U.S. companies like Confluent and DBT Labs and Grafana, which actually started in Sweden, but now is a U.S. company. And then in Europe, companies like Graphcore, Tessian, N8N. So invest in both places, but live here.
Craig Netterfield, founder, managing partner of Columbia Lake Partners. We're a debt fund focused on Europe, Series A, B, C companies. Content Square, Muse, Factorial would be ones that we've worked with that you might know of.
All right. So I'm Akito. I'm CFO at Spryker. Spryker is a digital commerce platform vendor. We serve basically global large enterprises with sophisticated transactional models. So anything beyond, I would say, easy standard e-commerce models we will all know from our private lives. We are a global firm, so we have customers across the world, around 500 people strong, here based out of Berlin.
Cool. So now you've met your board for the next 20 minutes. Akito, maybe continuing with you. You're at Spryker for roughly 5 years, if I remember correctly. Can you just explain a little bit how the importance of finance and also your role in particular has changed and evolved throughout that time?
Yeah, so I think what's interesting is I joined Spryker in 2019, which was just a year after Series B. So we were kind of growing up. We had product market fit, but we had very little to no support functions there because it's not the primary focus at that stage. But if you get institutional investors for the first time, then obviously expectations change. And back in the days, I was brought in as VP Finance with the mission to kind of build up the finance function from scratch. So there was just one person and myself, and that person just joined a month earlier. And I think at the beginning, the founders thought that I was kind of like, I had the risk of being a spoilsport. Like they didn't have free reign anymore. Investors wanted to have some control and some adult in the room. And they just wanted to avoid that I'm too much involved in too many things. At least that's my interpretation. And I think more and more when you kind of show your value and kind of not just being the number cruncher, but helping to be a sounding board for a lot of decisions, providing data, etc., you get more and more responsibility and you earn your seat at the table. And so now kind of in terms of like how my role evolved from there, we are now kind of a post-Series C company. So we had a kind of a raise in between. I not only own the kind of typical classical finance function, but also kind of legal GRC and even strategy and operations, which also includes revenue operations. So like all topics which require a certain structure, a certain rigor, kind of sit under my ownership. So I think that kind of shows like the value of a CFO, how it can develop.
Okay, so starting maybe formulating a little bit provocative as an accountant and slowly but surely evolving into really somebody who drives like corporate strategy. And when you have discussions with your board about what to invest in and also how to finance that investment, is that something that in your experience where you typically find agreement quickly, or is there a hot debate around that?
It can go both ways. We try to do all the diligence we can and be as professional as we can, and then usually, it goes quickly. But obviously, there are certain areas where there are different views. But I think that's what's fun, getting kind of the investor's view in, because obviously we as operators kind of tend to be more inside out than outside in, and getting certain recommendations, tips, kind of areas to look out for, and kind of get additional hints where we should kind of pay attention. That's super helpful. So we really enjoy that interaction.
Interesting. Zainab, you said you're also investing in the very early stages. So when you think about the role of finance, how would you describe it? And when do those companies typically start to build that function up?
Yeah, so actually my answer is quite similar. I think you need a different financial director profile from 0 to 1. And then 1 to 100 also changes. And actually, the 0 and 100 look kind of similar. At 0 stage, it's really more about accounting and reporting. So if you don't really have revenues, there's no point to have a financial kind of accountant unless you need tax credits, you need to account for that, etc. So there's an accounting function that needs to be fulfilled quite early on. Then from Series A to kind of pre-IPO, the CFO role is super strategic. And that's a very unique CFO profile that gets involved both on financial planning, but also, if it's a product-led company, what's the impact of this new product on the P&L? If it's a legal-led company, then the role of the CFO becomes incredibly important, particularly in fintech when you're going and acquiring licenses. Then you're very strategically involved in the journey of the company. When you're going closer to IPO, then the CFO role changes again, because then the accounting, the reporting, the controls suddenly become very, very important. Of course, they're important before the IPO too, but the rigor just goes up. So then we see a bit of a separation where the CFO starts to, again, focus very much on financial reporting rather than being strategically involved in the business.
Okay. Very, very interesting. Matt, to complement it a little bit more from the growth investor angle, what are the topics that you see that CFOs at the growth stage are typically confronted with and working on?
I mean, to borrow what Zainab said, I think that you want to think about this position as a strategic thought partner. And many founders in the early stages push back on, I don't need a CFO yet, I don't need a finance person yet, like the reporting's fine, or I outsource that function, or I put something else out. And I think that's a huge mistake, because the sooner you bring in that person who can think analytically about your business, particularly if you're a product-driven founder, an engineering-driven founder, those are the backgrounds that you come from in starting your business, you really benefit from having a business person who's a thought partner day-to-day focused on the company with you. And so some of those things can be pricing and packaging. How do you price the product? How do you charge for it? How do you package it into different modules that you sell to your customers? Part of it can be they can take on some of the early sales ops dynamics, and that they're thinking about territories, thinking about how you compensate your sales reps, how you incent leads to come into the funnel, incent the sales reps to get deals done, whether or not you charge, how you compensate people on consumption type models versus seat type models, and think through all of these things in the business to help the company operate better. And once you have product market fit and you have kind of the million-ish, 2 million-ish ARR range, then it's really time to think about tuning and scaling up. And tuning and scaling up, you need that thought partner with you in the building if you're not already from a finance background yourself.
Okay, and maybe you told me earlier that your current portfolio consists both of US-based companies and companies in Europe. And I can definitely confirm, I also meet a lot of founders who say, I don't need a finance person yet. With regards to that, do you see differences?
You ask every one of my founders, they're like, fuck. Matt was a pain in the ass about getting a CFO early, but oh, I'm glad I did it. I still have one where we're in process of getting it, and he's still in the fuck moment. Sorry for the language, but it's like 5:45, right? We're almost to drinks. So he's still in that fuck moment, but like he will cross the chasm. They all cross the chasm because you have so many things to do when you're running a high growth company, and at the few million ARR stage, your team's not together yet, and you're thinking like, I just got to take care of this next customer, this next engineering deliverable. But if you get that thought partner in there, it's like an afterburner and an accelerator for your business if you get the right person.
Find you're a lone voice on the board with that?
Absolutely, especially with venture investors.
Yeah.
So in the companies I work with, I'm sure that General Catalyst is just right there too. But in some of the companies I've been equal pushback, yeah.
But that's already incredibly important insight. So for the whole audience, remember to get on board the CFO as early as you can. I would definitely also vouch for that. Let's talk a little bit about the now. I'm sure everybody has heard topics and talks about capital efficiency, cost-efficient growth, and so on. That's obviously something that's very close to finance. How do you all think about that? Has the recent trend changed over the last 2 years? How has that affected the finance function in general? Craig, maybe you have a comment on that.
Yeah, we looked at the companies we were looking at in Q2 of this year. 60% of them took some kind of cost action in Q4 of last year. So it was absolutely something that we saw happening. I couldn't comment on how it's changed the finance function, but we've absolutely seen companies doing it. Yeah.
Other thoughts on that?
I'd say that it's not just, I mean, these changes, these cost structure changes take time, but cultural changes actually take longer. And I think that has been more the struggle some of the companies have been facing, because you're changing from growth at all costs to efficient growth. And that means that you need to be a lot more efficient with your time. It changes the way that teams work and people report, and there are a lot of org design changes. And the impacts of that, it can take 6 months to 1 year, sometimes longer. So I think that's been more of a challenge compared to, some cost-cutting initiatives.
I would definitely agree with that, because typically when people talk about capital efficiency, the next thing you hear is like cost cutting. But my question, maybe also to you, Akito, would be: is cost cutting really everything you can do to become cost efficient? I mean, there are so many more things how especially the finance team can support such a transition, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think cost cutting is kind of the last part of the puzzle. First, you have to kind of think through and provide the data for decision making. And then also kind of support the founder as a sounding board to kind of rethink and how you want to reshape the business. Because only if you know where you're heading, that's the point where you can make smart decisions around right sizing of organizations. Just going in blindly for the sake of cost cutting is usually detrimental for the business and kills innovation, and it's exactly our strength, and we shouldn't be killing our strength in that motion. So I think having that broader oversight, more strategic view is super important, and also being obviously in close interaction with the investors, etc.
Interesting. Craig, as a debt investor, I mean, typically you hear founders say that debt investors are a lot more numbers driven, maybe compared to at least some equity counterparts. Would you generally agree with that? And if so, why is that the case?
Yeah, we certainly look at the numbers, but to use the topic of the conference being the obvious companies will have the numbers that all look great. It's the non-obvious ones that you find you have to dig a lot deeper than the numbers and the people and understand what's happening. So in a prior session today with Tony Holpine from Growblocks, we were talking about his prior company and how they found they were stalling out a little bit on sales, and they really dug in to understand what was underneath that. So it was the RevOps group, it was the finance group, and what they found was there just wasn't enough happening at the top of the funnel. The lead generation just wasn't working. So they had a huge group of AEs that had empty calendars. And they had to fix that, and they had to get inside and understand what was driving that. And in seeing how they approached that, and how to help them get through that journey. So it's that softer stuff is just super important. How people handle this.
Okay. So in the end, you would say numbers are very important to you and do all the analysis, but then you look for the stuff that is not visible in the numbers itself or that's lying behind it.
Yeah, like ideally you want to know what someone's going to do when something happens, and you have to use proxies for everything. And so a really good proxy is having worked through some kind of an issue and seen how a team has done that, and you've lived that with them. That's a tremendous proxy to say, yeah, we can back that. We don't know what's going to happen. Something will come up that'll be some kind of a curveball. It always does. But we've seen them work through this. They're probably going to be able to figure something else out as well. It's really important for us, really valuable to us.
And would you say there is something that other board members, equity investors, CFOs could learn from the debt investors' perspective? How you analyze a company, where you put most value in?
Yeah, I think what we could do a better job of is working with people to explain how we look at these things, and just kind of better sharing all of that information. If we were better sharing how we see things and better understanding how the other members around the board table are seeing things, we'll come to consensus and conclusions, I think, a lot easier.
Okay. Maybe then let's now come to maybe the elephant in the room, like how much consensus is there in board meetings when it comes to finance? Matt, would you generally say that you agree with what CFOs present to you, or is there more reasoning and maybe even disagreement about it?
It's hard to say like general across, half a dozen companies, I agree or disagree. I think that in general, I am the biggest fan of the CFO and what they are trying to accomplish, because they are bringing clarity to what is happening in the business. And at the end of the day, the objective is to build a spectacular world-class business. And so you have to have a common language, you have to have clarity, you have to have understanding. And then two, they're helping to drive strategic thinking about making that business better and having it perform better. And so I'm their fan, I'm trying to help them. There are times when I disagree with the way they've modeled something or the type of way the analysis they've done, but it's always a very productive conversation. And like this was kind of like a VC versus CFO panel. I feel it's kind of like we're really in concert because we're aligned. We want to build great, big businesses, and that benefits all of us. And so we're all aligned in that.
Okay, so yeah, you said it all. You're the biggest fan of the CFO. That definitely says a lot. Zeynep, for you, especially given that you worked as an operator previously, how do you think about that? And would you say that your time as an operator has also influenced how you think about finance in general?
Definitely, because I did spend a lot of time in FinOps when I was an operator, in addition to building some new consumer products within FinTech. I think one important thing about FinOps and CFO is actually them being technical, also willing to use new technical products is quite important. During COVID, a lot of companies had tremendous growth because, for example, I was working in digital remittance, which meant the cash locations were closed, so our business just boomed. And when your business booms, you have a lot more cash coming in, you have a lot more new bank accounts, and suddenly you're looking at your internal systems and seeing, is this scaling, or there are a lot of manual processes and reconciliation? We need to hire at least 100 people in India who can kind of reconcile numbers, and then everything just becomes really complicated. So I think it's really important to have, that's what I've learned in operating. It's really important to be kind of tech first. As a CFO, you're always more cautious when you're buying new software, but I think the CFOs also should be open-minded about it. But overall, I agree with Matt. I think it's always better to have the involvement of the CFO, particularly kind of past the 1 million ARR stage. And then I'm also in favor of when you're getting to the IPO stage, the role of the CFO changes a bit. That you do need to focus back on the controls and not be maybe too involved in the strategic and the product.
Get it. And Craig, before we come to Akito, what's your view on that? Do you typically agree with CFOs? Are there particular things where you say those are topics where you see disagreement coming?
Yeah, again, we're fans of the CFOs and as Matt says, getting that clarity. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then Akito, when you think about dynamics in the board, maybe the first question, how often are you yourself as a CFO or previously VP Finance, how often are you in board meetings?
So at the beginning, they tried to keep me out.
Here we go.
But that was only the first 1 or 2 meetings. And actually, now I'm on every board meeting. Also took over the official role of the secretary. I'm responsible for preparing basically the board deck and packs. And obviously there for all questions around numbers. Also, maybe more revenue operations topics, etc. Closer to that than day-to-day than founders. So yeah, I have a full seat, I would say, and I'm probably I'm the only kind of non-founder member and investor member on the board.
Interesting. So it definitely took a little bit of time. And would you say this was rather because the founders tried to keep you out, as you said, or was it just you getting in the team and it took a little bit of time to build up trust and formulate the role?
Yeah, I think so. A board, let's say, participant it's a privilege, right? It's not a right just because you're C-level that some people just expect that you're part of the board meetings. I think you have to earn it. So it's a process, right? It's a trust process because a lot of things being discussed in board meetings are extremely sensitive. And if there's if you don't have that trust at the beginning, then I also understand that you just want to wait and see how these people perform rather than bringing them in too early. I think that's actually a good thing.
Okay, so to sum things up from your side, would you say as of now that in your experience that finance is sufficiently represented in a board meeting, or would you say it doesn't get enough attention compared to maybe some other topics like growing the customer base or other more operational topics?
Well, how I see it is finance is a horizontal function which is involved in all topics, right? So I think with that, we will be helping, go to market, kind of clearly present their view on the market. We will make sure that the numbers work and represent, accurately what we are operating on, etc. So also product, etc. It's all going through kind of our quality gate. So with that, finance has a central role and is, in that sense, properly represented like any other important function.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of interesting learnings, and I also see that time is coming to an end. So maybe to sum it a little bit up from my side, what I take away from that session. First of all, it seems that there is not that much of a clash in the board, but actually all investors, both equity and debt, are big fans of the CFO and want to get a finance professional on board as early as possible. And I really liked how you just explained that finance is like a function that goes across all the other initiatives. I can very much agree with that, and you should view it from that perspective, that it can support all the other operational functions. So that's definitely some good learnings. Thank you so much. I think with that we are done, and everybody is allowed to go to the bar or whatever comes next. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists, also from my end. It was definitely the best Project A Knowledge Conference ever, so thanks so much for joining. And see you again next year, hopefully. I think now there will be definitely drinks in the courtyard. There is also a after show party at Soda Club right around the corner. So yeah, looking forward to seeing you all there. And I think there's a CVC event here happening, but that is not open to the general audience. Yeah, so thanks for joining and have a great rest of the day.